Welcome, everyone, to the 2022 USATF 100-mile road national championships here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival. I'm your co-host, Matt Feldick, joined by everyone's run flat extraordinaire, Skylar Hall. How are you doing, buddy?
Doing fantastic. Super excited to watch some phenomenal competitors vie for overall national championships, age group national championships, and just show us what it is to outright suffer and run fast through Henderson, Nevada. How you doing this morning, sir?
Dude, I'm great. I'm excited. I didn't get a ton of sleep after all of those elite athlete interviews. I was extremely excited as our viewers right now, you're taking a look at an aerial shot overlooking Cornerstone Park here in Henderson, Nevada. As I said, we got a chance to chat with some of the elite athletes in the race yesterday or last night. I think that we had some very interesting findings, from those interviews. So, what was Skylar? What was one of the most interesting things you felt like you learned from last night's chats?
I think on the women's side, Camille Herron is definitely going to be one of the names we're going to be watching on course today. And the fact that she said that she was only really working on her aerobic base coming into this, but felt that she was able to click off a better traditional pre-race workout than she did before her world record, signaling that she has some phenomenal fitness right now. I think that was an interesting tidbit. Managed expectations and then set the bar super high within the course of 2 sentences. So really excited to see what she does today.
Yeah, and let's send it over to Chris Warden here as he's got, while this is a USATF National Championship, it is at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival, which is, a ton of fun. And it just wouldn't be the kickoff to an event without the classic pink caddy looking fresh, I might add.
Absolutely.
But we are super excited to be here, and we are actually going to try and send it over to Jamil, who is on site. Let's check in with him. Jamil, how are you doing?
Good. Can you guys hear me okay?
I can, yeah. So what is the atmosphere like over there, and how excited are you to kind of kick things off today?
Yeah, we're pumped. It's great atmosphere, as Ken and the Beyond Limits team have promised. The showgirls are out here. We've got Elvis in his pink Cadillac. We'll try and get a shot of that. But spirits are high. We've got some athletes starting to congregate around the start-finish line. But, yeah, everything is set and ready to go out here for Jackpot Ultras. We are pumped for this 100-mile road national championship today. It's going to be just a great day out here. It's warming up real nice, so the sun feels great.
Yeah, and we are taking a live look at the Las Vegas showgirls who are there for photo ops. That's one of the interesting things about this event, like I said, is, while it is a national championship, it has a lot of, very fun vibes to it, a la maybe a Javelina, just in more of a Las Vegas theme, which I think is really cool. And so we're going to bring it back into the studio here. And so just touching on what you had mentioned there, Skylar, about Camille Herron, I think that was one of my biggest takeaways from the interviews last night as well, was Camille saying that she felt like she was in better shape now than when she ran her world record, which I think that's part of why I didn't sleep much last night, was just the thought of we could see some real fireworks here, especially with, Camille Herron feeling like she's in great shape and the 100-mile world record holder, and Stephanie Flippin also in the race, the defending national champ at 100 miles who beat Camille last year. I'm super excited about, that race up at the front on the ladies' side, not to mention the depth on the ladies' side as well with the likes of Nicole Monette and many others.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely going to be an opportunity to see the course record go down here at the race. I know that, thinking through last year's conditions, the race was a few months later in April, and it was going to be about 20 to 25 degrees warmer than we expect the temperatures to get to today. But that still produced course record conditions for Stephanie as she was on her way to that national championship. So to have a deep field and better conditions, and all of them saying that they have had pretty solid training blocks even through winter months in some relatively cold places, I think that we're definitely going to see some very competitive times that really could set the standard for what we could expect for the rest of this calendar year in American ultra running.
Jamil, and just to bring you back in, was there anything particularly interesting? You were kind of the MC of the evening last night. Was there any key takeaways that you might have had from those elite athlete interviews yesterday?
Yeah, I think the confidence of a couple of the athletes was a little surprising. I think the two most confident, there were several that were confident, but for Arlen Glick to say that he's in unrecognizable shape compared to when he set his PR 2 years ago at Tunnel Hill, I think it was shocking to hear, but also pretty exciting, meaning, and it's not like unrecognizably bad shape. I believe he's saying unrecognizably good shape, to say the least, but it's going to be real fun to see. He's out here. He stated he's out here to run a PR, and that makes me pretty excited to hear. Camille Herron as well. I think, she came out and said she's in better shape than she was going into her world record performance. So, yeah, I think we're going to see a great show today.
Yeah, and I think that touching on that as well, I think that was kind of the other side of the coin is how interesting that men's race is as well, between the likes of Arlen Glick, who's only lost one 100-miler in his career, and it happened to be when he ran his PR at Tunnel Hill. And then you've got Pat Reagan, who 3-time Javelina 100 winner, 100-mile trail national champion at one point, I believe, in 2019. But then you also have Alex Nichols, who we didn't get to chat with yesterday, but second place at Western States, and an incredible runner in his own right. So that men's field is also, pretty stacked, and will be really exciting to see how that kind of pans out.
Yeah, and we can't even ignore the fact that Mark Hammond also in the field, someone who's won here twice back in 2019 and 2020, running almost exactly the same time, 13:04 and 13:05 between those two efforts. So knows this course, knows what to expect, and knows how to navigate this well. So if he can put together another time right in that range, that's going to push these other athletes to have to go sub 13 just to get on the podium. And with a course record on the men's side of 12:52 set by Zach Bitter last year, I think we're definitely going to see some PRs, and we're definitely going to see some fireworks on this men's side.
Yeah, isn't that kind of crazy that you could be someone who has won the race twice, right? Won the USATF Road 100-mile championship twice at this exact race, and you're kind of flying under the radar in ways, right? Obviously we know who Mark Hammond is, and we expect a strong performance out of him. But when we talk, the battle up at the front, inadvertently it's a handful of other guys than Mark Hammond, and that seems like that shouldn't be the case, really, which makes this race even more exciting, right?
Absolutely. Part of it might be a little bit of recency bias, but part of it's also one of the reasons why I'm super excited that we're here to do this live stream particularly, and that's that a lot of road ultras and USATF national championships don't necessarily get the same shine that some of the other larger 100K and 100-mile trail races do here in America. So really excited to actually get a chance to highlight these great athletes and the organization that's putting it on down there in Henderson. So Jamil, I know you're sitting in the booth. You're no stranger to big races as an RD. What are you seeing? Are folks gathering? Are you seeing nerves? Are you seeing excitement? Because it's not just the sharp end yet.
Yeah, Ken is doing his pre-race speech, so I don't know if we have a Chris cam to throw it to right now, but that would be really cool.
I think Chris is heading over there, so let's send it over to Chris, and we will stay in these wonderful picture-in-pictures to see if Chris can pick up this pre-race here.
Right on over and let's stand on the steps here. And like I said, in 3 or 4 minutes, I'm going to start giving the spiel. So thank you.
Sounds like in 3 or 4 minutes we're going to, quote, start getting the spiel. To quote the great Ken Rubley, as I was corrected last night, and a huge apology to Ken for mispronouncing his name for months now. But, yeah, huge shout-out to him. So it looks like we're maybe a few minutes away from that kind of pre-race talk. And there we see Camille Herron on the Chris cam. Everyone's starting to get ready to go. This is super exciting. This is in again, to my memory, this will be kind of the first of its kind in terms of live streaming. I don't know that there has been a USATF ultra distance national championship that has been streamed for free.
I feel pretty confident that this is a first in that regard for sure. And, you know, to be able to bring the sights and sounds of all the runners on course, not just those who could potentially be in the top 3, is super exciting. Because what's great about national championship is that every 5 years, in terms of age groups, is another opportunity to get a national champion. So for the 40 to 44, for the 45 to 49, for the 50 to 54. So there's going to be some folks out there who, you know, could be closer to 24, 25, 26 hours completing their journey through this 100 miles over 85 laps and could still walk away a national champion in their respective age group. So a story for everyone. And if there's anything we've taken from running in 2022 thus far, it's that age is nothing but a number if you want to get out there and grind. And so I think we're going to see some pretty inspiring performances today across the board.
And there we are back on the pink Cadillac. And I have to pull up, you know, one of the chats, the great Taggart Van Etten. Recently, he's kind of like the Brett Favre of our sport in ways. You know, at a young age, I believe Taggart's still in his early to mid-20s, but he's, you know, retired, he's unretired, now he's back to retired. So got to give him a huge shout-out. EIU alumni. Not at the race. I know that there were people in the chat asking earlier in the morning whether Taggart was racing. He's not. He's a retired ultra runner now. He's, you know, sitting on his couch enjoying some beverages of choice. I don't know what those might be, and watching the stream. So TVE, I wore this shirt actually just for him. So huge shout out to you, my dude, and thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, I know with a holiday weekend, I imagine we have a lot of people who are either calling in sick from work or on extended Zoom calls in the office. Glad that we can help you be productive on a Friday. Really excited to bring this to you. So if you're live in the chat, definitely throw questions, throw comments. Let's have a good old time today as we take you through 85 laps on this 1.17-mile course in Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada. Just going to be a delightful day. Conditions look absolutely phenomenal, and the legs are ready to rock for these 75 or so runners on the start list.
Yeah, and speaking of one of the things you had just mentioned there as we take a look at the incredible showgirls, eventually my boss will wonder why I'm locked in the office on such a long Zoom call today. And I think you're going to see a lot of that, it being, you know, a work day for some, maybe a holiday for some, depending on how their work schedules or how their work kind of recognizes holidays and things like that. But, yeah, I think it's definitely going to be interesting to see. And anyone who's tuning in, feel free to continue to have a good time here in the live chat as we take a look at Ken Rubley in one of his many costumes that he promised. He said he's got a number of them lined up, so we're excited to see that. And he's going to talk, so we're going to let him have the floor here.
Look fantastic, Ken.
Fucking dry cleaner shrinking on me, you know. They shrink the suit all the time. I'm telling you, they shrink the suit. But seriously, I'm not kidding. My abs are hurting. I have not released my gut. My abs are killing. Huh? Yeah. If I release, it'll break. Yeah, we're going. I have no notes. Remember, I was going to do notes. I have no notes. You need to sound. Exactly. We're getting into Sunday. We're producing a movie. All right. No, already.
Hello. All right. This is the good time you start lifting. You got to come down on the steps though, because we do pictures. Because with Jamil and his team's great help, we're going to get into the Sundance Movie Festival and win. So, yeah. But no, come on down on the steps. Seriously, sit down and relax. You're going to have to bear with me for like 10 minutes because we can't start till 8 anyways. So you might as well calm down and relax. Because when I'm done talking, just so you know, everyone knows we're just squeezing tight. Showgirls and Elvis come over and we take pictures because it's good for marketing. So thank you. Yeah, because we're movie producers. Yeah. Hey, as everyone's coming over, I just want to take time to thank product sponsors. We've had Epps on it for a long time. You have a sample in your bag, you rub it on, and the pain goes away. So that's really awesome. Try that. Of course, Run Goo is good stuff for your feet. You guys all have that sample. Try it. Tailwind, we drink it, we know it. And brand new Mod Balls, Clean Energy Bites. You have samples in your bag. I get nothing out of this, by the way. You guys just get free stuff to taste. But I never bring in product sponsors unless we think they're good for the runners. And so I tried them, and I love that they're 100 calories each. But I was eating them like they're chips. I'm like, damn, I had 6. I'm like, that's like having 3 Twinkies, you know? And I've been tapering for 6 years, so it's not like I was going to burn it off. But we would like to thank those sponsors. And then for the live stream, I can't thank Jamil Curry, for those who don't know. He, I mean, I don't even have to really explain it. At the tender young age of 36, he has probably the best running company in the country and has really been mentors of us, even though I'm almost 60, 52, close. But actually, Jamil and his brother Nick timed our very first race, Beyond Limits Ultra, almost 11 years ago. And I knew nothing. I bought single-gallon things of water to the race, like 200 of them. So that's how little I knew that. But we've known them ever since. And, boy, he does everything perfect. And this was the first time Black Canyon and Jackpot were at the same weekend. He's been doing great live stuff, and it just came together. And Jamil and his team have been really working super hard. Steve Life Media, Matt, his marketing guy, and the team he's got out here. He goes all in like we do. I was up till 5 marking. I'm sure he was still awake doing whatever he's doing. So our goal is, by the way, we want to live stream the entire race soon. It's just not the cheapest thing in the world to do. So we're trying to do a great job. But I wanted a big thanks to those guys up there. So thank you. And also part of that is we have Koros, the watch company, and we have Goodert and Salt Stick who are helping underwrite part of the cost of this. So big shout out to them too. Thank you. All right, I got the stuff out of the way that I get fired if I don't do. So well, welcome, 9th time. It's great. We're back to normal. Last year was kind of the COVID one, which sucked as a race director, a 19-page report. How are you going to keep runners from spitting? Swear to God, that was a question we had to answer. So that was that year. And then the year before, for those who don't know, my lovely wife went in the hospital the night before. So she has not been able, the two of us have not been able to join, have fun at a regular Jackpot with our friends. So we're happy that we're back to normal time. So that's awesome. Yeah. And then lastly, and I'll say it too, everyone knows she got a kidney pancreas transplant 11 years ago. Her kidney's failing now. Not on dialysis yet, but when we get close, you're going to see this big marketing campaign. Shocking that I'm into marketing. But when the time comes, we're going to lean on all you guys to spread it out to everybody. Because this company was started to celebrate her pushing beyond limits and not putting in dialysis. So that's why we exist. So when the time comes to get our new one, we're going to ask you all to help out and talk to people. So now we'll get to the race. Yes. Okay, in the USATF races, a couple runners who don't have your number. And here, you say. This is Lynn. Oh, God, how did I know? Lynn and Megan from the USATF liaisons are going to help us. She's got a name of a couple people you need. If she calls your name, go see her right away.
Okay, first guy is, I apologize if I mispronounced your name, Portia Mazunder. And then we have Laylock, David Laylock. And, let's see, hang on, sorry guys, it's right here. Okay, Michael Bailey, Yesenia Hernandez, and Allie Cower. KPUR. If you guys aren't here, please come.
Let's go see over by the mod ball sign over there.
One more comment. That is, there's a confusion. In this race, it's not a 24-hour race. It's a 100-mile race. There will be no headsets, no headphones, anything like that.
Oh.
So we do that in a 24-hour race because it's an overnight scene. But in a 100-mile, we do not. So make sure that you adhere to that. If not, we'll politely remind you.
Sorry, I thought you could because we did last year. I guess we follow the rules. Real quickly, one other thank you. So Lee is our co-RD. He's been helping us for a long time. He makes decisions as if it's us, but Steph and I are a husband and wife team, and when it comes to race week, nothing happens without people helping out. And we also have Rosemary helping in the kitchen big time. Kevin, we've got a great photographer out there. The pictures are free. He's paid already, so ham it up for him. He takes great pictures. And then we also have Jose out here helping us out, taking pictures and videos. So, and then Jimmy, our timer, he's been timing for a while. And before I say the couple real rules, he's going to tell you the timing rules because he was in the Marines and he's tough. So let's hear his rules.
I was Army. I don't eat crayons. Where's Launder? Hold on, where's Launder? Gonna make fun of the Marine. He'll be here tomorrow. All right, guys, same old, same old. Make sure the bib is on the front. Make sure the bib is visible at all times. You'll notice I have cameras up. Tonight there will be IR cameras up. So everything is on camera. If you get missed, it's not the end of the world. We will find you on the camera. Okay, so let me or Sandy know, or Ken or Lee, and we'll get it down. Second, I would prefer that bib, if you wear it on your leg, is on your left leg. For obvious reasons, you run past me and I see the left side. If it's over here on the right side, I can't see it with the camera. And I'm old, I can't see. I'm actually not that old. Cool. Live results will be on ERT Live, but the TV's up just like last year. And I'll make this clear, and Jamil knows where I'm coming from because he has the same thing. These timing systems are not meant to run for 72 hours, right? So if the scrolling results on my TV stops in the middle of the night, let it go. Keep running. Don't stand there and look at the screen because it's not working. Okay, I can reset it. It will keep going. I'm getting other times. Okay, that's the announcer screen that's not really meant to run for 72 hours straight. These systems are all made for 5Ks, including mine, including Mike Melton, who does Jamil stuff, including their stuff. All of us, this is an art form. Okay, so take it easy on the timers. I think that's it. Make sure I can see your bibs. That's all I really ask. It's really important because they're on camera, so if I miss it and I can see your bib, it makes it a lot easier to track you down. I know probably half of you, and the other half, when you're all bundled up at 3 o'clock in the morning, I have no idea who you are. Thank you.
Hey, by the way, big thank you to him. And if anyone's heard of Nick Curry, he did a little fast run recently, 170 zillion miles in 24 hours. But Nick has been on the phone with Jimmy. I can't understand what they did for the coding, but working to have like streaming results, like a ticker and the screen and all that. So in any event, thank you to him and everyone else. So, all right, course stuff. There are 2 sets of signs out there. It's pretty easy. There's small. This you want to hear. USATF. You probably all know the course. It's just like a NASCAR loop. But really, really listen to this because someone goes, I didn't know. I'm going to get angry for that. Yeah. So the USATF, they're small white. They're red arrows. Red arrows. USATF, red. Anything else? Black. Pretty easy. Red, USATF, black regular. And the red ones are small because I realized you can cut the board in half and save money, make 2 arrows out of 1 sign when they print it. So the small USATF red, okay? And also there are 6 porta potties, about not even 2/10 of a mile down there. So those are the porta potties. We cannot get them on the back of the course. It's an act of God. The city does not control that road. Speaking of, the city of Henderson is our presenting sponsor. And to make you know how important that is, in the old days, we had to fill up water at the house, have generators, and now they do everything for us. So thank you to them. When it comes to the aid station, Steph does a phenomenal job there. If you want something hot during the night, tell us, like, hey, next time around, how about a couple noodles? That way we're not giving you something that's 210 degrees and you can't eat it. But we'll do stuff on demand like that, no problem. Steph and Rosemary prep the main food in the back. But ask us and say, hey, next lap, can I get this? That works best. Oh, yeah. And Jamil doesn't have this in everybody yet. We have a scrolling sandwich board screen up there. Vanna White, there, and my friend Bill. It's a digital screen, so it'll tell you lunch and what's coming and all that. And we might put up some funny sayings or let you know who's winning the race. But that's $140 ever. So we have this new scrolling screen up there. Also, there are people running very fast out here. One of the things we love about this race is we get super fast people with normal people like who could suck it in their stomach. 3 minutes, okay, good. So if you're in the 72-hour race, be a little respectful. So USATF is always going to be running on their right-hand side. And they're going to be, if you see someone running super fast, kind of yield to them if you don't mind. I mean, everyone has a right to the inside lane, but we do ask that, be play. So what's going to happen is we're all going to start gathering together in the middle here. Tight. Go help do that. You know how to do it. So what's going to happen is we are going to, this is important, the USATF race is going to start at 8, and the 72-hour race is going to start 1 minute later. So what happens is, because in order to get 100 miles in the USATF, we actually start at the bottom of the hill for the USATF. So right about where the cone is. So what we're going to ask is all the USATF people are going to line up straight down the road, starting right by the cone. And if you're in the 72-hour race, you're going to just stand in the triangle there. So the minute they start and they go past, you're going to fill in behind them, and then you're going to start. So everyone tight together. Come on, we need a good picture, and then we're going to go over there. Go. Tight. Picture. Please, tight. Come on, get it. Yeah. Come on, tight.
And we are just moments away from the start of this race now, as the runners are getting, one last photo op before this 100-mile, and have to mention the 72-hour for the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival, starting 1 minute behind them. Super exciting, and in great Ken fashion, we're cutting it pretty close to this 8 o'clock mark as we approach 8:59 here in Arizona, 7:59 on course, and you can see the countdown timer up on the screen there. We're a mere seconds away, and so hopefully they start on time so our clock's right,
Yeah, everybody can do one last good stride to get down the hill. It is one of the interesting components because it is a national championship race. All national championship courses actually have to have, I think it's 1/100th extra on the course to ensure that all runners go the full distance. And I think it has to have at least a 200-meter straightaway coming into the finish line. So just in case there's some fun, exciting kick action. Normally more important for a 5K or a cross-country race, but hey, anything is possible here in this 100 miles. So hence them going a little bit further down the hill to get to this cone so they can make sure they cover the entire 100 miles and ultimately ensure that if and potentially when any records are broken, they can be fully certified and good to go.
Oh, I'm good.
Yeah, and obviously getting a little bit of a late start, so we'll see if we can get the clock fixed at some point. So just bear with us here, but we'll try and at least keep our eye on what the difference is until we're able to get that fixed. But we're just a few moments away here from the start of the first ever broadcast of a USATF ultra distance event. So huge shout out to the good folks over at USATF for even allowing this to come to life. I'd be remiss if I didn't give them a good shout out, because they easily could have just said nah, I can't do it. So huge shout out to them. And let's see if we can. Yeah, Chris is going back in there just to get us a nice little close-up of the start here. There we see Arlen Glick, got Pat Reagan, Dan McHugh Camille Herron. It's going to be exciting.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, it's going to be a race to the hole shot. Who will make the first turn?
Yeah, and I think we're getting started soon. Well, we're gonna keep it locked right here.
Absolutely, yeah. You don't want anybody
Camille
false
was
starting in
throwing
100
us
miles.
off. She's acting like, here it goes. But yeah, this is exciting.
Playing for keeps.
Playing for keeps. She's not messing around. It's like the start of a track 3K or something. Oh.
So as we mentioned, for the USATF course, it is a 1.17 mile loop, so they'll traverse this course 85 times on their way to 100 miles. The other events that happen as a part of the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival actually use a slightly different course that's about 2.5 miles long, still down in Cornerstone Park in Henderson, but given the stipulations of national championship bidding, it's flat, it's fast, and these runners look like they are ready to see what this course can offer them.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see if we got some audio there, catch a little bit more of the vibe here, and a huge shout out again to Chris Warden, who is our camera operator there, getting right in the heart of the action.
So we're under a minute. Ken pushed it back about a minute or so ago. So you wanted to line up the clock as best as possible. So probably at 5 after, that's my guess.
Okay, that would be, I mean, if we can hit an even minute, that would be super useful on our end.
Absolutely.
But, it's not our show. We're just here to call the action, That's all we're here for. So whatever Ken wants to do, I support it. We're just happy to be here.
Absolutely. No, it's going to be a phenomenal day. You already got a bit of that energy bright and early. Heard it out there. So we'll see how folks keep rocking and rolling. We're going to have athletes that are racing this weekend at the rest of Jackpot picking up their bibs throughout the day. So hopefully they can catch the vibe a bit as well on site. But we're happy to bring it to you live here on YouTube. So thanks for joining us in the chat. And here we go.
There they go. At, about 4 minutes and
54
some odd seconds.
Yeah.
And we are going to send it over. Here you see them, and there you see the showgirls, and they're off to the races. And this is going to be a super exciting race to follow along here. That's it. Maybe the first ever broadcast of a start of an ultra distance national championship. So pretty incredible. And here is that overhead look at what is going on here in old Henderson, Nevada.
Yeah, and Ken mentioned it, and you can see it playing out here live. You really do have folks who are Ultra Runner of the Year candidates and recipients from this past year, towing the line right alongside various age groupers. We have folks on the start list in their upper 70s and into their 80s. And all it takes to be in this national championship and vie for your specific age group podium is, one, putting in the work, making sure you're ready to toe the line, but two, just being a member of USATF. So if you are watching at home and you're like, I think I could do that, you very well could. If you hop in, become a member of USATF, put in the work, this could be you vying for your specific age group national championship, if not an overall.
Yeah, and we are being graced with these incredible drone shots here, courtesy of our good friend and steady drone hand, Enzo Pham. So huge shout out to him for being out there and helping us capture this. Yeah, and it looks like we may have Jamil back in the booth here. We might be able to check in with him here in just a moment. And we've got some runners on the Chris cam here. So let's see if we can bring Jamil in here. Jamil, are you able to hear us, and how are things going over there? It looks like you're muted on on my end. Sorry. There we go.
All right.
Yep, my bad. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing great, guys. Yeah, we just saw the start of the races here. 1 minute later, I don't know if you saw that. The 72-hour race started 1 minute later. So the 100-mile runners have to start a little bit down of the start-finish line here where they will be ending just to make up that distance. You know, it is a certified course out here. So it's, I believe, 85 laps plus, maybe 50 or 100 yards. So that's what they were doing down there. And now they are off and I can see and look across, and they are making their way around the far side of the lake right now. So it won't be long. It's just over a mile loop. So we'll probably be seeing them here in the next 6 to 7 minutes, crossing through on their first lap. And then hopefully we'll be able to get some of those times up on the screen for all you guys.
Yeah, I'm super excited. That's one of the nice things about having, a shorter loop, right? 1.17 mile loop to be precise, is that we will be able to see the runners at the very least kind of back around the start finish area where we have some good static cameras set up every 7 to 10 minutes or so, which will be really nice. So how was the atmosphere surrounding the start, Jamil? And what all have you seen out there in the kind of lead up to the start of the race?
Yeah, I mean, it's great atmosphere out here. If anything, the sun feels a little bit warm to me. I mean, I am in a couple layers, but just that desert sun, you can feel the warmth, which I think is kind of nice early, but we'll kind of see how that plays into the day. I mean, we're not expecting massive high temperatures today. It's going to be in the upper 60s. So I think overall it's going to be a good day, but that is something to keep an eye on in case it does start to get warm. I know they'll be prepared out here with water and ice and all that, but the runners, I think, were a little antsy to get going. I saw Camille kind of hopping around a little bit, so I'm sure right now they can finally take a breath and relax a little bit, that they're finally running this race they've been looking forward to for so long.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, the nerves tend to kind of alleviate themselves once the gun kind of goes off, right? And so those moments right before the start of the race can sometimes be the most anxious and nerve-wracking. So I'm sure they're glad to just be underway.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just reminding themselves that you can't win a 100-mile race in the first 200 meters, but you could lose it if you do something silly. So glad that everybody's out in one piece, making their way on their first of 85 loops here for this USATF National Championship. And in terms of the course itself, can you describe a bit sort of the breakdown between pavement versus dirt? We saw from the drone shot they were going around a lake, but it looks mostly hard-packed surface out there.
Yeah, it's mostly concrete. There is a short rise to get back up here to the start finish. And there's actually, I think, 2 little uphills. One on the far side, and then there's a couple small downhills. There is a short gravel section. We'll probably get an aerial shot a little bit later over there, kind of on the south end of the course. There is actually a drainage. This is an old rock quarry from what I understand. So that's why it's sunken down a little bit. And that's where the lake is. And there's a drainage, and there is a bit of a gravel section. So it's a little bit of dirt, but yeah, the rest of it is, I think, mostly concrete, possibly a little asphalt. We might get the bike cam, which is a new thing, out a little bit later. We can do a loop of the course and give you guys a little insight with maybe following some of the athletes.
And we had Chris following someone, and it looks like they stopped.
If you go to Static Cam B, you should be able to see them coming around right now.
Yep, and you can see them, I believe, kind of faintly off in the distance of the shot there, making their way towards us. And we do have also Chris Warden on the ground, giving us some really good shots as the runners come by him as well. There we go, Chris getting us some good shots here. Yeah, Bib.
Yep, Paul Young.
Yep, I was going to say I recognized that photo. That was Paul Young. Let's go ahead. There you have him, Mr. Paul Young, up on your screen there as we just saw him come by. That looked like Arlen, who also just came through. Exciting times. Paul Young was definitely like someone who was on our radar a little bit, but maybe not to the extent that the likes of Pat Reagan, Arlen Glick, Alex Nichols, those kinds of guys were. But he is kind of going for it straight away.
Yeah, the 30-year-old out of Washington has had some very fast performances at the 50K distance. Haven't actually seen him step up to the 100-mile in a meaningful way as of late. So super excited to see what he can do out there today.
Yeah, I mean, he earlier this year won the Bridle Trails Winter 50K in a pretty stout time of 3 hours and 22 minutes. And so he's one of a number of faster 50K guys who will be in the race this weekend as well, including Callan Kahn, who I believe is originally from Illinois, up in the Chicago suburbs, but now I believe lives in Iowa City. So his ultra sign-up says Lisle, Illinois, which is a Chicago suburb, but I believe he now maybe resides in Iowa, so Midwest representing. But Callan has run a sub 3 hour 50K as well. So another guy who's got some stout shorter distance times. And we're gonna send it. Let's see, maybe back to the Chris Cam.
Yeah, Callan's an interesting one to watch. He was the 2020 USATF 50K road champion, so has definitely performed well in road ultras before. Obviously, 31 miles can be very different than 100, but also no stranger to some of the races that we've done down here in the desert. Definitely have watched him really sort of come into his own over the past couple of years. So if you're looking for more underdog stories or folks that haven't been quite on the radar, Callan's going to be one to definitely keep your eyes on.
Yeah, and according to the chat here, I'll pull this in because I really appreciate this insight. Paul Young ran 2:28 at Cal International. That's a pretty solid time for someone, for anyone to begin with.
Yes.
But especially someone who's maybe looking to run a 100-mile national championship.
Yeah, it's funny when you think that a road marathon is a legitimate training run for this type of event, but that's exactly what a lot of these athletes have been doing. A lot of folks, even yesterday during the athlete Q&A, were talking about their speed work and how they'd really taken to the roads to do some shorter, faster efforts, really build up that leg turnover so that when push comes to shove today, running 8 to 9 minute pace for 12 to 13 hours would seem like a piece of cake for them.
And again, here are some more of the aerials. This park is pretty. Nice. It's aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, a lot of folks, when they think of the greater Vegas area, sort of get to casinos and stop. But obviously a very large community outside of the Strip that keeps Sin City running. And you're seeing a lot of that here as we are definitely in the suburbs. And then off in the distance, you can see it's just some great trails out there that folks can hop into if they want to play around in the mountains. So it's not all – I mean, it is all fun and games in Vegas, but it's just a matter of which way you decide to pick your poison with the trip down to Nevada.
And we have a special guest in the chat here, the great Lottie Brinks, who just ran the Black Canyon 100K.
Yeah.
She was one of the featurettes of our peace following runners on the Black Canyon during the Black Canyon 100K that'll be released within the next month or so. So huge shout out to Lottie. I know that she's, I believe, good friends with Pat. She may be coached by Pat. I know that I believe they're both down in Savannah, or she used to be in Savannah and has a connection to Pat there. So huge shout out to Lottie. And thanks for tuning in. Hope the recovery is going well from Black Canyon.
Yeah, recovery is going to be a interesting storyline for a lot of these athletes that are on course as well. A lot of folks did fall ultras. We had several folks do Desert Solstice in December, and really were either going after 100-mile or 24-hour performances. So seeing if the legs have bounced back after large efforts in the last 2 to 3 months could be an important storyline to follow for many of the folks on course today.
Yeah, and we're going to send it down to our static cams here. And so one of the interesting things with this USATF 100-mile race here at Jackpot is not only are you going to have the 100-mile runners for the national championship race, but you may see some other runners coming through as well who are in that 72-hour race. You may also see, some age group folks who are in that 100-mile race. So you're going to see, as the race goes on, a fairly steady flow of athletes coming through our camera feeds here.
Yeah, you're going to see that they will not change directions on the course in a way that we might have seen in a track race like Desert Solstice. But with the differences in pace and being out there for 85 laps, pretty much everyone will see everyone multiple times over, it seems like. So even for our age groupers out there aiming for different Masters podiums or just trying to see what they have, set their own PR, they're going to be able to mix it up with these elites at the sharp end of the spear.
Yeah, and we've got some more runners coming through on the Chris cam here. And a huge shout out to Lindsay McDonald in the chat. She's saying Paul Young was also the 2021 Flagstaff Stagecoach 55K winner. So, just a few hours north of where we're currently sitting, Paul was just crushing.
One of the...
And there we've got Pat Reagan and Arlen Glick here. There's Pat Reagan. One interesting fact about Pat, everyone thinks of him as, just a super fast runner. He also plays some nice bluegrass music that, maybe at some point during the stream we'll be able to pull a clip in of, Pat serenading us with some of his music. But
Yeah, you saw early on a lot of the favorites running together. It's hard to get separation in the first 2 miles of a 100-mile race, so wholly expect them to connect. Looks like we have Jonah Backstrom representing West Valley Track Club was just there on screen. You'll notice him often with the tattoos out there. So, but yeah, you'll see some interesting strategies play out. Many of the competitors that we spoke with yesterday said that they were going to run their own race, and they had specific time goals and splits in mind. But we know that once that gun goes off and you have someone just 5 steps ahead of you, that might go out the window a little bit. So we see them all pretty close to each other right now. We'll see if someone can push the gas a little bit and and if that drags somebody off of their original race plan to maybe do something that they hadn't originally banked on, cause some mistakes, and keep it moving.
And here again, we've got some wonderful overhead shots. You can see that the 100-mile runners staying up primarily on that paved concrete path there, kind of overlooking the lake that used to be an old rock quarry.
Yeah, and Jamil mentioned earlier that sun was feeling a little warm. You can see that from this shot, not a lot of coverage by any sort of foliage or trees, pretty exposed early on. So if it does become a situation of it getting warmer than anticipated, not going to be a lot of opportunities to seek shelter on course. And that was one of the big issues last year. Even though the race was in April, the temperatures were in the 90s, and there was a high attrition rate because of just how sweltering that heat was, especially when you're sunken in a little bit of that bowl and right next to that body of water. The real feel might be a bit hotter than what folks in those houses just outside of the park might be feeling.
Yeah, I mean, you're just pretty much fully exposed, and then in addition to that, you're going to get kind of some of that reflection from the water, which I think can just add like that sunlight. I think can really just cook you, even if it doesn't feel all that hot, or maybe the temperature doesn't read all that hot.
Yeah, it's going to be important for these athletes to stay on top of taking care of themselves early. Even if it is high desert country, which means it's 40-something degrees early on, that can change very quickly. And even though you're going to see your crew or run past your aid station setup once every 10 minutes, if you get too behind or things creep up just slowly enough that you don't recognize it, the old boiling a frog analogy, then you could potentially be setting yourself up for a very rough back half of the day.
And again, we are just still trying to work on the clock here for you real quick.
Yeah, they've been on course for about 21 or so minutes, so we would expect our leading men to be finishing their third of 85 laps coming up here in the next 5 to 6 minutes. And just a little bit of historical context of what sort of times we could be looking at here today. The course record on the men's side was actually set last year in those very hot conditions by one Zach Bitter, no stranger to 100-mile fast performances. He set the course record here in 12:52.13. And then Mark Hammond, as mentioned in the pre-show, holds the second and third fastest times with 13 hours and 4 minutes and 13 hours and 5 minutes in his last two performances here back in 2020 and 2019. So we can wholly expect that today the top men will be right in that 13-hour barrier. And with someone like Arlen Glick saying that he was in PR shape, his 12:57 at Tunnel Hill definitely puts him in position to get a course record here today if he is to PR. But he's not going to be alone up there. We saw him running with Pat Reagan very early on. So if a course record doesn't drop on the men's side today, I will be personally pretty surprised. But on the women's side, I think we're going to see a very similar battle. Stephanie Flippin with her performance last year to secure the national championship, ran 14:35.20. Camille has the second fastest time here in a 14:42, also run last year. And then Micah Morgan, with her third place performance last year, ran 14:44. So on a hot day, running 14:30s, again, with both of our top two returning out here today. We'll see if the results change, but I think that we're definitely going to see some of these times changing and getting faster with a women's course record as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be super interesting to see just how that plays out, over the coming hours. Because I think that, both fields are just so loaded that, anything could happen. And even on the men's side, I know we were just talking about the women, but even on the men's side with Paul Young taking it out super hot, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. To quote the great movie Dodgeball, it's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Yeah, I was joking earlier that you can't win a race in the first 200 meters, but you can certainly lose it. We'll see if different strategies allow for different paths to victory. We just watched Black Canyon 100K last week, and Eric Sensman made the astute observation that folks might have been so scared about how the 2021 race had played out. A lot of folks blowing up and either DNFing or falling apart significantly over the last 12 miles, that it might have forced some folks to go a little too conservatively. It'll be interesting to see as we watch the laps unfold here today if last year's hot temperatures might be causing some folks to go out a little bit more conservatively than necessary, and if someone like Paul Young with a more aggressive strategy can sort of break off the front and hold position.
Yeah, it will definitely be interesting to see, right? Because it looks like, or based on our conversations yesterday, it sounds like some of the leaders were going to or some of the maybe favorites coming in were going to really run their own race, including, Pat Reagan, who said last year he maybe felt like he got sucked into too hard of an early pace. With Zach Bitter and someone who's joining us in the chat, Raj Paul.
Woo.
So he was very adamant that, he was going to really try to do his best to, maybe go out a little bit more conservative and either try and run a slight positive split or even try to, run even or negative splits.
Yeah, several folks we talked to yesterday mentioned Nick Curry in name or in passing, having negative split his American record over the 24-hour race at Desert Solstice. I think that that's causing a lot of folks to consider what their strategy is, especially when you have a course like we have here at Jackpot that doesn't have the undulations of the trail ultras that many folks might be used to. I think the entire elevation gain over 100 miles would be less than these folks would see running a Boston Marathon. So I think we're definitely in a position for someone to give the negative split strategy a go, have that bump up against someone like a Paul Young who takes it out fast and might be planning on a slow fade, hopefully not too much of a fade on the back half of the race, and really sort of like a cycling race. You have a breakaway early on and see if the peloton can catch up before that breakaway crosses the finish line.
Yeah, and again, Raj Paul in the chat here also saying he also blew up in the heat last year, so it wasn't just Pat Reagan who kind of gritted his teeth for a third-place finish. Raj Paul also had a tough day there as well, and we are going to send it to the Chris Cam here.
Yeah, I think Raj had quite a good year last year, even if you ignore how Jackpot went for him. So I think he can hold his head up high. He's going to be an athlete that we're excited to see come back to a race like Jackpot, but he's got some other goals going on this year. So everything from cross country all the way up to the 100-mile distance, you'd love to see folks who take on the any distance, any surface mentality. So Raj, thanks for joining us in the chat today, and look forward to having you on course with us here soon.
Oh, goodness. And look at this. We've got Ken Rubley on the on the electric scooter in full outfit, making sure he doesn't lose his hat. And so, again, I've said it a number of times. That's one of the things that's so interesting about this race is that not only do you get, elite athletes competing for prize money, but you also get you also get a lot of fun, which I think is great. So, yeah, funny to see Ken just riding over on a scooter that looked like he owned it.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like the sort of park where you would just find like 10 bird scooters hanging out outside of it. So I'm going to take a guess that he does own that.
Knowing Ken, it would not surprise me that he owns that. I would actually be shocked if he didn't own it.
Hey, it's the way of the future. Listen, I'm sure I'm not the only person who's considered bagging a run early, hopping on a scooter and just using that to get back to where they started. So no shame in his game.
Yeah, and for those of you who have been tuning in for some time now, we were able to get our clock fixed thanks to the great Jamil Curry, who was able to update that on the back end. So huge shout out to Jamil, who is what would we call this? Usually it would be trackside, right, or courtside, but what is it, roadside?
Yes, Jamil is the AAA of our coverage today. He's roadside coverage, and he's sitting in the booth. Jamil, let's hop down if you can hear us. We have the runners on course, but at that start of the race, we also saw some other folks with their cameras out filming. What is the crew setup looking like out there? Do we have a lot of spectators? What's the vibe like for the folks who aren't actively running?
Yeah. Overall, I actually can't see a lot from right here. I'm mostly looking at the start-finish, but behind me is crew row. We can take you down there maybe a little bit later. But what is kind of interesting, which I don't know if you guys have talked about it yet, but the 72-hour and the other races that are part of this festival out here this entire weekend are on a little bit of a different course today. So the 100-milers do the single loop around the concrete, and the 72-hour runners are actually doing a longer course, and I can see them on my left side coming up and merging in with the 100-mile course, which is kind of interesting. If you go to Static Cam B, you should be able to see as well. So they'll be able to see, which is kind of cool, some of those elite athletes running straight at them and being able to cheer them on face to face for a part of this course. But yeah, there are definitely people out here ringing cowbells, and it's beautiful right now.
Yeah, I mean, just from some of the shots that Chris was able to get for us just a little bit ago, we saw Ken, the race director, riding by on an electric scooter. And so the vibe seems very high out there. Yeah, and we're just super excited to kind of watch this race unfold. Do you have any thoughts on Paul Young making a pretty early kind of break for things from the start?
I mean, someone's got to take it out hot, and really get after it. I think Arlen was talking about that in his chat last night with us. He's not sure who's going to take it out hard or hot or what, and it's a little challenging, I think, on these fixed time courses compared to something like loop course, compared to say a Javelina 100 or a Black Canyon, where where you're at and compared to the field. Out here, it's easy to lose track of exactly where you're at in the standings if you take a little pit stop or someone else does who's either ahead of you or behind you, you don't really know where they're at. And there's so many people looping around. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on if people are actively paying attention with their crew, with those results, or if they're just going to kind of zone that out. And that might be kind of the beauty of it. You can really run your own race a little bit more than having to constantly focus on, okay, what place am I at? Where am I in relation to other people? I can just kind of check out and focus on running.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely going to be, again, it's going to be exciting to kind of see how everything unfolds with everyone kind of running their own races in a sense. How is temperature-wise or weather-wise, how is it feeling out there as the sun continues to kind of make its way up? Obviously, the course seems to be fairly exposed. Do you think that that's going to play any sort of factor into how the race unfolds today?
I think it could. If in direct sunlight, it does feel a little bit warm. I mean, we're sitting at 50 degrees right now, so it's really pleasant out overall. Of course, I'm wearing a puffy jacket, so I'm feeling quite toasty. But yeah, right now, I mean, people are seem to be doing just fine.
Yeah, well, you're a desert rat coming from Phoenix, but we know that there are some folks who are coming from the Michigans, the Ohios, the greater Northeast, folks that might have been dealing with pretty inclement winter conditions. So the heat might be affecting them if they didn't necessarily plan for it today. Do you see, or as you've been going around course, do you see any sort of coverage? It didn't look like there was any from the drone shot in terms of trees or shade, but is it just exposed all the way around?
I'm looking. It looks like on the far east side of the course, there is an apartment complex that is casting some shade currently for maybe a couple hundred yards. But other than that, it's pretty much completely exposed. There's a few trees trackside, but they're not going to get any benefit from that until I think late into the afternoon.
Yeah, for sure. So it'll be super interesting to see how fueling strategies and hydration strategies and cooling strategies start to show themselves and have an impact on the race as it kind of unfolds.
Yeah, it gets very tempting when you pass your crew every 8 to 10 minutes to stop and take extra fuel, take extra liquids, maybe get sponged down if you're someone who's struggling in the heat. But that adds up when you do it every 10 minutes, time and time again. So, it's the sort of F1 strategy of pit stops. How quick can you get in and out? Can you just get handed something and never have to actually break stride? And we saw several athletes talk about that yesterday, how tempting that frequent interaction with your crew can be to slow down or take additional breaks. So as things continue to play out, we'll keep tabs and see if those athletes on course might be lingering around a little bit longer than they were before.
Yeah, I mean, it will be interesting. And I remember we heard from Arlen Glick yesterday, or last night rather, saying like his goal is to have 3 minutes or less of total like stopped non-running time throughout the event. And so that would make you would have to be very efficient to execute any sort of cooling strategies very frequently with that kind of lack of stopping, right? So that'd make it tough to get ice bandanas on very often, stuff like that, or you would have to be, very well skilled at that.
Yeah, I think we will see just how dialed in a lot of these crews are. For some of the age group podiums, hopefully, for their sake, it won't require as much attention to detail. But, if we're in a situation towards the later stages of this race where you have 3 or 4 athletes, they're all on the same lap coming into the finish, it can be very important to be able to get things on the fly, to have a quick communication with your crew and say on the next lap around, I need this in this bottle and like whatever ice container they have, so they can just like throw it down their shirt and keep going.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting, and we, have Chris Warden out on course getting some of the elites as we see Arlen Glick there coming through. Arlen is super interesting guy. Let's see if we can get this to pull in here.
Yeah, so Arlen, if you've been following ultra running over the last year, he's definitely been on your radar and is one to watch out here today. Won pretty much every race that he entered last year, all at the 100-mile distance. It seemed like he won Javelina, he won Umstead, he put down a pretty healthy performance at Desert Solstice. There's two other races that I can't even remember off the top of my head right now that he did last year. He was third in the Ultra Runner of the Year awards from Ultra Running Magazine for North America. So Mohican, that was the one I was forgetting. Took a win there. And all these performances, very stout, relatively runnable courses, but, when you're always vying for the win or you're actively winning, that means you are in the right mindset to be able to execute when it matters. So super excited to see what he can do, bouncing back from just a phenomenal 2021 to kick his 2022 campaign off right.
Yeah, it'll be super interesting. Obviously, no stranger to the 100-mile distance, no stranger to runnable hundreds, right? So having a lot of experience at races like Javelina, Umstead, Tunnel Hill, and maybe less experience at races like Hard Rock or Western, where there's maybe a little bit more vertical gain, although those two races are distinctly different as well. I think that's going to favor him, assuming that he has recovered from his big fall campaign.
Indeed.
Javelina and Solstice efforts back-to-back like that is pretty tough, obviously, but then, by the end of Solstice, he was very spent. So it'll be super interesting to see, if he's on fresh legs and is feeling good, then, you should never doubt the guy, right? He's proven that he can be successful at these kinds of events against anyone. So it'll be super exciting to just see maybe where his body's at in terms of recovery and see what he's got in the tank. Obviously, as of right now, he looks really good, but we're 40 minutes in. Everyone should look pretty solid as of right now.
Yeah, he mentioned that he actually feels like he recovers better in shorter blocks. When he races more frequently, it actually allows him to sort of key back in and keep the inertia going forward. So this is yet another opportunity for him to do that. This is actually, I think, a longer break than he would have had between Javelina to Desert Solstice. So if we saw what he did at Desert Solstice, had a pretty healthy day there, came through the 100-mile split in 13 hours and 27 minutes. And so with 2 extra weeks of freshness here and a national championship on the line, if he can run even a tad bit under that time, that puts him in position for the overall podium. And as he mentioned yesterday, if he can knock out a PR, not only would that be a course record here, but definitely puts him right at the front end of this field.
Yeah, and his PR is 12:57.
Yes.
Yeah, so super doable, I guess, for him on a course like this where it's very runnable. The harder surface versus Tunnel Hill, which is where his PR is from, I think could also come into play as well. Obviously, takes a little bit more toll on your body, but you do get a little bit more energy return there. Typically, concrete is going to be a faster surface than some of those old limestone or gravel railroad beds that you see in southern Illinois.
Exactly. And, because this is a national championship, it's important to talk about some of the other rules that are in play here. So if you were watching as the race briefing was being announced to the competitors. You heard potentially that they are not allowed to use headphones. There is no sort of technological aid allowed in anything under 100 miles. If it's an overnight race, then such as a 24-hour track race, then they have allowed that in the past. But because of safety concerns and just generally trying to make sure that everyone is as aware of what's happening on the course as possible, they do not allow headphones here. Also, because this is governed by USATF and World Athletics, there's actually a maximum stack height for the shoes that are allowed. And so your comment around the harder surfaces reminded me of this. Any shoes out there have to be a maximum of 40 millimeters. So most of the super shoes that folks have come to know and potentially love over the past couple of years, most of them would be eligible to be worn on this course, but there are a few that might be just above the maximum allowable stack height that could cause or that would lead to someone being disqualified from this race. So in terms of gear considerations out there, whether it's carbon plated or not, it can top out at a maximum of 40 millimeters of stack height if it's going to be worn today on course.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point to make there. And it's interesting, you would think like that's a simple rule to follow, right? The maximum stack height rule, but we have seen in the marathoning space in particular, athletes maybe not abide by that rule and have successful marathon races that were then they were disqualified for, which is still baffling to me in a lot of ways. But yeah, I mean, in terms of technological aid, nothing really allowed out there aside from GPS watches, which aren't really considered any sort of aid per se. But no music, nothing like that. So it's interesting that there's a few more rules than just a typical race.
Yeah, it's going to be sort of a grind, I think, for some folks who might not have been aware of that headphone rule. But there's a lot of energy there at that start-finish line. We had the Showgirls and Elvis earlier. I think we're going to see them return a little bit later in the day. And then obviously they're bumping their own music. So you're never alone out there. A lot of good energy to keep everyone moving around, even if it's not their curated playlist in their ear. But you did mention that GPS watches are allowed. We should shout out one of the sponsors of Jackpot Ultras this year is Koros. And so appreciate them, and you saw them right there on screen, and their support for Jackpot Ultra, helping to host this USATF 100-mile road championship and allowing us to do what we do to bring it to you all live.
Yeah, for sure. And I couldn't think of, honestly, maybe a better fit in terms of someone to partner with for an event like this because, Koros watches are known for their crazy battery life, but they also have, the Pace 2, which is a watch worn by Eliud Kipchoge. So they have, they kind of have a watch for everyone. And, for all our viewers out there, you can use the promo code Jackpot at Koros.com. Get yourself a new watch, but also with that promo code, you'll get yourself a free watch band, a free additional watch band. So huge shout out to Koros, and then a huge shout out to our other sponsors or partners for this event as well, Salt Stick and Gooder. Without all of these people, this coverage wouldn't be possible, and so a huge shout out to them as well. And there we had just a nice little close-up of the product, so love it. And here we're seeing, now we got the Chris Cam. He's showing a little bit more of these crew areas, which I know was something that we had kind of talked about a little bit earlier there. Not a lot of crews around right now. Probably enjoying some of the festivities, walking around, just catching the vibe really. But yeah, I assume that we'll see a lot more crews around as each athlete, able to kind of set up their own aid station. There's a nice product shout out to Salt Stick there.
Yeah, and you can see that these tables are buttressed up right against the edge of the trail. And so we were talking about that efficiency of working with your crew. Any step off of the path is a step in the wrong direction for these athletes. And so being able to be right there against the pathway, just stick an arm out, much like a relay baton, hand off bottles, hand off nutrition. It's really going to allow these athletes to keep it moving as quickly as possible with as little downtime as possible. So shout out to the crews that are holding it down course side and ensuring that our athletes get around in one piece. And if they aren't getting around in one piece, making sure that they give them whatever salves or new shirts or anything that they might need so they can feel a little fresher as they navigate these 85 laps around Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada.
Yeah, and we're going to see if we've got our results page up. Let me check to make sure that this is right here. And it looks like this is not fully populated yet, so we'll bring that back a little bit later. But we also have, so we will work on getting this updated again. We will be pulling data straight from the live timing, so sometimes that takes a little while to kind of fully work its way out and populate. But I think it's cool that is even working right now because Ken promised it to the people. So I'm super happy that we were able to get that up and running.
Yeah, you heard the timing crew during the pre-race spiel let folks know, hey, these systems aren't designed to run 24/7. And so if things delay or things aren't automatically populating both in our system but also on the TV screens right there at the start-finish line, give it a sec. He'll refresh it. We'll get it working. So technology is great. We're just got to keep navigating it, but we're happy to be able to keep tabs on the race as it unfolds, especially because you are going to have athletes that are going to be aiming for sub 13 hours as much as we're going to have athletes in this 100-mile race. They're going to be out there for 23, 27, 30 hours. So want to make sure that everyone who's watching at home and who's following along can appreciate their athletes. And we should talk about a lot of the folks that we have here. As I mentioned earlier, we have approximately 70 folks who were on the start line. And so I'm just gonna shout out everyone. So if you know someone, you can make sure to keep tabs on them. And again, we're talking folks who are vying for the overall podium, some of your more elite finishers, as well as your age group individuals who are just here for a good time. And it might be a slightly longer time on course. But starting today, we have Michael Bailey from San Dimas, Patrick Reagan, Alex Nichols, Callan Kahn, Arlen Glick, Mark Hammond, Jonah Backstrom, Brian Hannick, Zach Vogt, Joe Schmall, Brian Reeves, Gene Pommier, Paul Young, who we saw taking it out hot earlier, Tim Higgum, Chris Pope, Nick Elbin, Ray Sanchez, Philip McCarthy, Katrin Jones, Sung Ho Choi, Grant Barnett, Camille Herron, who we've seen on screen, Stephanie Flippin, last year's defending champion from this race, Justin Kerr, Loretta Tobolsky-Horn, Julie Caffetz, Dan McHugh, Nicole Monette, Jeffrey Foote, Phoenix local, so shout out, Roy Purung, Whitney Richmond, Sally Van Noland, Thomas Riley, Ken Hurst, Benham Kamrani, Jennifer Mayer, Melly Maturin, Beth Townsend, Franco Soriano, June Gessner, Sonia Decker, Stephen Yeager, Ed Rousseau, Remo Spagnol, Jim McGill, Dennis Treffincanti, Norma Roberts, Casey Urschel, Susan Schinberg, Robert Merceau, Tracy Thomas, Peter Bennett, Carla Lukoski, David Blaylock, Kathy Eartham, Angela Moore, Jill Hudson, Richard Yelverton, Todd Lee, Joselito San Gabriel, Yin Wen, Janice O'Grady, Luis Mason, Jean Sunyanaga, Mona Gutierrez, Yesenia Hernandez, Yolanda Holder, Jamila Abdul Rahim, Majid, David Long, Stacy Greenberg, Janice Harris, Mickey Burciaga, Alex Rudania, Ali Cower, and Hans Taylor all toeing the line in this national championship across all age groups. I think the youngest person we have out there is 25, and the oldest individual we have on course would be, I believe, Eddie at the sprite young age of 82. So a lot of folks tearing it up out there on course today and seeing what they have at this Jackpot Ultra Running Festival USATF 100-mile National Championship.
And it looks like we have Jamil back in the remote studio here. So let's go ahead and check in with the old Jam and see what he's seeing. Jamil, how are things going out there, my friend?
Cruising around, as you can see. So, yeah. I don't have much more to report at this moment.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you being out there, and we appreciate you just giving us a little check-in.
Yeah, they are still working on the live results so that you guys can see the standings. So hopefully that'll be up in the next few minutes. We'll be able to bring some of that up on the screen, and we'll share that link as soon as that's up and running. So I know Elemental Race Timing is working on that over there, and we've got potentially some other surprise commentary guests here on site. There's a lot of great people out here, and they'll have some great insights to share with you guys and all the folks viewing in a little bit.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
And here we are. We're back at our start-finish cam here. That looks like Stephanie Flippin just running by there. And Nicole Monette just behind her. Yeah, and so as we get, more angles on course and everything like that, we'll make sure that we are giving you the best coverage we possibly can.
Yeah, so Nicole is going to be someone to watch. She was not here last year. We mentioned that Stephanie Flippin, last year's defending champion, and Camille Herron, last year's runner-up, are on course. But Nicole had quite the phenomenal 2021 herself. Started it off with that second place at the Hoka Carbon X2 event, which over the course of 100K, very similar conditions to what she will be experiencing on course out here at Jackpot. Then she followed it up with a 10th place at Canyons as she was trying to race her way into Western States, and then finished up her year with that third place at Desert Solstice over the 100-mile distance. So an individual who, as we spoke about earlier, looking to see how they bounce back from a late fall, early winter ultra, but came through that 100-mile at 14 hours and 45 minutes at Desert Solstice. So she's got the leg speed, and if she runs even a similar time here on this course, that would be good for third all time. But again, she's going to be pushed out there by Stephanie, Camille, potentially some other dark horses. So Nicole is going to be a spectacular athlete to keep our eyes on as this race continues to unfold.
Yeah, definitely. I think that she's one of the, many interesting stories on the ladies' side, just to keep your eye out. She kind of really had that breakthrough performance at Project Carbon X2. I think prior to that, she'd maybe flown under the radar a little bit more and really had just such a strong showing there that she's definitely someone to keep your eyes on. As we see, I believe Mark Hammond there come through, but I mean, who knows how this race will unfold on the ladies' side, especially if the sun does start to heat things up a little bit. And there's any sort of carnage being had, Nicole could find herself in a pretty good spot to, run her way into podium position.
Definitely. And just to give a little bit of context, we've mentioned this course, 85 laps along a 1.17-mile course. So based on Stephanie's race last year, which is the course record on the women's side, at this point in the race, at just under an hour in, we would expect the lead women to be in the middle of their 7th lap. So Stephanie last year on her way to running 14:35, was averaging pretty much bang on 9-minute laps at the beginning part of her race. Again, it was hotter conditions last year, so we saw a bit more attrition later on for all of the athletes, even though both course records for the men and the women were set last year. But 9 minutes bang on for the laps for Stephanie last year, so we would expect these athletes to be in the middle of their 7th lap right now to be consistent with running 14:30 on the women's side. But that seems a little soft based on the confidence that they were bringing to the table during the athlete Q&A yesterday. So would not surprise me if we start seeing some splits that are dancing closer to the 8.5-minute range for this 1.17-mile loop.
Yeah, and it looks like we've got Jamil Curry back on site in, again, the beautiful city of Henderson, Nevada, at Cornerstone Park here. We're going to send it to Jamil, who's bringing us a little bit of a guest there. So, Jamil, how are you doing?
Doing great. Hey, guys, here with Jake Jackson, who is out here this year. He ran the race last year, and you were second in the 100-mile. So hopefully you can hear both of us loud and clear.
Morning, guys.
Yeah, Jake, how are you doing? Thanks for making the trip. I'm disappointed that the beard is still there and we're not going just mustache, but we appreciate you being out here.
Yeah, I got off work last night, so I didn't have time to hit the shower and shave up a little bit for you guys. So,
Jake, can you tell us a little bit about maybe how the conditions this year are looking a little bit different compared to the conditions last year? Obviously, the race is 2 months earlier this year compared to last year, but as someone who has been on site for both events, how does the weather look today compared to the race last year?
well, I've actually raced the 100-mile championship the past 3 years since they introduced it in 2019, I guess it would be. So out of the 3 years, this is by far the best weather we've had. So I'm expecting some very, very fast times. It can get a little bit breezy as the sun's going down. There's a slight breeze right now, but it's nice and cool. So yeah, it's going to be a great day for everybody running.
And Jake, I'm not sure if you were still tuned in to the athlete Q&A last night, but when you hear an athlete like Camille Herron say they're in better shape than when they ran their 100-mile world record, how excited does that get you to follow along with this race? And does that give you any sort of elevated expectations for what's to come?
Oh, for sure. I mean, one thing I noticed with her at Desert is that she took a much better pacing approach. I didn't realize that she was not going to go the whole 24 hours. So I came up behind her and I said, "Oh, you're pacing yourself quite a bit differently than she usually does. She usually likes to go out super fast and kind of hold on." And I would say I'm guilty of doing that too. And we're seeing what Nick does and maybe taking a little bit smarter approach to the beginning of these races. And she was pacing herself much more evenly paced, which I thought was really good for her to do. And I think in the 24-hour, I don't even think we've seen what she's really capable of. If she can get her pacing perfectly, a lot more even, and not go out so hard and just hold on to the very end. So something like this, I think, is right in her wheelhouse right now. She's in great shape, and I think we're going to see some, some fast times. Last year we saw a bunch of fast times, and it was hot. So with the weather being as great as it is right now, I think it's going to be a different game changer for this year.
Amazing. And then on the men's side, we were able to catch up with both Pat Reagan and Arlen Glick last night, who were, probably two of the favorites. But is there anyone on the men's side that you're really keeping your eye on, given that, there's people, the likes of Paul Young, who's currently taking it out hot and is leading the race, or Alex Nichols, or, Mark Hammond, who's a two-time USATF 100-mile champion. Is there anyone who, you're really keeping your eye on to see how they race today?
Yeah, I mean, Arlen, I think, is probably the biggest one. I'm looking forward to seeing how he does. Pat as well. He didn't have a great race last year, but he seems like he's in really great shape. And some of these other guys that we were, the few of them have already lapped, Mark and Arlen and Pat. We weren't sure who they were, so it'd be interesting to see. I don't know if they've run 100 miles yet. I think some of them are 50K runners. It'll be interesting to see how things pan out over the first half of this race. See if they can keep this pace, because they're moving right now. It's a little bit startling knowing what it takes to get through 100 miles, that they're moving this fast, to see what they do for the rest of the race. But yeah, I think Mark, Arlen, and Pat, they know what they're doing. So it'll be cool to see what these newer guys coming into 100 miles to see what they do.
Jake, as someone who's done USATF national championships on a regular basis, you mentioned you'd been here since 2019. What is it like to be vying for a national championship? What sort of energy does it bring versus your traditional trail ultra that we might be familiar with?
Well, for me, it's a little bit different. Being a little bit older, newer to the sport, this is not my job. I drive a truck for a living, so being able to just even participate in these kind of races is just fun. Just lining up next to, people like Camille and Pat, and, tried and true professionals in the sport. It's always fun to put yourself up against some of these people and just see what, the older guys that, wife and kids and 50-hour work weeks, and see what you can do. So it's a lot of fun just being out here to be able to participate in stuff like this.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Jake, thank you so much for taking a little bit of time to sit down and chat with us, and hopefully we'll be able to get you back on here, throughout the course of the day to give us, updates on things that you're seeing out there, as, you're the expert here. You've run the race. This is your landscape that we're all operating in. So anytime you want to pop back on, definitely feel free to hop on, and we'd love to chat with you some more.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's all smooth sailing right now. So we'll get down and dirty here in a little bit and see how everybody's faring out there.
Awesome, Jake. Thanks so much.
Yeah, Jake, no stranger to this course. As he mentioned last year, much different conditions, but Jake himself has the fourth fastest time for the men on this course with his 13:33 back in 2020. So if there's someone who knows how to properly run this course and have as least attrition as possible in the later stages, it's going to be one Jake Jackson. So excited to have him floating around. I don't know who's delivering those packages if he's hanging out with us in Henderson, but we appreciate him taking the day off and coming out to hang out with us and share his wisdom. So we'll pop in and check in with him as the day goes on.
Yeah, no, I think that he's a great asset to have on the live stream broadcast, just given his experience level and his level of expertise. And so yeah, it'll be awesome to check in with him throughout the course of the day, and I hope that everyone's packages are still getting delivered. And while I was hoping for the mustache, I am glad that Jake and his wife will remain together, because his wife said she would divorce him if he did go for the mustache. So yeah, huge thank you to Jake Jackson there for checking in with us.
So as we're watching the start-finish line, you are seeing a bit of the overlap between the 100-mile racers and the 72-hour racers. Very different pacing strategies, as one would expect from each of these races. You'll also notice that for some of these individuals, you just saw a person in the green shirt turn around, that many of these racers have bibs not only on the front, but also on the back, on their actual back. That is to help identify which age group someone may be participating in. So in the event that this does come down to a kick, or you're just figuring out on course if it's necessary to make a pass, you're trying to figure out where you might be in the standings, those bib numbers on the back will highlight which age group that the individual belongs to, or if they're in the open race. So open being anyone under the age of 40. And then the bib numbers on the back will highlight 10-year age groupings. So if you're a 50-something and there's a 50-something in front of you, might give you that little extra oomph to nip them before the line if it comes down to that.
Yeah, and we do have some questions and comments in the chat here. So Lindsay McDonald, Air Viper Racing team member, says her money is on Paul Young. No one snacks and jogs faster. And I do, while I know that is like kind of a joke, that is something that's like kind of important to factor in for a race like this, where you want basically, as little stoppage time as possible. So I think being able to grab and eat on the run is a pretty valuable skill set to have in a race like this.
Yeah, I mean, we've known too many people who have entered a coughing fit in the middle of a run, and it's just completely stopped them in their tracks as they were trying to, navigate something that might have gone down the wrong pipe. And so, as much as that is a joke in the chat, that's actually, yes, a very real consideration. You're trying to huff down some ruffles, and it goes down the wrong pipe, and all of a sudden you spend 15 minutes trying to get everything back under you after a pretty aggressive coughing fit that broke your strat.
And then another question in the chat from Run Republic. Any idea what mileage the leaders are at right now? And so I believe that there's currently the timing people on site are currently trying to just iron out a few kinks, and that's part of timing races is once the timing data starts to come in, that's when you start to realize whether everything is working or not working. And so as soon as they get that back up and fully running, we'll also be able to bring in our live leaderboard that will be updating. But unfortunately, it's tied to that timing data. So yeah, we're just kind of waiting on that. And I know that they're doing a great job at just trying to troubleshoot any problems that might be happening there. But Skylar may be able to give us a rough estimate based on historical time data.
Yeah, so Zach Bitter, who holds the course record here in 12:52, he was averaging 8 minutes and 20 seconds for each of the 1.17 mile loops. So we're about, what are we at, 70 some odd minutes in. So the lead men, if they were on Zach's course record pace, would be about in the 11th lap on course, 11 of 85. However, we just heard Jake talking about how some of our early leaders are already lapping some of our pre-race favorites. So we're looking at 12 or so laps in for our top men at the moment. So multiply that by 1.17, you're in the 13 to 14 mile range for our top men at this point. And then on the women's side, because of the course record pace that Stephanie set last year, and we know that Camille was actually ahead of her in the early stages. We would expect them to also be in the 11th lap right now. So really just getting excited for knocking out that first half marathon of their 100-mile journey around Cornerstone Park in Henderson, Nevada.
Yeah, it's definitely thanks for that. Obviously, these are, estimates based on historic data, but that's super useful, and I know you spent a lot of time putting that together, so it's greatly appreciated, my friend.
No.
This is what you're here for, You're like our version of the stats guy.
Data nerds unite.
And we've got the great TVE in the chat room. He says he would put the mortgage on Arlen Glick. I don't know what value the mortgages are in Morton, Illinois, just outside of Peoria, but that is a lot of confidence in Arlen Glick. So huge shout out to the retired ultra runner Taggart Van Etten.
I mean, if you take Desert Solstice aside, which I think Arlen went into as more of a learning opportunity to figure out what it's like to go past 100 miles, he hasn't lost in 15 months. So, yeah, I think if you're just going on just sheer momentum, Arlen is probably in the best position. But again, even the greats have a bad race. Kipchoge, the world-class marathoner, even took an L in the last couple of years in the marathon. So it's just a function of if Arlen can hold on for yet another race. He seems confident that he can based on our conversation with him yesterday. But, time will tell, and this is going to be a field that definitely presses him. You have the wily vet and Mark Hammond, who's run and won this race twice before. And then you have a Pat Reagan who has won a national championship on the road as well and is just on fire in terms of the athletes he's been coaching recently. They've had great success. So if he is a do as I say and as I do type coach, then that probably means he's in a good position to also press up and potentially get that gold today.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's one of the, incredible things about this men's field is there's just so many strong runners, same on the ladies' side. But one thing to note with Arlen is while Solstice wasn't necessarily his best performance, it also was his first foray into 100-mile plus territory. So, I do remember him looking pretty good through 100 miles and deciding to continue on for the full 24 hours. He didn't make it the full 24 hours, but, he really got himself into uncharted territory, which I think, assuming he's recovered from that experience, I think is, a good learning experience for him.
Yeah, and another athlete who has performed well going beyond 100 miles is Joe Schmall from San Antonio, Texas. He was fourth at the 2020 Desert Solstice, ran just under 140 miles there over the 24 hours. And so there are some folks who definitely have experience going well beyond the requirements of the particular race that we're in today. And so to see those types of individuals, the Joes of the world, go up against a Paul Young, a Zach Vogt, folks who have won and run some very fast times at shorter distances, seeing if they can hold it together through the entirety of 100 miles. Just a great juxtaposition of experience and strategies that we're going to get to watch play out as we continue through today.
Yeah, and speaking of Joe Schmall, he's a very interesting person as well. So one of his, what would you call it, things?
Hobbies?
Hobbies. Yeah. Hobbies, that's a good one. Is that he participates in eating contests. And I believe him and his wife even host one he's from San Antonio, correct? Yeah, in San Antonio. So Joe blessed us with a video clip of him in a hot dog eating contest, and I'd be super excited to share it with everyone.
We got to give the people what they want.
Here we go.
9, 8, 7, 6,
video of Joe Schmo in a hot dog eating contest, which is incredible. But in all seriousness, like that has to be pretty hard, right? Like to eat that much food that quickly.
Mental training is mental training, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if that's going to help with the mental training and, the thought of getting comfortable at being uncomfortable, right? Because there's no way during or after those endeavors that you could really feel comfortable.
Yeah, and if we're going to be talking about what has failed a lot of ultra runners in the past, having an iron stomach to participate in a hot dog eating contest probably transfers over to having an iron stomach out on course. And so making sure he's getting nutrition in regularly. I envision not a lot of hot dogs on course today, but making sure he's able to eat and move and be able to hold it down. Literally and figuratively, I think it's going to be very important.
Well, he did tell us during his interview yesterday when I brought it up that his hot dogs got confiscated by airport security. So he'll be looking for hot dogs on course. But you are right. Like, I think just training your gut could actually prove to be fruitful in an event like this, which is amazing.
Yeah. I mean, the conditions are significantly better than they were last year from a weather perspective, and so it is harder to digest when you're in the heat, when you're in hot conditions. So hopefully that means that for these athletes today on course, that keeping nutrition in and down and staying on top of it is just generally an easier task. But the body does weird things when you stress it over the course of these types of durations. And so I'm excited to see if Joe can have some fun out there on course, and who knows if the run itself goes well, maybe hop in, create a little finish line contest for some of the other competitors. We've become familiar with folks trying to host beer miles at the end of trail ultras. Maybe eating contests is the next big thing. Definitely gonna need some waivers.
I think there's something to that,
A lot of liability. Don't know if a lot of RDs are signing up for that. So that is not sponsored by us or the crew on site. Just saying, do what feels good.
Texas country living here. In high school, I entered a pie eating contest. We had to eat the entire pie. It was much like an 800-meter run where there was a lot of carnage at the end.
I would imagine so. A lot of follow-up questions. What type of pie? Does that include the crust? Was it a flaky crust? These are the sorts of considerations we have to be worried about. Because hot dogs, everybody forgets about the bun.
Yeah.
That's what takes you out.
Yeah, the bun. Well, that's very filling, I like how we've just gone on.
That's where we're at.
We're over here now.
We definitely just saw on the finish line Jonah Backstrom and Nicole Monette still running together through that start-finish line. Jonah is a real interesting character. So he runs for West Valley Track Club out in San Francisco. And I was talking to a teammate of his earlier this week who actually described Jonah as a madman. And I was like, tell me more. Jonah once went for a run from a cabin up in sort of like the general Lake Tahoe area. General training run, as many folks have done. Took a wrong turn. Turned a 20-mile training run into a 37-mile training run. Got back in the wee hours of the morning after dark, completely frozen because he just went out in a tank top. Wasn't expecting to be out in the high altitude conditions around Lake Tahoe at 3 a.m. And just was like, cool, yeah, sorry, babe, took a wrong turn. That's life. And then rolled out and did another run the next day. So talking about mental fortitude, Jonah's going to be one holding it down today and going to have that mental toughness to get through to get through this 100 miles. Also had a phenomenal fall training block. Had a good race at Quad Dipsy up in the Bay Area as well. So in terms of our Masters athletes to watch, he's definitely going to be up there for consideration on the men's side, alongside Gene Pommier, another Bay Area resident, pretty much runs the MUT, the Mountain Ultra and Trail Council for the Pacific USATF Association. And Gene, no stranger to these types of events as well, took an 11th overall here at Jackpot last year. So really excited to see what those Masters athletes can do, as well as all of the other ones that are out on course. But it would be very interesting if this 40-year-old male demographic comes down to two guys who live 15 miles apart, coming out to Henderson and towing the line against each other yet again.
Duking it out, right?
Yep.
That would be super exciting to see two of Bay Area's own, vying for that age group title.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we have this Bryce cam on course, taking you around. Little bit of tunnel vision as some of the runners might be having right now, so a little zoomed in, but you're getting a feel for sort of the general scenery that the athletes will be checking out as they traverse this 1.17 mile course. And it all brings them back here to this common start-finish line, being held down by our timing crew. The athletes will, once we get the system all refreshed and kick-started, we'll also have a scrolling TV screen. So they can theoretically keep tabs on where they are on course relative to their competition. That being said, I think the folks that are vying for podiums probably not going to want to slow down too much to try to do a deep read of the spreadsheet on screen, but they will very quickly be able to check in on some of their split times. Maybe they're coming up on someone and trying to figure out if they are lapping them or not. They will be able to potentially get that data in quick fashion if they look quickly as they pass that finish line.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to send it to our other static cam here.
Mm-hmm.
This just gives you a little bit more perspective on kind of the undulation of the course. So this is basically the only little climb on course, and you can see runners right before the finish getting that gentle uphill before they get to the start-finish line, where our other camera feed is allowed and we do have a good question in the chat from Ben Cook. Can you pace with other runners, or is that not allowed? If other runners are in the race, I believe there's nothing against any of that.
Correct. Yes. So there's basically under USATF rules, obviously someone can't just hop in the middle of the race and pace. It has to be somebody who actually started the event on that start line, and then it comes down to lapped traffic. So if you have to do a deep dive of the rule book, but somebody couldn't necessarily just like walk for the first 5 hours and then start hammering all of a sudden to pace an athlete. That would be a reason for a potential disqualification of both of those athletes involved. So if you're basically in good faith running with other runners that are a part of the event, then yes, you can pace off of each other, but there's no specific pacers allowed to hop in, and somebody can't sandbag and then ultimately try to pace a runner later on.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about spirit of the sport, right?
Yes. Yeah, the nature of national championships is the rules are pretty rigid, and so that's just the nature of the beast that you sign up for. just like with the drug testing policy, every runner who's participating in this national championship, whether they're vying for the overall podium, like Camille is right there, going through our shot, or for an age group podium, all are subject to drug testing. There's also national records that can be set because this is a certified course, and so all athletes have to abide by the USATF and World Athletics anti-doping clause, which includes things that might have been brought up in the Olympics recently, but also things such as THC, for instance. So all these athletes have agreed to that code of conduct when they took on their USATF membership and towed the line for today's national championship.
Interesting. So currently you can only pace if you were on the exact same lap per the great Nick Curry, American record holder at 24 hours, Nick Curry. I think we should address him with his proper title.
That's fair.
Out of respect. So thanks, Nick, for that information. And we did have a little bit, unrelated to the race question in the chat from our good friend Rob. Outside of the race, who bonks first in the studio, Skylar or Matt? And then Mallory in the chat, she's putting her money on you because she, has seen these Mountain Outpost videos from almost a decade ago now, where you used to put your body through some incredible stuff. And I think that people forget that I've been getting the reps in here in studio lately, pulling long shifts on these live stream coverages while, you've been in your cozy San Francisco home.
Wow. Okay. Two things. One, I think it's hilarious. You think I can afford anything in San Francisco? Two, I literally had that thought yesterday as I was walking to find lunch. I was like, I moved away from Arizona 5.5 years ago, almost 6 years ago, and so the first 10 videos on Mountain Outpost we filmed in a 8-week period, and then I moved away. And a lot has happened since I moved away, mostly aging. So I wouldn't put a lot of stock in my ability to still do anything that we did in the original Mountain Outpost videos. But as it pertains to which one of us will bonk first, honestly, it's probably me, given all I've had is 2 pieces of beef jerky and 1 cup of coffee and 4 hours of sleep. So, yeah, I think that you, as someone who has to care for other human beings, because you have children and a wife, I can barely take care of myself. So I like your odds of holding it down and getting us to the finish line, even if I have to go take a nap in the corner for 20 minutes.
I would say this. I think that Jamil might actually be the first one to bonk.
True.
So we may both be in the clear if we're including him, but no, I think we're both going to have ourselves, a day. You do have the experience of DJing late shifts. I'm usually asleep by 9 p.m. So it'll be interesting to see how that also plays out, right? In addition to the races.
Yeah, normally when I'm DJing, I'm trying to instigate people making poor decisions. It's a little different to be watching people trying to recover from potentially making poor decisions in the middle of this race. So a little bit of a different vibe, but excited to bring you the coverage into the wee hours of the morning, even if it means we get quite delirious here towards the end of it.
Oh, that's a definite. And we do have the wonderful Jubilee page in the chat. Her money's on me. So, the lines are pretty even right now. The betting lines,
yep.
If we were taking Vegas odds, are pretty even. So,
cool. Well,
hopefully it'll be a good time either way.
Yeah. Well, somebody just got their invite to a certain wedding revoked, so thanks for that vote of no confidence. No, super excited to bring you all the coverage, and super excited to the good folks holding it down at Jackpot down in Henderson, Beyond Limits Running, for even giving us the opportunity and coming to us with the chance to bring this to you, and then to USATF, the USA Track and Field gurus, the folks behind the scene for giving us the blessing to make this happen. So we'll be here. We'll be getting weird, but we'll be here to ensure that you have coverage both on this stream, and then make sure you follow along because of the limits of YouTube, we will at some point this afternoon end this particular stream, but we'll be back up with a second stream to take you all the way through the finish of our podium finishers. It'll be right here on the same channel, so if you're watching live on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button below for the Steep Life Media channel, and then hit the bell that's right next to that button, and then you'll get a little push notification. So if you go about doing something on your Friday, maybe you have to actually go to work.
Yeah,
things like that.
You should stay
you
with
should
us
hang out
the
with
whole
us.
time. But if you
leave, you'll at least get the push notification to make sure you have the best link when we go live into the evening as well. Kicking your holiday weekend off right as these folks are tearing it up on the course throughout Cornerstone Park, as we have this beautiful drone shot cruising along. And I like it's just also basically an open park still. It's got a dude walking his dog.
I love it. That's actually one of I remember chatting with Ken a little bit in the lead up to all of this coming to fruition, and that was, one of the reasons they are able to use the beautiful facility here at Cornerstone Park is because they host the race on a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
If they host it on Saturday, it might be more difficult for it to be a USATF real elite level race because there's more natural foot traffic at the park. And so, the park is open, obviously, to everyone. And so you're going to have, the likes of Pat Reagan, Arlen Glick, Camille Herron, Stephanie Flippin just running by, folks out walking their dogs. No big deal.
The best parts are when random passersby have no idea that they're watching a national champion potentially go past them. People get super excited. Like, we're in the middle of the Winter Olympics, and everybody sort of puts their homerism hat on for curling or bobsled or, your particular sport of choice. And then someone who very well could be on a national team in trail and ultra running races just blows right past them.
Yeah, well, and the people out there, I mean, unless you're an avid fan of the sport, you probably don't know, right?
No.
Like, I think if I was just like a normal person out taking my dog for a walk, I wouldn't necessarily, I would know that there's an event going on, obviously.
Right.
I would pick that up pretty quickly. But I wouldn't know that these are like elite athletes necessarily, right?
No.
I would think these people are running fast. Are they doing like a 10K? But they're running 100 miles at this pace, which is pretty insane.
Yeah. Or there's potentially that one person who's like, oh, I can definitely run faster than this person. I'm reminded of Molly Seidel's Bumble post where she was listed as a professional marathon runner, and her match asked, it's like, do you think you could run a faster marathon than me? And she appropriately responded, I sure as hell hope so. So, I hope that if anyone out there, some random passersby, might be throwing a little bit of shade, that they understand you're probably not going to do your couch to 100-mile plan in just one day. And there's some folks that are really tearing it up out there. And here's the thing. There might be some individuals who are going a little bit slower than who we have here on screen. But if I'm running 100 miles in my 70s, then I'm going to take that as a net win. So get off my lawn.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm in my 70s, or I think our oldest participant is, 82?
82.
If I'm even considering, running 100 miles at that point in my life, that is definitely like a life win.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I will have succeeded at something, Well,
I mean, based on how some of your recent races have gone, you might want to hold out hope that might be the only victory you get sometime soon.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. So we talked about how the age group breakdowns go every 5 years. You have an opportunity to be the national champion. You can be the 40 to 44 national champion. You can be the 75 to 79 national champion. We actually have 4 athletes in that 75 to 79 range on the men's side. So there's actually going to be, unfortunately, one 75 to 79-year-old who's out here grinding for 100 miles and won't even make the age group national championship podium. That's just how deep this
awesome.
goes. Yeah.
That's a battle for the podium.
It's legit.
You know? That is legit. You know, I think sometimes you get into the, more the upper age groups, right? And they're less participated naturally, so maybe you only have one or two people per age group. So someone's going to win, someone's going to lose, but you're both going to be podium finishers at a national championship event, right?
Yep.
But to have like a true battle for the podium at what age group was it? 75 to 79?
79, yeah.
That's going to be epic. That's going to be real epic.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the only age group where we're going to have this sort of situation breakdown. Obviously, the 40 to 44, the 45 to 49, the 50 to 54, very stacked on both the men's and women's side. And that's why those bib numbers on the back of these athletes are incredibly important. It does allow them to have a sense of if someone directly in front of them or within line of sight might be within their specific narrow age group window, and they might be battling them. Obviously, with the loop nature of the course, going around this thing 85 times, you got to do a little bit of math to figure out if they're on the same lap as you. But hey, if you're going out there and you're on that same lap and you're grinding, we could see some kicks. It could be fun.
Well, I would imagine you probably keep it in your mind, right? If you're coming in with a mindset of competing, right? Which, not everyone is necessarily here to like compete for place, right? They're here maybe to see what they're made of and how they can, achieve their best time and things like that. But if you're competing, I feel like you would probably keep track of that, like kind of in your head as best you can, right? Which will be harder as the day goes on.
Absolutely.
But especially in like the open division, right? I imagine, someone like Paul Young knows that everyone is behind him. So if he passes an Arlen Glick or a Pat Reagan, he kind of starts to know in his head, like, okay, I'm a lap up on these guys. So if they end up overtaking him at an aid station, he knows he's still ahead. But yeah, I mean, it will be interesting that is one interesting thing to consider on like such a short looped course, right? Because it'll be inevitable that people are on different laps, especially as the race goes on.
Yeah, because of the lap nature of this race, if you duck into the porta potty, you might miss a pass happen, and then all of a sudden, you're unsure if you're on the same lap as someone, you're still a lap ahead of them. You don't know how many people might have passed you while you're in there. So downtime really does become super important. We have that crew row that we saw footage of earlier. So a lot of those tables are right there against the trail, against that pathway. So if somebody does make a pass, if you have a slightly longer stop, you at least can see them. But the one time where you would lose line of sight would be if you duck into the restroom. So that becomes a planning factor as well.
Yeah, and we do have a question from my good friend Eli Dickerson in the chat. Georgia native, lives in the great city of Atlanta, Georgia. Shout out to Eli. He wants a little bit of clarification. Was that male, 75 to 79, or female?
Male.
Okay.
Yeah. So the oldest female in the race is 73. In an age group all her own, so just get to the finish line, you get to be that 70 to 74 national champion. But yeah, we have 4 men in that 75 to 79 grouping: Dennis Traficante, David Blaylock, Todd Lee, and Jim McGill.
Jim McGill, I believe he is also a bit of a pioneer in the space, if I'm not mistaken. I believe one of his first races was in like 1991.
Yes. So Jim, a Bay Area resident, member of the Pacific Association as well. First race in Ultra Sign-Up is the Quicksilver that happens down in San Jose. Yeah, the 50 miler.
1991,
in
right?
1991.
I remember seeing that when I was when I was doing a little bit of research. And we've got the Bryce cam here. And fun fact here, so one of the reasons that this was zoomed in so much earlier is Bryce was on a bike.
Mm-hmm.
So we were testing out a little new Bryce bike cam.
Nice.
I'm not sure if he's still on the bike or if he is now on foot, because Bryce, also a very fast runner, should be able to keep up with some of these athletes for sections. So shout out to Bryce for being out there, giving us a little bit of a follow cam shot. But we got to bring it back to the eyes in the sky as the great Jamil Curry continues to bless us with some beautiful aerials. Yeah, and this is again one of the few stretches on the course where athletes are going to have some shade. It's interesting that I would have expected to see the runners, maybe as it gets warmer they will, but like pushed up very far to the left of the path there, just to not have to go in and out of the shade quite as much. But I mean, with that like 20-meter stretch, it probably just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of running the tangents, and if you're going to be trying to take the shortest line possible, then I suppose being on the right side of that path, since you have a right-hander at the end of that might be part of the calculus as well. But, this course is certified. No one who finishes all 85 laps in this race should be able to dip under 100 miles. And we're still in an urban environment, so everybody will still get their full credence on Strava. They'll get that full 100 miles banked. So shout out to folks on course today holding it down and putting in their money's worth.
Yeah, for sure. And that actually brings up, as we're getting a nice follow shot here from Bryce, that brings up a good question. So Molly Seidel, maybe obviously famous for being an extremely talented runner, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also known for, and I don't know if she eventually changed this, but I believe her marathon medal winning performance was uploaded to Strava just as morning run. What do you think the title of the race winners on Strava will be today? Do you think it'll be just Savage and uploaded as just morning run?
Yeah, I would assume so. I know personally, if I went out and ran, 8-minute laps for 12 and a half hours, I probably wouldn't have the wherewithal to then pull out my phone and try to come up with a witty name. I'd be a little tired. So I'd be like, let's let it auto push through the system, and I'll deal with that tomorrow. And by that point, hopefully folks will have given it all the kudos that the performance deserves. And it's like, well, now we just have to keep it as is. So,
yeah, and actually, I'm gonna pull up Strava here on the on the computer here. I have to know if Molly Seidel changed her. Actually, no, I'm not. That's not good. That's not good television. But I would be interested if anyone in the chat. Rob Ricardo is in the chat. Rob will do this for me. Rob, can you see if Molly Seidel has changed the title of her marathon medal performance at the Tokyo Olympics? And it looks like it's going to be a race, as Skylar is also pulling it up here. So
actually,
there is nothing more savage, though, than having like just an incredible performance and just leaving it as morning run.
Yeah, really
nothing more savage.
Yeah, makes people question why they're doing what they're doing. Actually, what I was looking up is Mark Hammond, who's won this race twice. I was wondering what he titled his efforts.
That's a great question. Great question.
Of course, a little difficult to go back in time.
Because he won in, 18 and 19?
19 and 20.
Okay, so you got to go back a little bit.
He, in 2020, just named it USATF 100-mile championship. Cool.
Let's go ahead and see what this there, we've got the old Bryce cam. Love it, and we're back to Jamil's drone shot here. And Rob in the chat is saying Strava name Walk in the Park. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know if that's a proposed Strava name for this or whether Rob has already done the research. That doesn't strike me as a Molly Seidel Olympic medal naming convention, but maybe.
You know, anything is possible when an Olympic medalist wants to do what they want to do. It's pretty much how it goes.
And I'm going to pull this up because I think that this is actually true. So I believe Molly changed it to full send in Sapporo.
I can get down with that.
I think that I maybe have seen that. So that seems accurate. That also seems like Molly. And
yes,
it's a clear indicator the marathon was in fact not in Tokyo, although it was part of the Tokyo Olympics. It was in Sapporo, which was not all that close either.
Although it is worth mentioning, that does remind me that there are USATF championships across multiple distances in the mountain ultra trail space, one of which is the 50K USATF Trail Championships that are going to be happening in Oregon this summer to coincide with the World Track and Field Championships happening at Hayward Field in Eugene. So they found a way to make sure that when all eyes in the track and field world are on Oregon, to also tie in a trail race so that the ultra distance folks can get some love as well. So super excited that USATF was able to pull that together, and looking forward to seeing maybe even potentially some of these athletes, maybe some of you watching at home, toeing the line at the Oregon 22 50K National Championship race.
Did you think we can talk ourselves into maybe a little live broadcast, or what do you think?
I mean, they know where to find us.
Do you think anyone from USATF is going to watch this?
Yes.
I hope so. And I hope that I actually just hope that they see this moment where we're like, we would love to be in Eugene to broadcast, you know, the 50K championships there.
Yeah.
And, you know, we would even pay for our own tickets to go to Hayward. We wouldn't even ask for free tickets necessarily. You know, just let us come out and broadcast so we can be there.
We'll hang. It'll be fun. It'll be a party.
It'll be great. It'll be great. And then let's see here. Question in the chat, can we see the lap times and splits anywhere? We're still awaiting confirmation. I know that the timing company was trying to work out just a few kinks, and as soon as we get confirmation that all of that is up and running smoothly, we will be able to pull up our results leaderboard here, but we will also pin the results page in this chat here for you all to access easily. Mm-hmm. So, again, it's just the nature of timing, right? Is you don't know what's not working until it's not working. So I know that they've been trying to really work through that, and so as soon as we have an update there, we will share that with you all. So this is a pretty cool shot as Bryce is heading through, you know, the tents, and I believe there is our current race leader, Paul Young. Are those cow print shorts?
Oh, yeah.
We saw some cow print shorts at Black Canyon last weekend, and we've seen it looks like a few pair now this weekend. And Paul Young has really taken it out super quick here, which I think is awesome. You know, I think it's awesome to have that attitude of, hey, I belong here and I'm just going to send it.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
No, not going to be intimidated by the competition or the course. You know, powered by the cow print. I think there's a running group up in Washington where this is their steez. Like, this is their style. This is their whole thing. And so I think that's what we saw at Black Canyon. We're seeing Paul bring it on course right now. And he's in pretty good position and looks to be going real smooth right now. Again, we talked about it a little bit earlier when he came through flying after the first lap, but Paul Young, pretty sure this is his first 100-mile race, but has had some very impressive PRs and races at shorter distances. Just last month ran a 3:22:59 50K up in Washington for the win at Bridle Trails, and then had a 100K second place at Weistow back last July. So has been able to do it on flatter surfaces, been able to do it on some trail surfaces, but hasn't knocked it out at 100 miles yet. So not intimidated by the fact that he's going to be adding an extra 37 miles to his day than he's probably ever done before.
Yeah, no, that's he's one of a handful of like really fast kind of 50K, like primarily 50K specialists in this race. And so it's Callan Khan, I think, is the other one that really comes to mind, who's run sub 3 hours for 50K. But what's interesting is he doesn't care about the distance. He's like, I trust in my fitness. I trust in my body's like physical and mental ability to cover the distance. And so I'm just gonna kind of go for it. And Rob Ricardo with a new Strava name, full Sanderson, Nevada.
All right, Rob.
Not bad. I
Good
like
work.
it. I kind of like it.
Oh. Yeah, no, it's going to be – I think that's going to be the long grind. Follow-up after this race is who can have the most entertaining Strava titles, which very well might be somebody back of the pack, especially if they have a really rough day. We might get some very interesting narrative elements there.
Yeah, and so just off your screen now, just moments ago, you could see Bryce in the drone shot. He is in fact still on the bike.
Good.
So we do have our Bryce bike cam, as you're seeing right here, as he is keeping up with Paul Young, the 2021 Stagecoach 55K winner as well. Huge shout out to the Flagstaffians, and shout out to Lindsay McDonald for making that public. And the chat is telling us to check out Paul's Strava.
Yeah,
he puts in some crazy mileage.
Yeah, within reason. I think that he has definitely stepped back and tapered well for this race. But 3 weeks ago, he ran a 135-mile week with 7,000 feet of climbing. So that was his peak week coming into this particular race. Looks like most of his weeks were still averaging between 80 to 95. Couple big efforts in there. But for the most part, Paul looks to be prepared to step up to this type of distance. Has been very consistent in his training. The last time he had a real true down week would have been mid-October. Honestly, might have been the first week of October. So super consistent since the beginning of the fall. Just steady, sticking around. Had some big weeks through November, and then as things got cold, dropped it back on down to that 80 to 95 mile range on average. But yeah, he's been damn consistent the whole way through, though.
Definitely some big weeks, right?
Yeah.
But I feel like they're not as crazy as those weeks once seemed to me, in terms of just like people in the space now putting in. Like there are a lot of runners putting in those like 120, 130 kind of weeks.
Indeed.
But that type of mileage is still like kind of near the peak of what people are putting in, and for him to be as consistent as he was, I think is incredible.
Yeah. So thinking through some folks who are professionals at this, pretty much make their living doing this. Pat Reagan has been averaging pretty quiet 52 miles over the last 4 weeks, but before that was consistently hanging out at basically the 90 to 110 mile range from Thanksgiving all the way through the first week of January. So it's just been hanging right there at that 100-mile week. And then Alex Nichols, another one who has just been super consistent. His last true down week was the 4th of July.
Well, and wait, was that Paul that just stopped? I can't confirm that, but there was someone who looked like he was wearing the same kit as Paul in that drone shot who appeared to turn back. And so we'll try and get some confirmation there. It looks like, yeah, here we go. Let me see here. If Bryce can pan back on Paul, if he can hear me, that is Paul.
Mm-hmm.
So not sure what is happening right here, but
Yeah, as we are just under 2 hours into this.
it looks like he may have been trying to get something from his crew maybe, and it just missed him. But he's back off. So yeah, he is back off and rolling. So that got my heart rate up a little bit.
I mean, yeah, I don't think he was just trying to go for a quick 16-mile, 18-mile training run.
Just a nice 2 hours.
Would have been quite surprising if he had been in position looking that good and then all of a sudden, in a matter of seconds, felt compelled to drop. But that's the nature. Even though you see your crew every 8 to 10 minutes in this looped format, if you need something, you need something. And going another 1.17 miles, that could be a difference maker down the road if you can't stay on top of hydration, nutrition, whatever you need to maintain homeostasis.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if he maybe just missed his crew or something like that. But that was definitely very interesting to say the least. But he's back out and running, and that's what matters.
Yeah, and as soon as he went through that start line, it was only a matter of probably 10 or so seconds before we had Arlen Glick coming through that start-finish line as well. So other folks that we expect to be in contention here for the podium at this national championship race down in Jackpot Ultra Running Festival, they got their eyes on the leader. They're not letting him get too far away. So we'll see how that continues to shake out as we move here into the third hour of running for these athletes. Less than a quarter of the way through their 100-mile journey.
Yeah. That's all I've got. It's nice, yeah. But no, it'll be interesting. We should be towards the end of this hour. We should be having our race leaders closing in on the 25-mile mark, which is one of the number of kind of monumental splits along the way. Zach Bitter, his 25-mile split when he set the course record last year was 2 hours, 56 minutes, and 55 seconds. So that would actually put us almost right at 11 a.m. local time, so Pacific time out there in Henderson, Nevada, as the race did start at about 4 past the hour. So let's go ahead. And let's just keep it here.
Yeah.
Bryce, shout out to Bryce Brooks for being out there, getting us some great follow shots on the Bryce's bike cam.
And you saw 2 sets of arrows on that navigation sign there, the red arrows are for athletes that are competing in the USATF 100-mile that we are focused on here. The black arrows are for those who are participating in the 72-hour race that is also happening concurrently on a slightly different course. So 100-mile champs is occurring on that 1.17-mile loop, 95% asphalt, 5% gravel. The 72-hour and all the other races that will be happening this weekend down at Jackpot are on a, I believe, 2.5-mile loop that is basically flipped. It's about, I think, 85 or 90% packed dirt and gravel with very little actual asphalt for them. So much more kind to the feet and knees for the folks that are not racing for this championship. But in the eyes of USATF, there's a need for speed, and so as much concrete as possible out there to get folks going.
We are getting some excellent follow shots here from Bryce, and we are going to send it over here to the chat. Who is leading the race? I believe that the race leader is still Paul Young, who we believe we saw take a little pit stop earlier, but he's back on the course. Arlen Glick, assuming they're on the same lap, was just a little bit behind him as well, but as soon as live tracking gets updated and rolling, we'll be able to pull that those live results straight into the to the stream here.
Yes, and on the women's side, Camille Herron looked to be taking the early lead as expected, given her statement yesterday that she felt she was in better shape than when she ran her world record a few years back. But we've also seen Stephanie Flippin and Nicole Monet just very close behind in terms of navigating around this course, all coming in with their own strategy, running their own race, and seeing if they can, even if not negative split on the back end. So that's where the race currently stands.
Yeah, and we are currently following Zach Vogt, who we did have the privilege to sit down and chat with yesterday from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Beautiful Mississippi accent. As someone who spent 6 years in Georgia, it's always nice to hear the southern accents. I love them. So shout out to Zach, who he's a fellow dad as well. Gets in his mileage kind of when he can, and puts in some really consistent training, and was really excited about his potential for today's race.
Absolutely. Yeah, spoke about how he had a pretty great run at the Fondram Urban Ultra last year with that 74 miles in 12 hours. Felt like that he learned a lot and really going to propel him to some success here, really being able to put his best foot forward. So excited to see him out on course, getting out of the Deep South and heading on over to Southern Nevada to traverse 100 miles with us here today.
Yeah, it's going to be, there's so many, just incredible athletes out there today. It's going to be awesome to follow along with each person's journey as we bring you this coverage. Our coverage will conclude later this evening or into the early hours of tomorrow morning when the women's podium finishers are all through. But yeah, we're super excited to follow along with everyone's journey. And it looks like the wonderful, the svelte voice of Chris Warden is about to grace us with a guest from what did we say the terminology was we were going to use? Course side?
Yeah,
So,
course side.
Yeah, roadside. We got the
roadside
AAA
coverage.
cam, the roadside coverage with Chris Warden. So, Chris, how are you doing, my friend?
Good morning, Matt. Good morning, Skylar. It is a beautiful day out here in Henderson, Nevada. I've actually never been to Henderson. I've really never gone more than 2 or 3 miles from the Strip. So for me personally, it's great to see. Like, there's great hills in the background. This park, Cornerstone Park, is gorgeous. It's a great race venue, and I was able to track down and corral the race director, Ken Rubely. Rubely, like Jubilee, is how we pronounce it, to give me a pronunciation key. First of all, Ken, thanks for having us out here. This is a blast. I wanted to bring you on to kind of tell us, about this race. Tell us the genesis, the beginnings, what it's about, what it means to you, obviously to you and to your wife Stephanie as well.
Well, we started a race called Beyond Limits Ultra 11 years ago. I'd gotten in the middle of an ultra race, and she got a kidney pancreas transplant in the middle of the race, and so we thought ultra running played a part in saving her life. So we started that race just to give back and celebrate. No intention of doing another race, but I was living in Vegas, and I'm like, man, there's just nothing cool here in terms of running long. So this park had just opened, and we started tinkering with it, and no intention of bringing USATF folks out here. I mean, we're all about normal people pushing beyond limits, because my wife's thing was, hey, if I'm on dialysis, I got to push my body. I can't quit. You got to use your mind and get past it. So in a short loop ultra, as you probably know, you get to know the runner. I mean, you go by 50 times. If you're chafing, I know. If you're crying like a baby, I know. So it's like therapy for our soul, because I get to really help you and see you succeed. But then a few years back, a guy named Howard, who was asked us if we'd do the USATF. I'm like, man, I don't want to deal with paper. And then he skipped calling me, and I go, what happened? He goes, oh, I'm about to get a kidney transplant. I'm like, man, you did that on purpose. You know my wife's story. So, but the idea was we brought folks in, and not a lot showed up the first time. But now the idea is it's like playing Michael Jordan, basketball with Michael Jordan, right? On a 2-mile loop. I mean, you got Arlen Glick, and you got an 81-year-old guy right there, and they're going to see each other over and over and over. So for me, being a geek of ultra running, it's like, God, it's like, if you're at the Masters and you get to play, so that's what it's about. And, we really want to, so it's pushing beyond limits, but we're also trying to increase recognition for the ultra runners. To me, they're the most badass runners out there, so we've done a prize pool and we keep kicking it up. And, blessed to have Jamil, you, Steep Life team, and Aravipa available, because we share the passion of pushing this out there. And thank God, God was nice for once. I mean, the weather today, so people know, I mean, there's maybe 2-mile-an-hour wind. If you've ever been here before, that never happens. And it's like 68. So, Arlen's looking good. I think we got records that could happen.
Real nice. Camille looks great. Like right now, everybody, I mean, obviously it's still early in the day, but everybody looks fantastic out here. About to have live music starting. We got the guy coming out here, and then later today, just to remind people, from 4 to 6, we have the viewing party. Deep in the race, all the people who run tomorrow, the 6 ultra races tomorrow, they come and pick up. So the showgirls come back. He's going to play music, and it's trying to create that spectator feel, right? Yeah.
Because now you're going to be deep into the race, so it's going to be defined.
Yeah.
And so it's like, all right, let's cheer these guys. Let's start betting money. I don't bet on people, but
we are in Nevada, so
anyway. But I can't thank you guys enough. You guys in the studio. I mean, we all have the same passion. This sport deserves a lot of coverage, and we're just trying to make it fun, and appreciate you guys being out here.
Yeah. So who's your designer? Who are you wearing today?
That's nothing. Wait till you see the ice cream outfit later. The problem is the dry cleaner is shrinking it, and my abs hurt because I just suck in my stomach. And finally, when we talked, I go, dude, I got to unbutton it and let myself release here, because I've been tapering for 6 years. I'm really good. I'm a professional taper.
And we do have a question from our live chat audience here. The people want to know, what time is the band playing exactly? That's what the people need to know.
Well, I'm watching him set up right now, and we're putting his speaker farther away because he plays covers. And because we're trying to get big and get into Sundance Film Festival with this coverage, we got to make sure you guys don't pick it up. So he will be playing in 3 minutes, and he'll play for 4 hours. So he'll play till at least 2 o'clock. Then he'll play again from 4 to 6 tonight. Yeah.
Awesome.
And we will do snow cones and popsicles soon. I got the ice cream bike ready to go. I just got to wait till people sweat a little bit more, and then we'll get that going. So that's
awesome,
a new
Ken.
suit, man. Wait till you see that one. All right, man. Thank you.
One of the things also, talking about, and I say this at every fixed time race that we cover with
Steep Life Media, whether it be this or Desert Solstice. If you want to come out and check this out, we're in Las Vegas. You're in driving distance in several states. You could come out here from Phoenix and still be here in time for dinner. You can come out from LA, San Diego. You can get here if you want and hang out. It's a great venue. It's a great location. The vibe, the energy is wonderful, as it always is at a race of this nature. And, we're going to actually, I'm going to track down a veteran of this race, Jake Jackson, and we're going to bust open one of the swag bags.
Jake!
To kind of to go over some of the things that are available to the runners when they get here. The field is, the energy is high, and the field is all smiles at this point. And hopefully that sticks around. Hopefully all of the people at the top of the leaderboard keep having a great day, and we'll do our best to cover it as much as possible.
Cool. Yeah, awesome. Ken, I really appreciate your time. But before I let you go, I do have to correct Chris. We're in the beautiful city of Henderson, Nevada, not in Las Vegas. So Cornerstone Park here in Henderson, Nevada.
Thank you. Yeah, Cornerstone Park's our co-presenting sponsor. And the funny part is when we first started coming here, I had to go fill water jugs far away. We had generators. Now we have water, generators, water, real power, ice, everything. And we market the race, come to Sin City, because people don't realize City of Henderson, one of the top 50 places to live in the country. It's 8 miles from the airport, but people are like, Henderson, what is that, in like Reno? And so we do say Sin City, Nevada, so people don't get spooked. But, man, this is one of the best places to live by far. It's a cool place. So thank you for correcting this guy here where we're at. So, all right, guys, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ken, and thank you so much, Chris.
Yeah, I'm sure Mayor March really appreciates the Henderson-specific shout-out. So,
hey, Deborah March was a councilwoman before. I know. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Amazing. Huge, again, in all seriousness, though, huge shout-out to the city of Henderson for, one, even creating this beautiful facility at any given point, but for allowing us to host a race here. Huge shout out to them for helping all of this come together.
Absolutely, yeah. While Ken was chatting, I just really
you needed to know.
I needed to know where the suit was coming from. I'm deep in the cuts right now. I found not that suit, but a similar styled suit for $100. So I'm not saying that it's in the cart as we speak, but I'm not saying it.
Well, you'll have to share that info with Jubilee, because she's in the chat saying, love the suit, Ken. Gonna need to borrow it for Javelina. So I'm just saying there may be a similar style that is maybe more Javelina themed that could work here.
Well, they do have a selection on this specific website of Mardi Gras suits. That seems pretty on brand for Javelina. Where are we, like a week away from Mardi Gras happening anyway? So, listen, I might just need to pull out the credit card here in a couple minutes and just get weird.
Why not? Why not?
Well, because apparently I'm supposed to be paying for a San Francisco house in your eyes, so that's why I shouldn't. I should be saving money. However, here we are, spending my time, energy, and money to hang out with you. What a joyful day.
I appreciate your company. That's all I've got.
It only took us 2 hours, but we're already causing drama in the studio. I love it. And there's definitely some drama happening out on course. So let's talk about where these results stand at the moment.
Actually, let me just test this and make sure this works, because we may be able to pull this on screen here as well. Well, I've obviously have it on screen. Yes.
Boom. It's happening. All right. So as it currently stands on the men's side, we are just over 2 hours in, about 2 hours and 15 minutes in. Paul Young is in first place, just ahead of Callan Khan, who we mentioned, two of our 50K specialists tearing it up. And then Michael Bailey is in third. Michael is someone who was, if you invest a lot of stock in ultra running or ultra sign up ratings, Michael Bailey was at the top of that. Very interesting character in his own right, who won the what was the pool that we made? The Terrapin Half Marathon in 2019.
Terrapin Mountain.
Terrapin Mountain Half Marathon seemed to be his most notable performance in terms of the eyes of Ultra Sign Up. There were a couple other age-graded type performances to keep tabs on, but the 30-year-old currently in third place out on course. So happy to see some youngsters just getting after it out there. 30, 25, and 30 years of age on the men's side, holding it down. Fourth place, Mark Hammond, the wily vet who has won this race twice before, was only trailing by about 6 minutes or so. And then Brian Hannock sitting in fifth place, representing Redlands, California, and the Pacific USATF Association. On the women's side, as mentioned before, Camille Herron out in front, actually right there on the same lap as Mark, Brian, Patrick Reagan, Arlen Glick, and Nick Elbin. So she's out in front, followed closely by Katrin Jones and Stephanie Flippin and Nicole Monet. So the four of them holding it down on the women's side. And we'll work to do some quick math on how those times or how their times currently compare to the historic splits. But it looks like I can confidently say without doing any sort of math that Camille is certainly right at where other women have completed 15 and change. So that's where we're at around or just after the 2-hour mark currently.
Let's see here. It looks like we got Bryce back out on the follow cam here. Is that Zach Vogt that he is following there?
Looks to be that same jersey, yes. Zach currently in 13th overall, having completed 13 laps. 11th male on course at this moment. He actually came through about a minute ahead of that grouping of Stephanie Flippin and Nicole Monet. And someone we haven't talked a lot about at this point, but I think is worth bringing up is Alex Rodena, the Red Bull athlete out of Mexico City. So Alex is most known as an OCR athlete, having taken a couple championships in that arena, stepping it up to the 100-mile distance. In doing some research, one of the interesting tales that Alex has gotten into is she actually is the first/only woman to summit 3 volcanoes in a 24-hour period. And there was an entire write-up in her athlete profile through Red Bull talking about this story where, going around Mexico City, a very populated, very traffic-dense city, having to navigate getting stuck in traffic between the summits of volcanoes in the area. So Alex, not a big name in terms of the ultra running world just yet, but someone who is worth keeping an eye on today, especially as she's only 2 minutes behind both Stephanie and Nicole, our defending champion, and Nicole, who's been tearing it up throughout 2021. Alex sitting right there in fourth, just behind them.
And we had someone in the chat here asking what their distance was at. I adjusted the leaderboard here, so you should be able to see distance and last lap split. I believe is what this is. So
yes.
So there you go. There you go. Doing that.
Yeah, so this is a great shot where you can really see how those back bibs come into play. Those who are not in the 5-year age groupings in the Masters class will just have open across their back. And we have a lot of folks who fall into that category. It's also worth noting that on the women's side, our top 2 women, Camille Herron and Katrin Jones, both actually also fall into that Masters category, that 40 to 44 first grouping. So definitely continuing the trend that we're seeing in 2022 of age being just a number, and folks are tearing it up. And on the men's side, the first Masters male is Jonah Backstrom, the West Valley Track Club athlete, sitting in 12th overall, 10th male on course.
Bay Area as well, correct?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, West Valley Track Club based out of San Francisco. One of the original track clubs. There's a whole history of some of the original track clubs from around the country. Very, very specific, nuanced thing. There's in national championships, there are actually regulations on not just the type of shoes that you can wear, but the type of gear that you can have on a team uniform. And West Valley, as one of the OG track clubs, actually has a grandfathered in clause where their uniforms can have a much larger logo than you might see on newer teams, some of these pro teams. So if you, for instance, look at the Hoka kit that Camille and Patrick and Nicole are running in, there's a maximum allowable size and the number of times that the brand logo can appear on that uniform. That does not apply to West Valley. So he's going to be wearing that across his chest, very loud and very proud.
Love it. Love it. And it looks like we've got a little bit of a little Chris cam here showing the band still setting up, I think. Or is he playing? No, we're playing. I don't know if I'm a little scared to unmute Chris here. But let's see what it's about. Yeah, so there you got a little bit of the band. I don't want to get the stream pulled down. I know that he does cover music, so I'm going to just give you a little taste. But if you want the full experience of the band here, you're going to have to come out to the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival next year, or anytime in the next few days, as they've got races kicking off starting tomorrow as well.
Indeed, yeah, we've got a whole host of fun things happening down here at Jackpot. You've got the 72-hour that's happening concurrently right now. You've got another 100-mile that's going to be popping off. And then you also have a 48-hour, 24-hour, 12-hour, and a 6-hour.
Amazing.
So, hey, something for everybody.
All going down right here in Henderson, Nevada. Just a mere minutes outside of out of Las Vegas.
If you were looking for an excuse to go to Las Vegas, be like, hey, sorry, babe, I got to go run a 6-hour race, then you still have your entire evening and hopefully some legs under you. You could tear it up on the dance floor at the club of your choice.
And we just got report via our little chat here. Chris Warden telling us that Pat Reagan just recently to his crew on his last lap, this just feels effortless.
Dude,
it's a pretty good sign, although I will say we're less than 3 hours in, so it shouldn't feel too bad yet, right? But the fact that the word effortless for someone like Pat, who has run for decades, right? He ran, probably growing up in middle school, high school, collegiately, and then continued post-collegiately into the ultra space. For him to use the word effortlessly, that's usually a good thing.
Absolutely. A man who definitely knows his effort levels and what he's capable of. If you follow him on Strava, he is an open book in terms of his training, and you can see he does a lot of very specific effort-based training for these types of events. Really tries to dial in what 100-mile effort feels like. Really specific about the nutrition he takes. He tracks every single thing that he takes in the middle of runs to make sure that everything's above board and he's well taken care of, and ultimately is in a position to find success. So if he's saying things are effortless, he would know better than anyone about making sure he's dosing out that effort correctly. Obviously, Patrick also had that 11th place at Western States this past year, so he's known what hard effort feels like, and what the day may hold if it starts breaking bad. So excited to see him having himself a day out there. And currently he is cruising along 6th place overall. So just behind Mark Hammond and Brian Hannick on their respective laps. But hunting, he's playing it smart, playing it very smart. As we continue to move through, you see a young child who's maybe getting a little osmosis experience of running, even though they can't walk yet. They're just hanging out in that stroller, but they were ready to, I don't know, maybe glean a little bit of an education and could be towing the line here in 18 to 80 years.
And more clarity, more breaking news, not really breaking news, but more information on why Paul Young stopped. He was told by a USATF official, he was stopped by them, he had headphones in.
Yeah.
So that was the reason that Paul had stopped, was to take his headphones out. Again, I believe that was for some athletes, things that they maybe found out right before the race, and maybe he just didn't hear it. So, and good on USATF for just telling him to take it out. You know,
Indeed.
handling that well.
Yeah, no need to DQ somebody for what could be a pretty easy fix. So, so shout out to USATF officials. That's another way you can contribute to the sport. You know, USATF is always looking for new officials, and those officials can work everything from these type of ultra events to race walking to the more traditional track and field events that you can see on TV on a regular basis, indoor or outdoor. So,
well, and even down to the club level.
At the club level, and absolutely.
Well, which is shout out to my dad, who I don't know if he's tuning in or not, but he is a USATF official. So
right on.
Huge shout out to him. And I personally grew up in the club-based system, in addition to the scholastic system with USATF. So, huge shout out to the people at USATF for their support in this broadcast. I think that it's an important piece of moving the sport forward is, showcasing these major events and these national championships at the ultra distances in a similar manner to how we would see, shorter distance national titles on the roads.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And, there is ample opportunity for folks to get involved. If you want to be an official, it's pretty much the exact same process as being a USATF athlete and making yourself eligible to participate in national championships or club or association championships around the country, just like this. Just become a USATF member. In this instance, you got to take the officials training, and then you can sign up to participate or help run events just like this. Keep everything above board and make sure that the sport is moving forward in a safe, healthy, and ethical way.
And we still have, and again, American record holder Nick Curry in the chat asking, want me to jump on so we can do some charts? I don't know exactly what that means, Nick, but yes. Anytime Nick Curry is offering to do something, the answer is always yes. So, yeah, for sure, Nick. I don't know what you need on my end, but just let me know. We'd love to have you hop on.
Yes, absolutely. Because
Nick's probably a little bit more of a chart wizard than you, maybe.
I feel pretty confident about that.
Okay.
One of us gets paid to do it, the other one doesn't.
Well, it's a hobby.
Talk to me about public policy. We're fine. Make me have to live in Excel spreadsheets. Gets a little bit more complicated. But, hey, we're here giving the people what they want. And so, yes, if the people want charts, the people want graphs, the people want...
Well, and we do have this cool results page here.
Indeed, which
courtesy of Nick Curry. Nick Curry, I apologize, American record holder Nick Curry built this leaderboard for us and was able to work with the timing company for the event in terms of being able to pull that data in. So, huge shout out to Nick for that. Yeah.
And so, since we have the leaderboard on screen, you mentioned earlier that Zach Bitter on the men's side, the course record holder with his 12:52 here, his 25-mile split, so a quarter of the way through, historically had been, was it 2 hours, 56 minutes, and 55 seconds? And so that would be 25 miles is roughly, 22 laps or so. So we're approaching that 25-mile mark here relatively soon, and that'll give us a pretty good baseline to judge these early leaders against Zach's effort here on a much hotter day. We must remind folks that course record on both the men's and the women's side went down in just blistering conditions, mid-90s And as you can see, as we've gone around the course, very exposed. So it's just a straight up sufferfest out there. So looking forward to seeing, engaging the effort of our early leaders here against that mark. And then the folks who might have a more conservative strategy, like one Mr. Patrick Reagan, who's currently outside the top 5, but is just looking smooth. We'll see how he is faring against that. And then as the variance in lap times increases as the race goes on, we will then see who has the least flake rate.
Yeah, and I think that we're working on getting the American record holder at 24 hours into the stream here momentarily.
Oh, that explains so much more about what I just saw in the studio. Okay.
But you all are watching some of our race leaders here. Do we know who is in the yellow shirt? I believe that's Pat Reagan right in front of him, right?
It's definitely Pat in front of him. I can't tell who exactly is in the yellow shirt.
Well, it would make sense that it's probably Nick Eben. Is that how you pronounce his last name?
I believe so. Yeah, they were running pretty much even lap time, so that would track. We had that conversation earlier around whether pacing was allowed, if they're on the same lap, and they started the race at the same time. Then yes, they can cruise along. So it looks like we got a little buddy cop duo rolling around right now on course. It's definitely getting bright out there. The sun is shining. It's moving through the sky, so that shade that we saw from the apartment complex earlier might be a little less on course as we move forward, but all the more reason that these athletes might want to throw on their gooders. That's right, Gooder. Shout out to them for contributing and helping to sponsor this event, Jackpot, out there in Henderson, Nevada. They're fashionable. Hey, we were talking about Ken's suits. If you need fashionable eyewear, some sexy sunglasses to go with your completely wild, dare we say, vaguely ridiculous and amazing suit, Gooder probably has a style that will match whatever you want to throw on.
Yeah, and again, you talk about another company that's a perfect fit for helping bring this live stream to life. You know, Gooder is all about the fun and the bizarre, right? And so their kind of whole thing is running is fun, question mark. And, you know, by fun, Gooder really puts an emphasis on all the like unique things that, you know, you would see at Jackpot, whether that's the funny things, the weird things, the crazy things like Ken's suits, all of those things Gooder is all about, and they love hearing about all your cringy stories, I guess. But you can get your perfect pair of Gooder sunglasses for just $25 over at gooder.com. And I believe we have Nick Curry. I think Nick is wanting me to bring him in so that he can share his screen. So let me see if I can do this. All right, so Nick, I have you unmuted on my end. You're going to just need to unmute on your end, and I will bring you right in. And so it'll be just a minute here, and we do have our steady-handed Bryce cam back up and running. And Taggart, funny, you just asked what what Paul Young was running. You can see that on the screen, and I'm going to bring in American record holder Nick Curry into the chat. Give me 1 second here, as I don't want to break things, so I'm going to do it this way. Nick, how are you doing, my friend?
Hey guys, how's it going? Hear me okay?
I'm getting no audio. Oh, wait. I know what. I think you're good, Nick.
Can you hear me now? How about now?
I am not hearing you, Nick.
Let's see.
Now I've got you. Yep.
There we
All
go.
good.
All right.
How are you doing, my friend?
Good. Yeah, I thought maybe I'd pop in for a bit. It seems like I can't share my camera and the screen and audio at the same time. So can you guys pull up the charts from your end?
Do I have them? Where would I pull the charts up here, Nick? Oh, I see it. Nope, I don't see it. Let me go back here.
Thanks for bearing with us, everyone. On the iPad, Jamil says.
Oh, yes. Give me 1 second here. I forgot about that. Awesome. I'm going to, let's see. Should be able to go here and then go there. So now, Nick, you can still hear me. While I get this set up, I've got you on screen with the static cam and the band in the background. And now let me see if I can work through this here.
And while you're pulling that up, I'll ask the important question of Nick, which is how many people currently running this race called you up for advice on how to appropriately negative split this? Because I know it has to be more than 0.
No, it's 0.
What?
Maybe 0.5, because Pat had me on his podcast and we talked about some of that.
Amazing. All right, I believe I have this pulled up. Let me see if I can hit this button. Nope. Oh. All right, we're getting there.
He's playing around with chords in the studio.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is either I shared everything I know already in my blog posts, or people are just too scared to talk to me or something.
Yeah, you are such an intimidating human being, so I guess that does track. But
yes, we do have that pulled up now, Nick, and I'm going to bring you in here as picture-in-picture, so the wonderful people can see you in the bottom corner here. While we have the iPad display. So what are we looking at here, Nick? I see a progress bar, and I see your 2018 Solstice performance here.
We might need to refresh it. This looks quite out of date.
Hey, there we go. Oh, that's all I had to do. Nice. And so if I click on Zach Bitter's notable performance here, and compare that to, who would you say, Nick, Paul Young?
Yeah, so I think let's start with if we start on the guy side, we can pull up Zach Bitter and Sorokin's world record and then set the baseline hours to 12. So if we're projecting out that the winner would be roughly 12 hours, we'll see how those two performances compare. Zach's run last year, and then Sorokin's recent 100-mile world record.
Yep. I've got that, and then we've got Paul Young's progress here as well.
Yep, and actually, if you start pulling in a few more of the men's field, it's interesting that they're all below world record pace, which shouldn't be surprising, but all quite a bit faster than Zach's win last year.
And so here we've got, a number of the top men here, all pulled in. And like Nick was saying, if I zoom that in, so the top red line, the very top line is Sorokin's world record. The blue line here that you see that eventually drops down below the 12-hour mark is Zach Bitter's course record run last year. And so you can see that a majority of the athletes are, trending on the lighter half of that 12-hour line, which I think is really interesting. Obviously, we're still early, right? So it's maybe a little bit easier to run 12-hour pace or to run under 12-hour pace for the first 2 or 3 hours than it is to sustain that over, a full 12 hours. But in terms of, I believe a question in the chat in terms of like forecast or projection, I think this is a decent indicator as of right now. Is that right, Nick?
I wouldn't say it's a decent indicator of what will happen, but it is an interesting thing to look at. An observation I made from Desert Solstice was I was in 13th place, which is behind half of the field at 6 hours, meaning a quarter into the race. So if we're thinking we're about that place into the race here, 25-ish miles, the winner could be farther back than you'd expect. Yeah. To put it a different way, most of these runners are going to blow up in some way, shape, or form. Some will completely drop out of the race. Others will hang on, but they're not going to sustain this, 11 and a half hour pace.
Yeah, for sure. And then if we back all of that out and we take a look at the ladies' side, the benchmark there is closer to 13 hours, correct?
Yeah, 13 is a pretty interesting view. 14 also could be interesting given that's, maybe closer to what the winner could run, but at the same time, as we know, Camille can run faster than 13 and her world record will stack up pretty well here.
So there we've got kind of our top 6 women here. And as you zoom in, we've got Camille's world record from Tunnel Hill on the top, kind of bright green there. And then on the bottom is Stephanie Flippin's 2021 win in course record here. And then you're seeing, as we zoom in, a number of those women are running, above that 13-hour line, including Camille's current run, which is kind of on the same trajectory as her Tunnel Hill run, which again, everything needs to probably be taken with a grain of salt. But for someone like Camille, this is maybe not a like strange territory for her to be in this kind of pace.
Nick, is there something to be taken from the fact that for these women that are currently in the race, the lines look to be pretty straight? Like there's not a lot of bend, not a lot of arc. Is this to be read for the folks at home as they're running very consistent paces? It's just Camille is getting further and further ahead, and 4th and 5th might be getting just equally behind. Is there something to be taken from the slope of the line?
Yeah, and that's definitely like one of the things to pay attention to is like I don't know if this is actually true, if it's just the general perception, but I think women are kind of smarter than men overall at pacing. Uh, I don't know if it's maybe, guys are leading at the front of the race, ahead of everyone, and the women kind of are behind the guys to start, so the adrenaline kicks in more. I don't know if it's some kind of like macho cockiness, like, kind of something like that, or if it's just for some reason it appears to be that way and maybe it's not, but that seems to be true from my experience and observations. And I think that kind of speaks to what you're pointing out, Skylar, which is like the guys already show a little more variation in this. The bigger question is how long do those stay fairly straight? Because most of them will, as you even see with the world record and last year's winning pace, they tend to curve down. And so, even some of these, don't curve down until later in the race. Others start curving down very early, and it's a battle to the finish. So to me, it's almost too early to tell, but also that, a lot of them are starting out steady. They're not doing anything crazy. They haven't had to adjust yet, which probably shows that they have a reasonable chance of holding steady for a while.
Amazing. Well, do you have any more thoughts on kind of the data we're looking at here, or any more thoughts just on the race while we have you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the things that sticks out is the heat. I know you were talking about it earlier, but especially in terms of this is one of those like deceptive hot races where it doesn't seem like it should be hot. And, like desert solstice often is very similar. The air temperature often isn't too crazy. And because the morning started cool and it's, February, we're not thinking like we're in Western States territory where everyone's assuming they've got to be hammering ice and dousing themselves with water and doing all these heat mitigation strategies. Most runners out there, even if they recognize it's hot and it's exposed and the sun is beating on them, they're thinking they just need to do a little bit extra. And so what's happening in the process is they're still way overheating relative to if it was, an overcast day and it was 50 to 55 degrees, where those are like the ideal physiological running conditions. And we're so far from that, especially that, dry air and direct sun, like will sap the runners slowly. And so the ones who will do best in terms of the heat and lose the least from it are the ones that are already totally on top of it. And I haven't been able to identify exactly who's been doing that, but I suspect if you start to pick up on those things, if someone's already dousing themselves with water every lap, they're the ones that are more likely to be strong, like once the sun starts going down and all throughout the later afternoon, where the ones who are taking it for granted and thinking, oh, it's warm, but maybe it's a little breezy out there, they're the ones that'll take the bigger toll and it'll suddenly start taking them down fast.
Love it, Nick. Well, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for sharing this data with us and reminding me how to pull it up, but sharing just some further insights with the viewers here.
Yeah, I'll probably jump on sometime later today and follow along with the race. Great job, guys.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Nick. Have a good one.
Yeah, and as Nick was saying, weather conditions out there are fairly favorable at the moment. We're talking 3-mile-per-hour winds with gusts up to 7, currently in the low 60s and 14% humidity. So that might be a little bit different right there in the heart of the park, with that body of water sort of allowing for some reflection of the sun, and the park is a little bit inset itself in a bowl, being a former rock quarry. But I think the American record holder is on to something, that now's the time to start getting ahead of the troubleshooting for some potential heat. Especially, we had a lot of folks on our athlete Q&A episode yesterday coming from Michigan. You have Arlen coming from Ohio, places that aren't necessarily, particularly warm and haven't been for a couple of months. And so if you want the specificity that comes with running on hard surfaces, running on roads, but you also need to heat train, like those don't necessarily go hand in hand, aren't can't necessarily do those at the same time everywhere. So we will have to keep tabs on how folks are maintaining, if folks are running around with additional ice bandanas, things like that. And if crews are having to go a little bit extra or go the extra mile to make sure that their runners are appropriately supported.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting. And I think that was something that we had seen from Nick at Solstice, if I do recall, was he was maybe preemptively cooling. I felt like. So I think that sometimes if you don't start cooling until you're already super hot, you might be past the point of no return. And so sorry. Yeah, and so I think that it will be interesting to see who is kind of preemptively cooling rather than like waiting,
Yeah, being proactive versus being reactive is honestly, I think, a lesson that we hear time and time again in ultra running, but we don't necessarily ever really take credit to that. But that's why these folks are vying for national championships. Maybe they actually have taken that information to heart and are actively advancing the ball. So that's the hope, and we will continue to follow all those plot lines as we follow along the journey for the next 10 to 17 hours, depending on how things shake out.
Yep, and we are going to have a special guest joining us here in just a minute. Throughout the course of the event, we'll have a number of guests hopping on for just a couple minutes to chat that have either participated in the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival kind of suite of events, or that may just have some really nice insights here. So we are going to check in now with John Olson, who will be, blessing us with his presence. And I have to do this from over here as of right now. And so I'm going to unmute John and bring John in here in just a second. And there it is. And you're getting a little bit of like an inception here as we've got, the live stream video right behind John there. John, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you perfectly fine, and we really appreciate your time. And John, you're no stranger to the city of Henderson, Nevada here. You've participated in races there. The weather from everyone that we've talked to for the race today is essentially perfect. How does that compare to maybe some of your experiences out at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival?
Well, I mean, as you guys know, Nevada in general is just very dry. I mean, it doesn't matter what time of year. The experiences I've had there, I've kind of been fortunate the years I've been there to have good weather. Just the sun exposure and just the dry climate sometimes can catch up to those that are not used to that, especially those that, come from the Midwest, they come from the East, they're used to humid conditions. Because you don't have, you have a lot of sweat that you don't notice because it's dry before it basically comes out of your pores. And so sometimes you can get a false sense of hydration and your balance of electrolytes. Even when it's perfect conditions, sometimes that can lead to disaster because you start skimping. That the dryness can sometimes catch up to you. And I know in one of the years it did with me, but and just not making sure to stay on top of it. But no, it's good. It's good to see that there is good conditions because everybody wants to see fast times, and so on a nice playing field. So even though we like to see some carnage every once in a while, it's nice to see an opportunity for good times.
Yeah, and you've run, a variety of different distances at this
Yes.
race, correct? Can you just
Yes.
tell the viewers maybe how many times you've run out at Jackpot Ultras and maybe what distances you've run there, as they offer kind of a suite of races that maybe are suitable for kind of everyone?
Yes, and so the first year I ran was the first year they had the national championship, and it was run on the loop that they do for the the multi-day race. And so every time I came out, when I ran the national championship, that I ran on the current course. And there's definitely differences between the two loops. And I thought originally on the surface, I thought for those that are not familiar with the course, the loops that I'm talking about, there's a longer loop that's basically 2.5 miles, almost to the nose, and it incorporates some dirt sections and some trail sections, even a single track, kind of semi-technical, if you want to say, section. I thought on the surface that would be a more challenging loop, and I found after doing the shorter, more paved loop that actually a shorter paved loop is more challenging. I felt like hitting that backside hill, even more times, because, I'm not hitting it 40 times. And now I'm hitting it, I don't know, 60, 70 times or more. I felt that was a little bit wearing, but the surface itself is more true on that shorter loop. And so you don't have to worry about the technical portion of that. But sometimes that can lead to disaster too, because you kind of run faster, you run a little bit harder than you would because you don't have that. But I felt like the 2.5 mile loop with the dirt and the trail and stuff, you had a nice variety. So you're working a bunch of different muscle groups and kind of could give some muscle groups a rest and this and that. So I like the current loop though, man. It can be fast. I mean, it can be very fast. So anyway.
Given that you're traditionally out there with 60, 70, 80 other athletes in your own race, plus if there is a little bit of that crossover, how easy is it to get either caught up in some of the action because you're around so many people, or is it easier to stay dialed into your specific race plan and execute because of all of the spacing? You're not necessarily in a tight pack.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's what I think it's really up to the individual. I mean, there's some guys that some runners that just enjoy running by themselves, and maybe because they train by habit that way. That's their training ground. So kind of getting lost, and you will, kind of get lost in the middle of no man's land. Some individuals almost prefer that because they can get in their mind, they can get into their own pace. Sometimes subconsciously, if you're running the same pace as somebody else, or early on running the same pace, sometimes you can get caught up in them dictating the pace, because your mind does wander. I mean, it's going to wander, and you want it to wander, right? You want it to get away from all the pain you're inflicting on your body and all those things. So I think it's just it's an advantage, disadvantage depending on the individual. I know that I preferred running by myself. And so I enjoyed, because I trained all the time by myself. I mean, I didn't do literally any training with anybody else. So I felt like that was a benefit. I felt like if I could get on my own, I was just more comfortable that way. But yeah, the loop aspect is nice because you do run into a lot of different people. It's just, which is a nice distraction too. So after a number of hours, right, you start crossing paths with other runners that maybe you're not necessarily competing with, but they have their own goals and they're friends of yours and whatever else. So that too is nice about a shorter loop course, because you can distract yourself with that. And ultimately all of us are trying to finish, right? I mean, we may have larger goals than that, but ultimately we all have that common goal. And that's what's great about the ultra running community. We all know we have that in common. And so we're all encouraging each other to keep moving.
Awesome. Well, John, we really appreciate you taking a few minutes out of your day to join us here. Thank you so much for your time, and we hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
And there he was, John Olson, ladies and gentlemen. Just blessing us with his presence. We're super appreciative of John for for joining us for a few minutes here, and just sharing some insights that neither you or I would be able to provide. So that was super insightful.
Almost has me considering running 100 miles someday. Almost. I'm sure we'll get a couple more guests on who will keep the sales pitch on, but no, looking forward to seeing how it unfolds. I think he had some great insight in terms of how deceptively difficult this course is. We saw just a few seconds ago sort of that long descent, I guess we should frame it as, down next to this sort of runoff area, and then they will climb back out of this up to the start-finish line. So it, reasonably speaking, is flat. But, I was looking at Mark Hammond's Strava when we were doing our deep dive earlier around titles of these types of performances. And I did notice that his overall elevation gain was exactly 2,500 feet. And I wasn't sure if that was an issue of, being in an urban area and sometimes satellites just don't work and things like that. But looking at the course as it's sort of out there at the moment, I mean, it's not unreasonable to think 85 laps, it's not a huge variation to gain 2,500 feet over that distance.
I mean, what would that be per lap? Like 30 feet per lap?
It would be, yes, 29.4.
Look at that quick math.
Attaboy.
Let's go.
So yeah, I mean, you're cruising along and all of a sudden you're like, I've just done 100 miles and 2,500 feet. That can add up. It's just enough to potentially work a few different muscle groups, but not so much that, it's not a power hiking scenario where you're really activating the posterior chain in a unique way. So, thinking through the graph that we had on the screen earlier when Nick was on, and you saw a bit of that fade that a lot of runners have in the back half, part of that's just muscular endurance, skeletal muscular endurance, and the ability to maintain using the same muscle groups for half a day. So we'll see what happens as the race goes on, as we continue to follow from on high around Cornerstone Park down in Henderson, Nevada. 85 laps around this 1.17 mile course, as we just getting the great views of this start-finish line. I guess the top of this hill, as Camille just ran through, our leader on the women's side. But running alongside a whole host of folks. We got 70-plus participants in this 100-mile USATF championship race. And you'll also see some 72-hour runners coming through this common start-finish line as they duck out on that 2.5-mile loop that John was just speaking about. So a lot to appreciate here. And they got that live band as they pass that start-finish line. So they are just rocking out as we approach 11:15 a.m. local time. Been on course for about 3 hours and 10 minutes at this point, and just cruising along about a quarter of the way through this men's race. And based on Camille's current splits, could be just under a quarter of the way through on the women's side.
Yeah, and let's actually take a look at that results page here. Yeah, and so it looks like our our top two men, the lead has seemed to switch. It looks like Paul Young also may have had to take a little bit of a crew break or bathroom break on that last lap, whereas last lap split was a little bit slower. But it looks like Callan Khan has now taken the lead. And so all of your top 7 men are past the quarter waypoint. So they've crossed over that 25-mile threshold, and it looks like Camille Herron and Katrin Jones will be crossing that after they complete their next lap. So, yeah, 25% of the way.
Hey, cruising along. Very interesting to see Callan Khan still going sub 8 during his course record run here last year, where he ran 12:52. Zach Bitter had exactly 0 laps underneath 8 minutes. His fastest lap time was 8 flat. And so the fact that we are a quarter of the way through, Callan is already under course record pace and still splitting sub 8 around the 1.17 mile loop really shows how fast these guys at the top end shot out. So we'll see how long he can hold it. As someone who, if I remember correctly, has never finished further than a 50-mile race.
Correct. His furthest race is a 50-mile. He is a sub 3-hour 50K guy, which at the 100-mile distance might not mean too much. We'll find out probably in the next 9 hours or so how much it means. But, yeah, I mean, never gone above 50 miles, so he's going to get into uncharted territory quite quickly once we get around that halfway point.
Absolutely, absolutely. And right on his toes, Paul Young, another very fast 50K, 50-mile type athlete who is unproven at the 100-mile distance, which may have factored into that nearly 13-minute lap time. A lot of the athletes we spoke with yesterday getting ready for this race were talking about the need to minimize the downtime on course. Take aid as you're moving through. Tell your crew, hey, next time I come around, I want X items, or I need to switch out things. Who knows? He might have also been doing a shoe change. That would be a little bit more difficult to do quickly on the fly. And so, we have had conversations whether a carbon-plated shoe is good on such hard surfaces for such a long period of time, or folks switch out to something a little bit more cushiony and soft underfoot. So that could be a reason, and then he's back to moving. We'll find out as the next couple laps play out. But there are some hunters right behind that top 3 that have proven themselves over 100 miles before, including previous champions Mark Hammond at this race and Patrick Reagan, previous USATF 100-mile trail champion. So nobody should feel safe about their current positioning by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's obviously a lot of race left as well. So yeah, now we're getting word from the field that a couple things. One, Paul changed his shirt to an off-white shirt, and he's been stopping to get aid, not as efficient as people like Arlen and Pat have been, where they're going more F1 or NASCAR style, where it's like let's go quick,
I mean, and that's the trade-off you have to make. If this is a new event for you, as Patrick Reagan runs by and is harassing our cameraman, it's the trade-off you make. You have to ensure that you actually get everything you need. And so if you're not used to doing fast transitions, or your crew isn't used to having to do things on the fly so with such rapidity, maybe you do stop and hang out at the table a little bit, make sure you have everything you need, because the benefit of taking care of yourself now outweighs the few seconds you might gain each lap. So only time will tell, but it's a calculated risk, hopefully. And you can really see from this shot how open and exposed the course is. You know, we're approaching high noon in the desert, and not a lot of places for shadows to drop and provide any sort of coverage for these athletes on course. And so even though the temperatures might only feel in the air in the low 60s at this point, in that completely exposed environment, in that sort of sunken down bowl that you see them climbing out of at the moment, you know, it might hit different.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely an our temperature bug showing a cool 61 degrees, I believe. But when you're just fully exposed to the sun like that, it could feel a lot hotter, as we know, being here in the valley. You know,
Yep.
60 degrees with full sun exposure can just hit way different.
Yeah, this was a section of course that we're looking at right now that had complete shadow coverage just an hour ago, and now wide open spaces.
Cue the Dixie Chicks, right?
That sounds right.
I think it's the Dixie Chicks.
So you can see that they're just cruising along, though. This is an area of the course where you can just get a little bit of, I guess, relaxation, step off the gas just a tad bit because you have the downhill. I'd be interested. We'll have to find out from some folks who've run this course often if this sort of course lends itself to a rhythm runner, or if it's just enough undulation where you can't really get into it because either you're turning through one of those chicanes or, you know, you're climbing that 12 feet before you descend the next 12 feet.
And it looks like we've got, you know, the people's favorite, Chris Warden, ready to give us a little bit of an update. So let me unmute Chris. Chris, if you can unmute on your end, I will pull you up as a little picture-in-picture here so that we can keep eyes on the coverage. There you go. Chris, what do you got for me?
Well, one of the things that I've noticed, having covered a few of these races, Desert Solstice, and also having been in attendance at other fixed time ultras, actually as an example, we had Olivier LeBlanc out in Nardini Manor trying to break the 48-hour U.S. record. Efficiency has just ramped up, like even in the past few months. Like looking at the runners who have experience when it comes to this kind of format. Arlen laid it out last night during his conversation with Jamil that he wants to cut it down to 3 minutes of, quote, stoppage time or crew time. And so seeing runners such as Arlen and Pat who have experience at this format they are whipping in and out of aid stations. And as I mentioned in a note that I sent to you, looking at a runner who not necessarily is doing anything wrong, but just not as experienced, or maybe the crew is not in the same kind of sync. Other runners at the top are like taking stops, and maybe that's by design, but you can definitely see there's a difference between the people who have experience at this kind of format. There's just a change in efficiency, and actually, I just got done talking with Arlen's crew person. I believe that's his sister, and she. I saw her hand Arlen a bottle off, and she mentioned that there was a note in the bottle. And so I actually asked her, I said, you don't have to be specific. I said, but, is it something that's like a racing mental note, a mental note in terms of just, trying to keep him focused, or is it a joke or whatever? And she said that it was notes on his paces as well as what's going on elsewhere in the field. So, like, literally passing notes has become a way that people are getting information to their runners because the runners don't want to stop. They want to keep going. And to that end, you remember what Nick Curry did at Desert Solstice. The only time he ever actually stopped was when he needed his coach to work on his leg for a brief moment to kind of give him like 10 seconds of, a quick, massage or rub down. It's the same kind of efficiency that runners are striving for here. I mean, we're getting to the point now, Pat, as he's coming in, he's got one of his people in his crew standing like towards the front of the crew area, and he's telling him what he wants and then relaying it back to the actual tent where he's set up. And they're very specific. They're very dialed in. He said he wanted, for instance, 50 calories worth of chips and some water to wash it down. This is, I obviously we're in a sport where things are obviously changing, whether it be the concept of negative splits or how people approach their training. But even on race day, where seconds are mattering more than ever, it's fascinating to me to see how much runners are trying to dial it in and shave off moments by any means possible.
Yeah, no, I think that efficiency is definitely going to play a factor because, when you're giving up, as we saw with Paul Young, he gave up 5 minutes on a single lap earlier. That adds up. You can't do that too often over the course of 100 miles and expect, people like Callan Kahn or Pat Reagan or Arlen Glick to not take advantage of that because they're likely not going to have very many of those moments.
Yeah, it seems as though runners that have experience in this format, the flat fast 100, so to speak, are doing everything they can to shave every second that they can off of their times. And it's going to be interesting to see, if say there is a mad dash to the finish at the end of this, is it going to be a situation where, did that one aid station stop make the difference between finishing first or third, or something that whatever? I'm really curious to see in another 10 to 12 hours where everybody is at, and that's one of the things I think that it will be a lot of fun to ask these runners post races, discussing their race strategies, and you can tell which runners came in with them, and also which runners who probably approached this like they had, maybe a trail ultra or something to that effect. So I just wanted to give I wanted to give some information on what I had seen so far out on the course. And the more I see, the more I will share.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris. And thanks for checking in with us. And we look forward to hearing from you whenever you have some more information.
Glad to be a part of it. I am having a blast out here, and there's, it's far more fascinating than somebody who might not be familiar with this format, far more fascinating than they could ever imagine. So,
yeah, awesome. Thanks so much, Chris.
Thank you.
There he was, the man, the myth, the legend, Chris Warden, gracing us with his presence there. Awesome to have Chris out on site to be able to provide some of the insights on what he's seeing out there. Mm-hmm. And it is interesting that seemingly that 12-minute lap was mostly due to just like kind of inefficiencies in ways from Paul Young. So we'll definitely kind of be following along to see if that's a kind of continued trend or whether it was maybe just a one-off type thing where he just needed a little extra and that's what took so long.
Yeah, but Chris brought up a good point that seconds do matter. On the men's side right now, between third through fifth, the spread is 30 seconds. So when you take that into consideration, being about 27, 28, 29 miles in at this point, that 30 seconds is still the gap between third through fifth, a podium position at a national championship race. The little things do add up over time. And so, you still have, Callan Khan out front had about 15-minute lead on that grouping of third through fifth. But, if these guys stay hunting, run a little bit more consistent race, have a little bit less of that degradation towards the back end, this is going to get very interesting very quickly.
Yep, and someone in the chat asking what mile are the leaders at, so let's go ahead and pull that leaderboard up for everyone here so that you can kind of see for yourselves. Looks like Callan Khan and Paul Young all approaching the 50K mark here in just a few maybe one more lap or so. So they're just shy of 30 miles. Then we've got Pat Reagan, Arlen Glick, Michael Bailey, all, just it looks like probably a lap behind them. And then Brian Hannock is your sixth place male. And then leading the charge on the women's side is Camille Herron, followed by Katrin Jones. So they are the only two females who are past the marathon distance. And then they're followed by Stephanie Flippin and Nicole Monette, who are back at 25.9 miles there.
And again, about 30 seconds total separating third and fourth place on the women's side as well. So things are fast and furious as we are a quarter of the way through this USATF 100-mile road championship happening down in Henderson, Nevada at the Jackpot Ultra Festival.
It's a good time out there.
Just raging.
They had, for anyone who's just joining us, they had the showgirls out at the start. They had the pink caddy. They had a little bit of it all going on.
Yeah, you had the Elvis impersonator, as you would expect in Vegas, in a greater Vegas area event. I don't think we saw any shotgun weddings happening at the start, but there is that on-site viewing party happening this afternoon. So Elvis will be back out. Who knows? Maybe we get a proposal, a wedding.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
True Sin City delights.
And we got Missy Jackson in the chat here. Definitely no mustache for Jake. And obviously, yeah, also we're right on every second counts. I'm sad to hear that it's like a hard no on the mustache. It's not like a soft no or a maybe. It's a hard no, as we have a look here at Jake Jackson. I think that the mustache would look quite nice. Apparently Missy does not think so, but we do appreciate you tuning in here. And let's send it back to our static cams here.
I stand by the fact that he could do a mustache of the month calendar and just 12 different stashes, 12 different looks, do some impersonations, and just like make that a nice calendar for the people to throw up who love ultra running. So just saying, Missy, consider it. Just kick me like 2% for the idea of income raise, and we'll be good to go.
Oh man, yeah, I think Jake could definitely knock that out of the park.
So you're seeing some variation on the finish line area right now, again, between the 72-hour race that's also occurring and our 70-plus racers that are currently throwing down in the USATF 100-mile championship. Also here on Crew Row, where both races have access to their crews right there on the road, on the trail. So again, we've talked often in the past few moments around that notion of efficiency, no time wasted when grabbing aid. When it's right here, right next to the road, makes it a lot easier. No wasted steps. Literally just hand something out, just extend an arm, and you can hand it to your runner, and they can keep moving without ever breaking stride if done efficiently and delicately. So we'll continue to watch how that plays out, especially as we get closer to noon Pacific time, 4 hours into the race, and that temperature keeps rising. Again, significantly better conditions than they had at this race last year. Last year getting into the 90 plus degrees Fahrenheit. Today, expecting it to only get to the upper 60s. I think at the high is forecast at 68. But again, we've talked about how exposed this course is. You can see it currently from this overhead shot. Not really anywhere to hide, nowhere to snipe some shade. And it's also in this sunken in bowl. So a lot of rock. You're running on almost completely
Here we got,
concrete and asphalt.
Stephanie Flippin just getting some aid from her crew. Again, a pretty efficient stop there from her as well. She stopped for just a matter of seconds, got some things put in her pack, and she was off.
Indeed, and you saw another runner right there. Just, hey, I'm handing this off to my crew. I'll snag it in 1.17 miles when I come back around. I think we have...
That is Paul Young.
Yep. Who has switched out to the white top.
And there's
Patrick Reagan. And Arlen Glick. So even though Paul is a lap ahead of the other two gentlemen, they got line of sight. They got eyes. They know who's doing what, and while in the act of moving, who's running what sort of pace. So they can gauge their effort against what their competition directly in front of them is doing. Because, yeah, Paul was in second place, a lap ahead, trailing Callan Kahn. Patrick Reagan was up to third place, and I believe Arlen Glick, that means he would have slid into fourth or fifth, because Michael Bailey was also right in the mix over there. So real exciting times on the front end of this men's race, but a lot's also happening down the way as well in this men's race. Still have Jonah Backstrom out front as your top Masters athlete. He's just one more lap behind the previously mentioned Patrick and Arlen, as well as a handful of other runners. He's actually just in front of Mark Hammond, it looks like. So Mark, previous two-time winner here. Jonah had a pretty solid run here last year in the heat as well. So looking forward to what he can pull off. Tim Higham is your second Masters male on course. And Dan McHugh would be your third Masters male on course. So a lot happening in the Masters race as well. Ray Sanchez and Jean Pommier, fourth and fifth. Three of those individuals are in that 50-plus category. So, really seeing a lot happening from all of our athletes, regardless of age. And on the women's side, we had just seen Stephanie Flippin, who was sitting in third place behind Camille Herron and Katrin Jones. Nicole Monet is just behind her. Alex Rudena in fifth, just a little bit ahead of Julie Kafetz, who's currently sitting in sixth. And the Masters race, a little bit more or less interesting, depending on how you want to gauge it, because Camille and Katrin, first and second overall, first and second in the Masters race.
Amazing.
Also, we talked about earlier some of the oddly competitive upper age group categories. I do want to let folks know that Edward Rousseau, our 82-year-old on course, is still rocking and rolling. He has completed 12 loops.
Nice.
And we talked about how crazy that 75 to 79 grouping was on the men's side. Let me make sure I don't misquote something here, but it looks like second, third, and fourth place in that age grouping are all separated. Yeah, they're all separated by 3 minutes.
Oh, geez.
Through 10 loops.
We got ourselves a race.
So these 75-plus guys are getting after it. They're out here just rocking and rolling. So yeah, even though they're at the tail end of the field overall, they got something to battle for as well. So, but you see our first female and first Masters female athlete on course, and you actually see the bib on her back. Camille Herron, no stranger to taking out a race hot and being in the mix early, and you see her still cruising along. It's worth noting, last year she was in first place for quite some time before sort of climbing on the struggle bus and ultimately finishing second in those warm conditions. But compared to her lap splits from last year before the wheels came off, she's pretty much still absolutely crushing it and pretty close to those sub-course record paces. Last year, she was through laps 24, 25, running between 840 to 850 pace on average, and she is still cruising just underneath that average pace here as we saw her on screen.
Yeah, that's amazing. Obviously, I think not having the heat this year is going to help. Although, you know, she was living in Tucson until just recently, so I'm sure that the heat would not have been a problem this year. But yeah, I mean, I think that that's probably what caught up with her last year was, you know, this race was in April last year. It was probably pretty dang hot. And so, yeah, it's nice to see her out just cruising. It looks very similar to how she looked at Javelina, I thought, where she just looked very smooth. Everything was seeming to click, which we're still early in the race, right? So there's still time for things to not click. But as of right now, she's looking super smooth.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're about to flip over to the Chris Cam as we see West Valley Track Club's own Jonah Backstrom, your lead Masters runner right now. Old Dirty Backstrom is what his teammate told me they call him in the scene. So good to see that the old man is still grooving along, and we can.
Awesome to see. Also, Old Dirty Backstrom, classic name. You know, shout out to Wu-Tang. If you know, you know.
And if you don't know,
then you should know.
Yeah, step your game up, diversify your bonds. We got more cow print.
Yeah, I
popping
couldn't
off.
tell. We caught that a little bit late. I couldn't tell if that was Paul Young or if it was. There are multiple cow prints out there.
Indeed, and I think just behind him, if I saw correctly, looked like Jean Pommier,
Oh, nice.
the 50-plus athlete representing the Bay Area as well. Jean, no stranger to the fixed time events, let alone the 100-mile distance. He actually raced a mountain 10K last month. I beat him. I want to point that out. I did not lose to Gene. If I'd have lost to Gene and then he came out and ran 100 miles just like 3 weeks later, that would have made me feel a lot worse. But he was grooving. I will say he put up a pretty damn impressive time on a 10K that had like 2,100 feet of climbing. So he's definitely strong, definitely fit, and looking forward to see what he pieces together out here. But also, 11th overall at this race last year, and a third place at the Jed Smith 50K just a few weeks ago in a time of 4 hours and 5 minutes. So he's got the leg speed, he's got the strength, and we'll see what he can do as we get into the sort of second quarter of this USATF 100-mile championship.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to see. And let's go ahead and. Oh, this guy runs Javelina most years. I can't remember his name off the top of my head here. But let's go ahead and throw it back to the overhead view of the beautiful sights here. Looks like it's going to be a good time, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is a beautiful day, stunning conditions, and you can see that it's basically there's a bit of the Las Vegas Strip vibe happening down in Henderson. I'm just going to say it. You come through the start-finish line, you got a band right there, and then you just have this row of not quite hotels and casinos, but cruise stations to really, get that ambient noise. You're interacting with people. You do a quick flyby. It's like the outdoor bars outside Planet Hollywood. You just run by, snag a beer, keep walking up the strip. Here, you snag a bottle and keep going down the strip.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely do a great job at really embracing that Sin City vibe, which is pretty cool. I mean, we saw the Showgirls earlier. We saw the Elvis Cadillac. We've seen it all. Ken pulls out all the stops for this race.
Absolutely. Yeah, a lot of good energy out there. So shout out to Ken and the entire crew behind Beyond Limits Running for putting on not just this USATF 100-mile championship, but the 72-hour that's happening and all 6 races that are kicking off tomorrow morning as well. A lot of fun happening down in Henderson. So if you find yourself looking for some motivation to get out there, if you can't find it here, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's just a good time, you know? It is just a good time.
Yeah, so earlier we saw the Joker, Ed Eddinghausen, coming on through. He's out here running the 72-hour. But you're seeing a lot of this overlapping happening as Arlen Glick and Patrick Reagan come through, passing a couple runners and are cruising along right here. everybody's just having fun. And you get all sorts of athletes getting a chance to see some of these former champions cruise by them, experiencing the exact same things out here, sharing time on course. So Arlen and Patrick sitting in 3rd and 4th place right now. Just 1 lap behind Paul Young, 2 laps behind Callan Kahn. And they seem to have just adopted the strategy of working together at this point. Both wily vets of the 100-mile distance, chasing down 2 young bucks in Callan Kahn and Paul Young, who have never completed the 100-mile distance. So we'll see if that all holds. Looks like we have Stephanie flipping on screen, currently sitting as 3rd female. Looks to have adopted a bit of the ice bandana already. Smart move as we approach noontime. But even a podium placing female is not safe from being lapped, as we just have, looks like Paul cruising along. Paul trying to make up a little bit of time on Callan Kahn. Was a full lap ahead of 3rd and 4th place, though, but things seem to be cruising. But yeah, Stephanie, the defending champion here from last year, the USATF national champion here on this course, definitely knows what she's getting herself into. Smart, having survived last year's conditions, to know what to do to stay cool. She knows if things start getting warm out there exactly how rough it can get. So good to see that she is taking care of herself a little over a quarter of the way through this race.
Yeah, definitely. I think that if things do start to heat up, Stephanie, I think will have a bit of an advantage in terms of, she has experience, dealing with those issues, right? And so I think the one thing, though, that we did learn yesterday is for last year's race, she did a ton of heat training because she's based in Colorado. So she didn't do as much heat training this year. So if it does warm up, I wonder if that will be a factor. Obviously, it won't be nearly as hot as it was last year. It turns out that the Henderson, Nevada in April can be a bit warm. Who would have thought?
Yeah. Hey, high desert conditions. They can be dry and a little bit warm any time of year.
And Rob Ricardo in the chat, who has better hair, Arlen, Sage, or Tollefson? I don't know. Why is Sage's hair that? Like, no offense to Sage. Love Sage.
It's got some volume.
But in terms of like, Tim Tollefson, nice hair. Arlen Glick, nice hair. Sage is there? Maybe.
It doesn't have as much natural up. Yeah. If we're talking about like vert, I think it falls a little flat in that respect. But Tollefson uses a lot of product. But we know how I feel about who has the best hair in ultra running right now.
Tell us.
Raj Paul Panu.
Yeah, Raj probably does. Raj probably does have the best hair in ultra running. However, out of the options given, I would have to vote for Tim Tollefson.
Yes, out of those three, sure. But, I'm going to
now that
go
you
a little
mention it,
jury
maybe I need to put a little
nullification.
respect on Sage's hair's name, Put a little respect on it.
By the time we get off of this live broadcast, there will already be a Twitter account set up for Sage's hair. So thanks for allowing that to now come into the reality.
Here we see.
Speaking of other people with long flowing hair, Camille Herron just grinding along here. Looks like the low section of this, low being pretty relative because as we figured out, about 30 feet of gain
per loop.
Per
lap.
And since they were just on the screen, I feel like I have to give a nod to another one of our sponsors. We've been talking about the heat out there. I think Salt Stick is going to end up being pretty important here as we continue to move through today's race. Electrolytes and electrolyte balance is super important, and so these athletes got to stay on top of it. And Salt Stick looked like it was on a lot of the crew tables out there, and I think it's going to be a pretty key component for a lot of these athletes staying on top of their game and moving forward in the best way possible.
Yeah, huge shout out to Salt Stick. We definitely saw that on a number of athletes' kind of crew tables. Salt Stick knows that good things come to those who sweat, and they really focus on replenishing electrolytes that are lost in sweat because they can make the difference between, finishing the race as a champion or, struggling to finish it all. And so that's really an emphasis on their product, and our viewers, courtesy of our good friends at Salt Stick, can go over to saltstick.com, get some of your own electrolytes to try out. Use the promo code USATF100 to get 20% off of your first order. So huge shout out to the good people over at Salt Stick for hooking our viewers up with a little discounted product and for helping bring this live stream to life.
Yeah, helping to bring a USATF national championship conveniently, easily, and for free into your homes. So while you're slacking off on a Friday afternoon of a holiday weekend, probably not paying attention at work, or just looking very focused at your computer monitor for the first time, potentially all work year, glad they could be a part of the team.
Yeah, no, huge shout out to them. And that was your boy.
Old Dirty Backstrom. We're going to make it stick. It's going to be great. It's going to be absolutely great. Yeah, you know what? I'm interested to see if he actually also ran for West Valley's cross-country team this past season because they are well known for going up against the SRA Elite featuring, I believe, Tim Tollefson was an SRA Elite member for a while, might still be, and the Hoka Aggies. They usually end up being the teams vying for the top three at the Association Cross Country Club Championships and then heading on down to Nationals. So it would not surprise me if Jonah was tearing it up in the Masters division out there as well.
And there we've got Mr. Paul Young. I do believe. Is that right?
I hope so, because that shirt screams I'm in the lead, or I want to be in the lead energy. Yeah, Paul Young currently in second place, just bringing the sin into Sin City with where that cut was of that of that shirt.
Oh man, love it.
There's another Washington athlete who also has the cow shorts, though.
Oh, that's Nick Iben.
Yeah.
Eben? Not sure. Yeah, so that seems right. I think Paul's hair is maybe a bit longer. But I do know Paul changed shirts.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's what makes it difficult is with outfit changes. You have to stay on top of things. And so yeah, that might have been Nick that we saw. So Nick bringing a little sin out. That's cool. Hey, he's still
good for him, you know.
I mean, sitting in 7th overall, 6th male on course. That's, I mean, big Nick energy trying to race his way onto the podium. So shout out to him.
Yeah, huge shout out to him, and I believe that aerial shot might be of Arlen Glick. And we've got this is actually a good one for you. Nick Iben is the pronunciation.
Cool.
Thanks for that in the chat. Can we get more fringe crops? Versteeg had an epic Satisfied Running cropped fringe at Cocodona. Do those need to make a comeback? I know that you are someone who has also rocked that in the past in some videos, I do believe.
Yes, that is footage that ruined many a dates. Yeah, no. Here's the issue with anything fringe is one, it could get very annoying to have something swishing across your person like that for long periods of time, especially if you're someone who sweats or you're pouring water on yourself, and then it becomes a chafe risk. So there is that. And then 2, tan lines. So if it also has the added issue where if you are stationary for a long period of time, then it looks like you got zebra stripes in your tan lines going on, or sunburn if you're not somebody who tans, then yeah, you got to worry about these considerations as well. So fringe, little difficult. Let's keep that at Cowboy Lounge or PBR Rock Bar on the Strip. Don't know if it's necessarily appropriate for the race course out here in Henderson.
Oh, man. You're just getting it in the chat over here. They want fringe crops and bucket hats.
People also want to be super alone. I get it. We just passed Valentine's Day, but, like, you can still have hope for next year if you were alone, and fringe crops and bucket hats ain't the way to do it, guys.
That's a hill you are more than willing to die on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will say it hasn't popped up on the live stream for the viewers as of yet, I don't believe. But there have been, I believe, crew members running around or really walking around the crew row and finish line area in bucket hats. And every time, I've cried a little bit on the inside. So it needs to be. Listen, we're not going to rehash this whole thing. If you're gonna wear a hat, just make sure it actually covers a bulk of your face. Doing something that covers the top of your ears and leaves the entire, like it's just where it's silly. It's silly.
And here you're getting some beautiful aerial shots of Cornerstone Park here in Henderson, Nevada. Shout out to the city of Henderson for allowing this event to continue to go on without any hiccups, and for all their help in terms of making this, live stream come to life as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, Henderson, Nevada, oftentimes gets sort of overlooked by Las Vegas and the Strip. People land at Harry Reid and just head straight north. But Henderson, right there, home of many locals who avoid the Strip with a passion unless they work there. So glad that we could come to highlight a great community in Southern Nevada.
Yeah, and we had a question in the chat where the runner tracking is, and Rob hopped in already and answered. Everything is pinned. The link to the live results and the live tracking is pinned in the top of the comments section in the live chat. But, just because I'm a man of the people, Skylar,
Yeah.
going to bring up our leaderboard here so that you all are able to kind of take a look. This is pulling straight from the live data there, and it looks like Camille Herron is up into 5th overall, which is pretty damn cool.
Starting to feel a lot like Javelina.
Yep, you've got Callan Kahn and Paul Young, both, well past the 50K mark. Both of them some 50K speedsters as there Camille goes by, followed by just about a lap behind. Arlen Glick and Pat Reagan are in 3rd and 4th. Then on the ladies' side, it's still Camille Herron, followed by Katrin Jones and Stephanie Flippin. Camille is about a lap up on Katrin Jones, and Katrin is about a lap up on Stephanie. So there you have it.
Yeah, and just to put a little context behind those last lap figures, again, this is a 1.17 mile loop, so that split is actually for the entire loop, not their average pace per mile. And, at this area of the race, Zach Bitter, course record holder in 12:52, was still cruising in mid 8-minute range for his laps. So it looks like our top guys are right there. We're ahead of him early on, so have slowed down to be even lap over lap with his old splits. And then on the women's side, Camille early last year was out in the mid-8s as well. By this point of the race, had already started slowing down to the high 9s. A lot of that also being
impacted by the heat.
Exactly. But she looks strong. Looks like she's still cruising along. And if she can maintain that sort of effort, Stephanie Flippin, when she ran her course record en route to the victory last year, her last 15 laps, the average pace was closer to 11 minutes per lap. So if Camille can bank some time here, even if she starts sliding into partially double digits, that would put her comfortably under the course record from last year. Obviously, it's a national championship. You're competing against the competition on the line with you on the day to see if you're going to walk out of here as champ. But hey, if we're going to see a course record, I think we're in a good position to see that happen.
Yep, and we've got Chris Warden back in the studio on course at Henderson, Nevada. So we're going to throw it to him and see what he has to update us with. Chris, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Still a beautiful day out here in Henderson, Nevada, at Cornerstone Park. However, the day has not gone great for everybody. We have our first significant name to call it a day here at the Jackpot USATF 100 miles, and it would be Dan McHugh. Dan McHugh has dropped from the race just about 25 miles in. I spoke with him, and he said that his stomach wasn't where he wanted it to be. And rather than try and lose further ground and potentially turn in a performance that he really didn't want to do, he decided instead to basically call it a day and then hopefully recover fully and more quickly. Dan also actually this was something that happened to him at Desert Solstice as well, if you'll recall. He was moving very well. He was in the top 10 of Solstice, and then his stomach started to go sideways. So unfortunately, it was an issue that seems to have recurred for him. He's okay. He's still in good spirits. He still considers it having had a good day being out here. It's a beautiful day. He just decided that he wasn't going to continue any further in this race. And I know there are a lot of people who might be, at home watching and say, well, why not just finish it? Well, it's 70 something more miles. I think that if I were him, I understand where he's coming from. You don't want to just, you know, walk it out if that's not where you're used to. I mean, Dan has, bad water finishes. He's, top tens at Tunnel Hill and other races. That's not what he's here to do, to walk out a 100-miler. So, kudos to Dan for towing the line. Unfortunately, it wasn't his day, but I just wanted to give an update on the field as one of our top Masters contenders, Dan McHugh, has called it a day today. So.
Yeah, that's incredible news, and thanks for bringing that to us, Chris. We really appreciate it, and if you find anything else out, you just let us know.
Will do.
There, you heard it, everyone. Chris Warden bringing us the news that Dan McHugh has officially dropped from today's race. One of the Masters favorites coming into the race has had to call it a day, as we see Arlen Glick prance by on the screen there. Dan McHugh out of the USATF 100-mile championships. Obviously, we hope that he's okay and that he recovers quickly for any future races that he may have coming up here. So if you are just tuning in, it is about 12:12 local time in Henderson, Nevada, 1:12 here in the great city of Phoenix, Arizona, where we're broadcasting from. And in just about an hour and 45 minutes or so, we should be seeing kind of our next key milestone, which would be our leaders hopefully hitting that 50-mile mark.
Mm-hmm.
Zach Bitter, when he ran the course record last year, hit the 50-mile mark in 5 hours, 57 minutes, and 42 seconds. And so that would put us right around 2 p.m. local time for that split. So we can kind of be on the lookout for, when some of these runners hit that halfway point. And we will be excited to kind of see where some of these front runners ultimately end up at 50 miles and how they continue to progress after the 50-mile mark there.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a question in the chat that I think also speaks to this. So when we brought up the leaderboard, we were talking about how it was the time of the last lap run versus the overall average. Why is that the case? I mean, at the most basic point, it's a race. So we have a better sense of if someone's actually closing on a competitor based on how that last lap went down. If we have the average, if somebody bleeds 2 seconds after 60 laps, that's not going to be as obvious as if someone who might be behind them on the podium or trying to vie for a podium position, ran a 75-second faster lap than them. So it gives us a little bit more granular understanding of what's actually happening on course, because at the end of the day, these folks are vying for a national championship, really trying to get on that podium instead of just a outright time trial type effort. So hopefully that answers that question. And that also really speaks to the elements of performance degradation as the race goes on. So we've historically seen those lap times increase over the course of the race. Zach Bitter, even when he ran course record, his course record performance started dropping 10 minute plus laps towards the end of his race last year, even though Camille started out in the 8:30s. She, at the end of her race, was running closer to, 10:30, 11, even a couple 12-minute ones in there. So average just doesn't give us the full picture. And especially as we get closer to the end where folks may be attempting a negative split, really gives you a better sense of, how these folks are getting in a position to potentially win their respective national championships, either overall or in their age groups.
Love it. Great insight. Great insight.
That's what we're here for.
That is what you're here for. While you're not the, the stats guy extraordinaire like Nick Curry, you're the best we could find for today. So we appreciate you.
Appreciate your ability to just check my confidence on a regular basis. Here, I thought that's.
Well, I think it's good. You're being put in, the conversation with an American record holder, albeit about statistics, which he's also incredible at. But, yeah.
Yeah. So you're seeing shots here of Crew Row. Now that we are about a third of the way through this event, at least for our top men, this is where things start to get very specific with the need to stay on top of nutrition, stay on top of hydration, make sure you're staying cool out there. We haven't reached the peak temperatures of the day, but this is going to be more or less peak exposure, high noon out there in the desert. So looking forward to seeing how individuals start troubleshooting. Obviously, we already had our first rather significant DNF. So this is where carnage may start to play out. And the need to stay efficient. Looks like we have one of our age group athletes participate in this championship, trying to get a quick changeover. So, how you doing? Keep it moving. Grab your gear and try to keep on steady stepping forward.
Then we got, the great Tagger Van Etten in the chat, as that was definitely Paul Young, I believe. That looked like the Sensman singlet as well. But Tagger Van Etten shouting out Salt Stick in the chat. And then Brandon Costa, the Salt Stick chewables are like candy. That is, in fact, true. However, I will say I don't recommend eating an entire packet of them at once. While they still tasted great, it was a lot to take in. Gave you a little bit of the jitters. So probably follow the recommendations on the back of the package. The Salt Stick chewables, delicious.
Yep, you saw a pretty quick changeover. And a bucket hat. But, hey, listen, if you got the job done as your crew, get in, get out, then, hey, dude, handle your business.
We just got to bring you over to the dark side here, Skylar.
We
bucket hats for life.
Just going to take a hard pass on that as we see some different strategies playing out of what athletes are making happen. But we have, that looks like Nick.
Yeah, that was Iben right there. So
yes,
easy to identify the two now. And a huge thanks to our live chat for helping us, do our jobs a little bit better.
Indeed. Yeah, it is difficult to read bib numbers quickly, so appreciate folks supporting your loved ones here in the chat as well.
So we take a look at the aid station here.
Yeah, it looks like we got some. Is that ice cream?
Oh, they will have the ice cream and snow cones.
Okay. I don't know how we get in on that.
There we got Arlen Glick, Javelin 100 champion, third place in the Ultra Runner of the Year votings, North American Ultra Runner of the Year votings.
And a missed handoff. So we talked about this desire to be efficient, and you saw it happen right there. Just,
dude, that was awesome seeing his crew person sprint.
Yeah. Speed work. It's not just for the athletes on course today. So you missed the bottle handoff there. But Arlen, who specifically yesterday said he wanted no more than 3 minutes of total downtime throughout his entire 100-mile journey, didn't even stop to pick it up himself.
He didn't even care. He's like, I'll get it next lap.
They'll get it. They'll get it for me. But we're getting to that point of the day where, even though you're going to see your crew again in 8 to 10 minutes, you want to make sure that you can hydrate while you are out there. Keep that core body temp down, and just keep cruising along.
And we do have a comment in the chat. Those ices taste wonderful. So I believe Walter Evans has some experience here, if I remember correctly from the chat prior. And I remember Camille, during her interview towards the end yesterday, she was recommending that everyone who's participating try the ices.
Just always a good bet. Not going to be overly filling, but pretty much always hit the spot. So I'd be down for a snow cone.
And there we see the mustache man himself, Pat Reagan. He just looks like a metronome. Like a very rhythmic stride here. Just looking great.
Indeed, yeah. We saw about 3 or 4 laps ago that he and Arlen were running together. Looks like he's given up about 45 seconds to a minute on Arlen at this point, but with 65 or so miles to run, probably a little less than that at this point. More than enough ground to be able to make that up. But Patrick running in 4th overall, just trying to keep eyes on Arlen, both trying to keep those super efficient pit stops going.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, as the miles tick by, how, guys like Patrick and Arlen, start to chew into that lead a little bit with their, aid station efficiencies, right? Versus some of the, the younger guys, the newer guys at this type of distance who, they and their crews maybe just aren't quite as efficient at this quite yet. I think that, every second becomes valuable at some point,
Absolutely. And I mean, even going beyond those two guys, Brian Hannock is right on the heels of Camille. And so definitely no slouch from him. And then we've seen several times rolling through in the cow print shorts, Nick Iben, who had a fairly solid performance last year, 10th overall, 6th male, ran 18:43 in those crazy hot conditions. So probably enjoying it significantly better, already running way faster than he was able to piece together on average last year. So it's good times.
And there is your ladies race leader, Camille Herron. She's also looking really smooth as well. Obviously, her mechanics are very unique to her, but in terms of looking the same from the first lap to now, Camille's looking really good.
Yep, Jean Pommier cruising through right there. Also, well in his comfort zone in this type of environment. the 57-year-old currently leading that 55 to 59-year-old age group, but just has about a 3-minute lead on Ray Sanchez, who's second place in that age group. So even though those two guys are sitting at 20th and 22nd overall, still a lot to keep tabs on as they're pushing forward. And speaking of keeping tabs on folks, we got Stephanie Flippin and looks like Nicole just cruising along together. The two of them sitting in 11th and 12th overall, but third and fourth female. Stephanie, the defending champ here from last year, sounded pretty confident yesterday when discussing how generally the training block had gone coming into this race, and felt like she was in a position to defend the title. And then you got Nicole, who just had a stellar year last year between that second place at the Carbon X2 event, 10th place at Canyons, and then ultimately that third place 100-mile split at Desert Solstice to Camille, who came through first on the women's side there. So all in all, you got Hoka in the top 3 spots on the women's side, or excuse me, 3 of the top 4 spots on the women's side. But this is where Katrin comes into play. Flying under the radar, cruising along.
Yeah, and it looks like I don't know that I've seen her quite yet on camera, so hopefully we will be able to get eyes on her at some point.
Yeah, she's much like the men's side where you had Paul and Callan taking it out as folks who are new to the 100-mile distance. Katrin's in the same boat. Looks like the 100K, as far as she has gone in a race effort, a lot of 50K, 50-mile type events, but never stepped up to the 100. So will be one to watch in terms of that degradation over time as well, to make sure she maintains that podium position.
Yeah, and are you able to talk a little bit about the rules for participation in the race in regards to, maybe people who are listed as international, right? So Katrin Jones is listed as being from British Columbia.
Mm-hmm.
I know that we have an athlete from Mexico as well, Alex.
Yep.
And so are you able to just touch on that briefly?
Yeah, so in a nutshell, to participate in any national championship under USATF rules, you must first and foremost be a USATF registered athlete. So that's the first barrier you have to jump through. You can also be a registered athlete who signs up just as a fan. You can be a USATF registered coach, official, many different ways you can hop into the system. But to compete here, you must be affiliated with USATF. Then citizens of the U.S. who are eligible to represent an international competition can participate in any national championship. If one of those individuals spends time outside of the U.S., they have to either maintain a little bit or some sort of residency in the U.S., or if they are a U.S. citizen who can't compete internationally. So this is not a world championship selection race, but if it were to be, then they can participate as long as they basically can't take the spot of someone who does reside full-time. However, now we're getting nuanced. Because this is not a selection race, there's not a 100-mile road world championships that our podium here will advance to. U.S. citizens who are not eligible for international competitions can participate in this national championship. And again, it all comes down to citizenship, residency, and whether someone is a registered member of USATF.
Yeah, give me 1 second here.
Yeah, so we're talking about a few folks who might reside outside, but I know for my own personal club team back in the Bay Area, we have an athlete who legally would compete for Ireland. One, Paddy O'Leary, no stranger to those who've been following the trail and ultra scene for a while. He can compete on our USATF cross-country team, for instance, because he's a registered member, and the cross-country circuit is not a selection race to World Cross-Country Championships. However, if we were to go to the national championship, he basically would be competing unattached in the sort of normal lexicon. So it's a nuanced, fun trip through the USATF rulebook, but that explains why you might see some folks with some international addresses listed in Ultra Sign Up who are competing in this USATF 100-mile championship here today. But if you're watching at home, hey, two things you can do. One, obviously, if you want to become a USATF member, you can compete in any number of national championships, be it track, cross, or mountain ultra trail type events. Or if you just want to come down to Jackpot because you like what you're seeing on the screen itself, that's open for anybody. So go ahead and check out our friends at Beyond Limits Running, because Jackpot's coming back down to Henderson next year, and you can do everything from a 6-mile race up through a 72-hour race. Did I say 6 mile or 6 hour? 6-hour race, 72-hour race, everything in between, plus a 100-mile. So you can come also enjoy Henderson on a holiday weekend, and then get the snow cone of your choice.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Camille Herron is vouching for the snow cones, so I think that it should be a goal of everyone's to, at some point in their life, come and taste the snow cones at this race, given that, the 100-mile world record holder is vouching for them.
I'm here for it. And because it's a USATF sanctioned race, that everything's got to be above board. So if USATF signed off on it, then it's got to be legitimate, right? That's how this goes. So
it's got to be above board.
Yeah, hey, these athletes are going to get drug tested after this is done. So make sure them snow cones are legit. As we see Stephanie Flippin coming in real smooth, just past that start-finish line, connecting with her crew real quick before heading out on yet another loop. Got athletes out here having a whole host of fun.
I can't blame them. That's part of what, again, makes this race so unique, right? Is not only do you get this elite field, but you also are getting, this Sin City-inspired atmosphere with the Las Vegas Showgirls at the start, and the pink Cadillac, and the live band, and Ken wearing a ridiculous suit that he has no shame in putting on a live broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a lot of like fun and good vibes in addition to this super competitive field. And so we have a question in the chat: how long is the loop? Do you have it to 6 decimal points yet, or what?
No, I don't. I just shorthanded to 1.17 because it just makes life a lot easier in my head. Who knows? By the time that this is all said and done, I might have it quite deeply memorized. But yeah, the mileage of these loops for the USATF 100-mile course is 1.17 miles, so 85 laps around to complete the distance. And then you're also going to see some 72-hour runners out there just grinding along. They're on a slightly different course that's 2.5 miles long and a lot less pavement, a lot more packed dirt and gravel. But everybody's having a good time out there, hanging out, crossing through the start-finish line, checking out the live band out there, getting their snow cone fix, connecting with their crew on a regular basis. And in just a few short hours, I think 2.5 hours or so, there's going to be a full-on viewing party as those who are participating in the Jackpot Ultras tomorrow, they're going to come through, be able to pick up their bibs, watch all the action that's happening on course here today. I guess potentially tune into the live stream as it's happening, maybe a little simulcast there on site.
Yeah, I wonder, do you think they'll have like a big screen with our faces on it or what? I mean, we've been off screen primarily through the day. We want to give the viewers as much of the athletes as possible and less of us. But what do you think? Do you think Ken's going to have a TV out there? My guess is no.
I don't know. I mean, for the low price of about $760,000, he might have been able to rent some signage on the Las Vegas Strip for about 7 seconds to live stream it. Don't know what the price point is.
Out in Henderson.
On the Henderson Strip here, as we see Arlen Glick running through the Henderson Strip. That is Crew Row.
I love it. Where was I when this naming convention came up? Or
I don't know. I'm just throwing things out.
I love it. Let's go.
A little less neon at the moment, but hey, when the sun goes down and the stars come out, who knows?
Well, when Aravaipa After Dark comes to fruition,
it's gonna be shenanigans.
Is
that what we're doing?
I don't know. Well, I mean, during the Black Canyon live stream last weekend, Rob beatboxed live.
Word. How did I miss that?
I don't know. It was good. I mean, he's a musician, so of course it's good. But also, huge shout out to Rob, who has been in the chat all day. Rob Ricardo just had a new single drop today.
Word.
So everyone, Rob didn't pay for ad space or anything like that. I'm just doing this out of the goodness of my heart. But everyone should definitely go over to, their platform of choice and check out Rob's new single. Oh, because it's awesome. It's entitled "The Tide." So go check that out. Shout out to Rob. I told him he could come in studio today if he wanted, but he's probably refreshing stream data for the first 24 hours of his single.
Of his new single, yeah. So we can get that like 0.04 of a cent per stream.
Yeah.
Hey, it adds up though.
Hey, when you do numbers like Rob.
Yeah, it adds up quick.
Money.
Yeah. He was at he performed at the Marquee Theater here in Phoenix a month or two ago. I was like, oh, Rob's like big time.
Yeah.
I knew him way back when he was just harassing me on Cocodona live stream coverage. And look at you now, Rob. So thanks for.
And a question in the chat about where the link, live tracking link, it's pinned to the comments section here, so it should be at the top of the live chat. Yeah, Rob performed at the Marquee. It was dope. I was there. I got off dad duty to go watch Rob, shred the stage.
Big timing. Yeah, no, Rob, appreciate you supporting us here today. Appreciate you helping with the Black Canyon coverage last week. Appreciate you just being you.
wonder what happens when. Got it.
Oh, you know what? It should be very easy to remember how long this loop is.
Why?
Because it just starts doing repeating numbers at some point.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
So it's 1.17.
6161. Yeah.
I knew there was a 6. Nice. I love it.
So really, we should be saying 1.18 if we're going to shorthand it for any math teachers out there. I understand how rounding works, but yeah, that's where we are at on course. 85 laps around this 1.1761616 mile course as Camille just rolls through.
And folks are asking for more of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And so
let's talk about it.
We deliver. And you can see the leaderboard on screen here. And again, our top 4 on the men's side still Callan Khan.
Well.
Whoa, it just updated.
Yep.
Callan Khan, Arlen Glick, Paul Young, and Pat Reagan in the top 4, and all of them on the same lap. And Arlen Glick is running significantly faster lap splits than everyone else.
Absolutely. So we saw, was that last lap that he came through with the bottle drop on the handoff. This is why efficiency matters. You see that on the last lap alone, he was able to put 40 seconds into Patrick Reagan. So the efficiency of these crew stops really do come into play. Callan Khan and Paul Young both having 10-plus minute stops. Paul had that 12, almost 13-minute stop pretty early on. I think that was loop 20 or 21. So, we're seeing as the race has now gone on, we are at about 60K in. These lap times start to become a bit of a storyline. Can people maintain those low to mid 8s that they had been before on the men's side, or are we going to see this 10-minute bleed, this 10-minute tight bleed become more par for the course? And on the women's side, Camille's still definitely out front, cruising along still. But you have Katrin, Nicole, and Stephanie.
So Nicole has overtaken Stephanie now in terms of they're on the same lap, but Nicole is ahead on said lap.
Yeah, and we saw them running literally side by side. I believe last lap that was. So, these little shakeups can happen. Stephanie also has been really stopping, albeit briefly, but actually, coming to a more or less full stop at her table when getting aid and filling up her pack, switching out ice bandanas. So that might also explain part of that variance. But Katrin, as we mentioned just a few moments ago, the 100K is as far as she has gone. So, this is going to be uncharted territory for her. So to find herself in second place, even 60K in, don't know exactly how it's going to play out. It will be fun to see how that keeps going. But if she keeps putting down similar lap times to what these more experienced runners that are chasing her down have done, then that bodes well for her. So let's hope that she can maintain a bit of that consistent stepping forward as this race continues on into almost hour 5. We're four and a half in. So things are getting real.
Yeah, we're 4 hours and 41 minutes in, so we are approaching that 5-hour mark. It'll be here before we know it.
Yeah. Also got to shout out Alex Nichols. looks to have been also making a pretty steady move up the leaderboard, overtaking Nick Ivan and Brian Hannock to slide into that 5th male, 6th overall position. Alex, no stranger to some highly competitive events in his own right, coming down from Colorado Springs. Not sure what his training has looked like, because Colorado Springs, when I was there in December, pretty dry, but I don't think it stayed that way through January. So not sure how much specific training on these types of surfaces he's been able to get in as of late. But don't sleep on Alex Nichols, slowly, quietly making his move up the leaderboard as well.
Yeah, amazing to see. And we are going to send it back to our static cam here. As we're watching runners come through the start-finish area, you can see on the right side of your screen is the live band. Part of what makes the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival so amazing is the live music and all the fun. So, and a huge shout out to our partners over at Koros for helping make this broadcast happen. Without them, we wouldn't be able to really do what we're doing today. So huge shout out over to the good folks at Koros.
Yeah, they've been doing a solid to help bring the coverage here, and I know that there are several athletes out there who are rocking their watches on course right now, making sure that they capture all 100 miles of their journey. I'm sure there's some 72-hour folks out there right now rocking them as well, putting that battery life that Koros is known for to the test. So if you have not heard, we got that code. If you hop over to Koros.com, you can get an additional watch strap with your purchase with that coupon code Jackpot. So yeah, hop over to Koros.com, enter the code Jackpot, get yourself an extra band for your watch when you make the purchase, and it's good to be stylish while also making sure you capture all the things you need to get the Strava kudos that you so desperately need and deserve.
And we've got a little bit of insight from the American record holder, Nick Curry. Arlen and Alex have been steady from the start. All the other top men have had some kind of slowdown. I would be watching Alex right now.
Well, let's see if we can pull up a bit of that data that we saw Nick help us present earlier, and see how Alex might be faring against some of his other counterparts.
And we're going to pull up some of our top men here, including Alex Nichols. And there you can kind of see the progress for a number of these runners. Looks like maybe I need to hit a refresh here. And then I need to pull it back in.
So what you're going to see on the screen is a comparison of these performances against Zach Bitter's performance last year, course record performance of 12:57, and the current 100-mile world record, Sorokin's Spartanian run from this past year. So in comparison to those historical actions, but then the shorter lines you're seeing here are what's happening literally en route on course today. So you can see as Nick sort of mentioned in the chat, you are already seeing a bit of slowdown from some of these athletes.
What's interesting is Arlen Glick's. He's this pink line right there. The slope of his line is pretty flat relative to the 12-hour baseline, which is the thick black straight line across. Whereas everyone else has a little bit more of a taper, although Alex Nichols, who is in the orange, doesn't taper nearly as much, and Pat Reagan, who is the green here, also has a much slighter taper than Callan Kahn and Paul Young, who are in the red and blue.
Yeah, so, we've had some folks slow down in the last couple of laps. You can really see how just the slopes have changed in these lines. And now, the conversation I was mentioning about whether Paul and Callan can rebound or, does this sort of slope flatten out for them, or are they going to be able to maintain? Or if they start fading off, these hunters in third, fourth, fifth, and sixth place are going to look to come charge.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to check in, I believe, possibly
Can we get
in a few moments. Which camera?
I'll say let's go with A, because it looked like we heard from the course that pretty much right on cue of the conversation we're having, we've got one of our early leaders in a bit of a struggling situation. Reports from course side were that Callan Kahn had been reduced to a walk up towards the finish line. So we're going to see if we can try to find eyes there and get a sense if that is a temporary part of the strategy or maybe is legitimately in the hurt locker at the moment. Our current leader on course, Callan Kahn.
Yeah, and I wonder if when those results refresh, if he will still be the current leader. Let's go ahead and see if we can pull up our live results here. Yeah, and so it does look like Arlen Glick and Paul Young have both passed Callan Kahn here, so it'll be interesting to see what's going on there as we take a look at our updated leaderboard here.
Yeah, so a 23-minute lap for Callan there. Not sure if that forebodes calling it a day to be walking a significant chunk of this 1.17 61616 mile loop, but definitely a bummer to see our early leader sort of already having a rough go about 40 miles in to the race overall. But Arlen Glick was cruising along in fourth and fifth for quite some time and now finds himself in the lead after about 32 total laps of this 85-lap course. Paul Young coming up just behind him in second place, which would move Patrick Reagan likely into third place when all is said and done here after we figure out what's going on with Callan Kahn. So a lot to unpack. You see Arlen just came through the start-finish line on our side. We were able to see it. Now he's rolling through crew row.
There.
Gene Pommier just behind him. But you saw both of them doing some real quick
And look at this setup.
snatch and grabs. Yep.
The Gatorade cooler with ice and water And the towels are coming out. Got to be, like we said earlier, you got to be preemptive with the cooling. That's for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's 66 degrees approximately out there right now. So it's been a slow creep, definitely up from the, what was it, like 49 degrees when this whole thing started. But someone who is no stranger to showing up in the heat and just crushing competition on a regular basis. It's time to bring in our next guest.
Yeah, we're going to be joined here in just a second by the great Tracy Falbo, as you can see on your screen. Tracy, if you can mute yourself on your end, we have you on here, and we're so excited to chat with you.
Hi.
Tracy,
nice to talk
how
to
are
you
you
guys.
doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We are wonderful, Tracy. So obviously you are no stranger to competing in basically any event. You're a legend of the sport. But specifically, I know you've competed here in the past. You've competed in some fixed time stuff in the past. First and foremost, they're having pretty good weather here in Henderson for today's race. How does that compare to the times you've raced the Jackpot Ultras here in Henderson, Nevada?
I just raced the first year. It was the 100-mile road race, and I remember it being hot, but I still think it was in February. But even in the afternoon and that time of year, it can still get hot. But I remember using an ice bandana some. I don't remember needing a hose or a kiddie pool or anything like that, but an ice bandana came in handy in the afternoon.
Yeah, and when you come into, a race like this where, it's a national championship race, it's a highly competitive field, is it hard at times to stick to your own kind of pacing strategy and run your own race, or is it pretty easy to kind of get caught up in, the competition and maybe going out with some of the leaders if they go out maybe a little bit faster than what you expected?
I think that's really individualistic. For me, I know that I can only run a certain pace. I am not fast in terms of shorter distance speed. So that's why I always enjoyed the longer distances, because it was sort of even the playing field for me. So I was always okay with just trying to run even pace in pretty much any effort like that, especially with something like Jackpot. If you've got like a trail course that's got tons of climbs and descents, running an even pace is not a possibility. You have to kind of go with the flow. But something that's a flatter course like this, your best bet is to run even pace.
Yeah, and so I know that you've run, plenty of races where it is warm out. What is kind of your, go-to cooling strategy that, seemed to work for you? Obviously, it'll be different from individual to individual, but what was your kind of go-to thing in terms of keeping yourself cool for some of these warmer races?
Yeah, I dump water on myself all the time. If I can just stay totally wet, that keeps me cool. And then ice bandanas, or I'll throw ice in my bra or ice in a hat. So if you can keep your core cool, that's the best way to do it.
Awesome. And what races do you have coming up, and how's everything been going for you, running and training wise?
Yeah, I'm just building back up. I had a plantar fascia tear on Thanksgiving Day, so I'm building, but I'm actually running a 50K in West Virginia tomorrow called Cabin Fever 50K. It's a first-time race. It looks to be pretty gnarly for a trail, which is sort of out of my comfort zone, but I thought it would be fun, and so why not? But other than that, my big race for the year is in May. I'm going to run Loch Ness 360, which is you circumnavigate Loch Ness. It's about 80 miles.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Tracy, for, taking a few minutes out of your day to just provide us with, a few insights in terms of, how you, as someone who is a super experienced ultra runner, have dealt with, these kind of big races, but also with the heat. So, thank you so much for giving us a few minutes of your time, and we hope you have a great rest of your day.
All right, thanks. You guys have a good time out there. You're doing a good job.
Thank you. And there it was, the great Tracy Falbo, ladies and gentlemen, blessing us with, a few minutes of her time so that she could, drop some knowledge on the rest of us in terms of, how she has done so many epic things and kind of what her strategies have been throughout the race. And it looks like we are following another Hoka athlete here. I'm not exactly sure who that is. But she is looking very locked in, and if we are able to get the name at any point of who we're following, that would be great.
Yeah, my guess was going to be Nicole.
I don't think it's Nicole because I think she's taller. I think that they're going to try to get us bib 128. That's wonderful.
That's Katrin Jones.
That's Katrin Jones. So Hoka has a stranglehold on the women's podium as of right now.
Yes.
They have the top 4 females all in their kits. That's who I thought. I assumed that it was Katrin Jones, but it's better to check.
Yes. Yeah, I was confused because there was not a back bib, so that's what threw me off. However, this might be one of those situations we discussed earlier. Athletes who are not full-time residents of the United States. Katrin may not be wearing a back bib because she may not be eligible for the age group podium in that 40 to 44 range, as that would bump out a full U.S. citizen. I'll have to get a read on someone deeper into the rule book than I, but that might be why she did not have a back bib on. Might actually make it easier
Able
for us to
to
spot
be in the race, but doesn't qualify for podium positions for the national championship.
Correct.
Possibly. Yeah, that seems logical. That doesn't mean that that's sometimes logic isn't always the way the rules are created, but yeah.
She paid her $40 to USATF, so they let her on the line, and she's tearing it up right now in second place and going for her first 100-mile finish. So excited to see what she continues to do as she potentially may have even learned from her Hoka teammates some tips of the trade before coming out here. But you see her teammate and current race leader on the women's side, Camille Herron, cruising along here through that low basin area of the course.
And again, pardon me, Camille looking pretty smooth. So we have another runner right behind her in the cow print. So that might be Nick Iben. Or it could be Paul Young.
I believe that one is Nick.
Yeah. They have slightly different, yeah, and there's Paul.
There you go.
Yep, so the shirts, they're both white, but when you get the little side striping on Paul's shirt, it's easy to identify that as the Senseman Special. And it looks like
Paul has
the man himself, Jamil Curry, is going to be joining us here in 1 second from Henderson, Nevada. So we'll keep it on the runners here as we send it to Jamil. Jamil, if you can just unmute yourself, we are all set. Jamil, the floor is
Awesome.
yours.
Hey guys, yeah, we got some great on-course footage coming in here, and I'm joined right now with Paul Kentor. He's out here crewing, I think, a couple runners.
Mostly one, Julie Kafitz, who's
Julie Kafitz.
Hopefully not trying to race, and hopefully just catch a Spartathlon qualifier.
Nice.
Yeah, it's early and we're already seeing some carnage. It's I think warmer than many people predicted, and there's no shade. So it's some people are going out aggressively, but the blowups were not necessarily from whom you expect. Colin Kahn so far hasn't dropped, but he's already kind of taking a massive break, if not actually dropped. You lose track of things when you're on the course. I had no idea how much time has elapsed. He's run, I think, up to 100K and definitely 50 miles solo. He's, I believe, a low 220 marathoner. This was stepping up in distance for him, but to be having issues this early and in heat, it's warm, but not a shock to anybody. I think it's just a useful reminder that you're exposed the entire time. There's really no variety of muscle usage. Most of the course is concrete, which is very unforgiving, even for people used to running on asphalt. And little mistakes or little problems become big problems fairly early on in these things. So race is young, but some drama's already developing.
Yeah, definitely. Have you seen some runners that are being proactive in terms of the heat that are looking good thus far?
Very early on, two people who stand out as probably the most experienced and the most professional in their execution are Pat Regan and Camille Herron, and neither one is a surprise. Both of them have crews that are very well oiled and experienced, and Pat from the get-go was dialed in and kind of offering whatever he needed in very specific fashion. But he and Camille look very dialed in, as does Arlen Glick. He seems a little less methodical in his approach, but seems similarly dialed in. Some of the runners that I am not remotely familiar with are Brian Hannock, Nick Eldon, and Paul Young, all of whom I'm kind of we'll say cautious optimism. I think it's fairly new ground for all of them. Nick, I believe, did this race last year, finished in like 18:45, which if you were to look at him run right now, that is a very subpar showing. So right now he's looking fairly fresh. Paul Young has already had a shoe change from the Nike Alpha Flies to some Hoka version. He still has a lot of bounce in his stride, but I think he lost about 6 minutes on that change. So hard to know what that shoe change was attributable to. But he still looks very bouncy and fresh. So, and Mark Hammond is, I wouldn't say he's having trouble, but it looks like the heat is affecting him, and so he's already got a pack, quite literally a pack full of ice and a hat full of ice. And
he's got the big bucket hat, not the Walmsley Francois small one. He's got like the fisherman style. Just for you,
he has found
Skylar.
creative places to put ice that one could have never imagined, and he's dealt with much hotter races, so he can definitely weather the storm, and he's experienced. So yeah, he's one person that it seems to be having a little bit of difficulty, but I'm not overly concerned about. But right now, the top two podium favorites at this point are Regan and Herron.
Awesome, that's some great information right there. And it looks like, let's see, Arlen and Camille, we've got, what, 4 on the same lap right now. Arlen, Camille, Paul, and Pat are all 34 laps complete, so they're on 35. And then you have Callan, Alex, Brian, and Nick are on the next lap behind them. So, yeah.
I will note, Alex, from the very beginning, I saw his name on the entry list a few weeks ago, and I have not gotten over my shock. I'm here watching him run, and to me, an outside observer, it looks like out of anybody showing up, he seems the most fish out of water. And for a guy for whom Western States is a flat run, this is, I don't know what to make of. I think it was, his partner said he's been doing more road running lately just out of kind of convenience or necessity, and so this was something to latch onto, but he's running a very, very controlled race. never seemed like the freshest or bounciest person out there, but doesn't seem to be any worse for the wear. And he's just very kind of low key, in control, and yeah, I'm curious to see what he pulls out.
Yeah, it looks like he's executing well so far, not being taxed really at all thus far, which is great to see.
Trying to see. I don't know how the other fast women are doing. We have the podium, or who's the lead of the podium right now for the women?
So you got, for the women, Camille is first, and then you've got Katrin Jones, Nicole Monet are next, and then Stephanie Flippin is one behind. They were running more together earlier, so I don't know if Stephanie stopped for a minute. And then Julie Kafitz is in fifth. So they're all kind of a lap apart right now, with the exception of Camille, who is almost leading the whole race.
Yeah, she's doing her own thing, and yeah, nothing Camille does is really a surprise. I was speaking to Connor, her husband. She's really, I think, having her hopes set up on Western States this year, and I had no idea what possible value this race would have been for her. She will certainly run no faster than her world record here. If anything, she would benefit from more vert, more trails, more everything. But he said she likes to race kind of early and often, and she's a defending champion. She enjoys it, and it's just something to keep her motivated. And he just has just training stimulus. So, and she certainly knows her body. So, I don't think there's anything really on the line for her to drop out or to really defend. So
she could just go for it, basically, and there's nothing to lose.
Nothing for her would be a surprise. I don't expect her. I mean, she's not going to really go too deep in the hurt locker for this. I don't think she's smart enough and experienced enough not to do that. But whether she runs 13 hours or 15, I think she'll just try to win and mostly not set back her training. So, but yeah, nothing from her would quite frankly be a surprise. Who else do we have here? I don't know if there's anyone else that don't disparage anyone. I don't know if anyone has a terrible note.
Just scroll with their finger. Yep.
So among the people who are interested, there are definitely some names and faces I don't have pieced together. This Sung-Ho Choi, I've seen his name before. I think he's done one of these guys who race anything and everything, hilly, mountainous, roads, whatever. I've seen his name around for a while.
Well, Ray Sanchez is also running the 100-mile tomorrow, who's running right now. I don't know if you guys got that data, Matt, but
no, that's amazing.
If Marathon Maniacs doesn't have an Ultra Marathon Maniacs, then they need one.
Yes. Ed Eddinghausen's also out here, and he's a prolific, multiple 100-mile type of guy. I wouldn't be surprised if he's running more than one event
I think
this weekend.
Last time I saw him was at the Sri Chinmoy 10-day race that he arrived late at coming from a 72-hour race and kind of maintaining pace with Israeli Kobe Oren. They ran basically neck and neck, but he never closed the gap. Jean Palmier, a very consistent and familiar face at every USATF race, is a very high-level age group performer. He's 57, he runs roads, trails, everything, and he's one of these guys forever young. He's just very experienced, very impressive to see out there.
Phil McCarthy.
Phil McCarthy just learned he's celebrating his 20th anniversary since he started doing ultra runs. So he said he's not necessarily in a racing shape, or this was just a nice way to mark the occasion.
I was like, yikes, I'm getting close to that now. That's scary.
Yeah, so you and Alex Nichols must have gotten in around similar times.
I was like 2005. Yeah, really similar.
Yolanda Holder, the walking diva, the only individual to have, I think she is actually a certified centurion, which I believe the significance of that is someone attests that you have walked every step of 100 miles in under 24 hours.
No running allowed.
No running, right. This is not speed walking, which is a discipline or kind of endurance racing that I know nothing about. She is the only pure walker, and I believe perhaps the oldest entrant to have ever completed the Sri Chinmoy 3100 miler. She said she is considering entering again this summer, and that takes some next level determination, screws loose, whatever. That,
They're saying there's a bit of a bad audio, or there's an echo.
Yeah,
Not
we're
sure
getting an
why.
echo from the second headset.
Okay, yeah, it would be good to know about that for sure.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Okay, I can stop talking.
I can keep talking. Let's see, maybe I could just give you. Let's see what I can do here. Yeah, maybe we'll try and come back in here in a second, Matt.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Jamil.
Yeah, so a lot of good analysis on what the sights and sounds look like from someone who's been around the game for a while and is seeing it firsthand. While they were breaking that down, they made the observation that Camille is almost winning this. That is correct. She did slide into second place there overall. Obviously still winning in terms of the women. Through the last split, looks like her and Paul Young were basically even. Looks like she just came through the finish line again. So potentially trying to see if she's gapped Paul or vice versa. But all things considered, looking at the data coming through, she is pretty much maintaining very, very strong across the board. Not a lot of fall off in her lap times whatsoever. Has been just consistently moving well ahead of that course record pace set out by Stephanie Flippin herself, currently in fourth place on course. So definitely in a position, which as we expected with the cooler temperatures this year versus last, to see some course records go down. Significantly ahead of that pace right now is Camille. Even if it comes to a point where, as was mentioned, she's just trying to cruise along through the, just for the win, not really worried about time. If she's maintaining that sort of 75% max heart rate aerobic long run that she was hoping to execute, at least as she told us yesterday, then it looks like she's just going to be out here cruising on a nice long training run as she continues to work her way towards Western States.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely well on her way to having an incredible performance. Possibly could see a world record here by the end of the evening. So, and it looks like Jamil is back, so we're going to send it back over there. Jamil, how are you doing?
How's this sound? Do we get a better echo? Do you want to gestures?
Echo now? Can you hear me now?
I can, yeah, we can hear headset 2, but you were super grainy on headset 1.
Who's headset 1? Me?
You.
I'm not good.
No, give me 1 second here. All right, let's see how those audio levels are now.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Testing.
Yeah, your audio is not good, Jamil. So we will see if we can get that sorted out and come back to you here in just a little bit.
All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have eyes on Arlen Glick, our race leader at the moment. This might also be a good time, if we can, to actually pull up the leaderboard, because a lot has happened in the last 2 to 3 laps here. So overall, Arlen Glick out in front, 42 miles in, still clicking off those mid-8s. Camille Herron, now second overall and first female, also running pretty much even pace as Arlen. She is 4 minutes back on course, but they look to be in real time, not really gaining or losing time on each other. Third place is Patrick Reagan. As discussed, the human metronome, it seems like, has continued to work his way up through the field. Paul Young has slipped down to fourth, and Alex Nichols continues his steady climb up into fifth. Brian Hannick in sixth, Callan Kahn in seventh, Nick Iben in eighth, Jonah Backstrom in ninth overall, Katrin Jones in 10th, and Nicole Monet in 11th. Katrin and Nicole being the second and third females on course. So we have a lot of just fire action happening when your two-time national champion is sitting at 12th overall in the standings. You know that it's a pretty smoking day. So good to see that folks are stepping up to the challenge and utilizing these much more favorable temperatures than last year to put down some fast times.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see, you know, how the race is continuing to shape out. Again, that was something that we wanted to, you know, keep our eye on as the race unfolded, was, you know, some of those faster, you know, shorter distance ultra stuff, or shorter distance ultra guys took it out pretty hard. So we were interested to see kind of where they would ultimately land. And then we have, I think, something fairly interesting on the iPad over here, which is I'll let you explain this here for a minute, Skylar.
Yeah, okay, so we talked about this with Nick earlier on the live stream, but basically setting that sort of x-axis as a 13-hour barrier, we have graphed with the green line Stephanie Flippin's time from last year, the course record in the 14:30 range. We've also graphed the world record pace and degradation for Camille from Tunnel Hill, as well as Zach Bitter's course record from last year. So basically, the red line is Camille currently on course, right? You can see that compared to the orange line, which was her, if I got this correct, her world record run, this is about where she had started to fall off on that world record pace. Obviously, was still moving quite well, but you started to see that curve sort of plateau and ultimately kind of curve down towards the end. Her current pace is still on that upward swing. She's still gaining ground on her world record pace. And then we also have the blue line, which is Zach Bitter's time from last year. So Zach Bitter ran 12:52. World record on the women's side, 12:42. You can see both of those had some fairly significant declines at the end. Camille's in a position, 40 some odd percent, 42% of the way through this race, where if she can continue clicking off similar splits as she has been, and we don't see her start to flake off on this pace, that we honestly could be seeing not just a course record, but a true magical world record sort of day. So this will be something we continue to keep an eye on as she moves up through the field, and has the benefit of still having Arlen in front of her. And so it's not like she's just out there in no man or no woman's land. She does at least have a target that she can keep her eyes on if she really wants to take a legitimate swing at a world record on what she billed yesterday as a nice aerobic long run. Absurd.
I love it. And it looks like we're going to send it back to our course side cam here. And here you go.
All right. Nice to be back. You guys hear me okay now?
Yep.
Thanks to Nick Curry for that wonderful charting tool. Hold on, I think I'm hearing someone's phone ring. Oh, it's fine. We're slowly entering the heat of the day. Camille has historically liked to start off fast. She just went whizzing by the 10th, still in wonderful spirits, moving smoothly. If she were to improve on her own world record here, that would be phenomenal. I do think that on I guess her Tunnel Hill course was on kind of crushed gravel. They like to say it was both a trail FKT and a 100-mile world record. I don't think it can actually be both. And it might have been a slow road, but it was a road. So a road like this would certainly be faster, notwithstanding the abuse of the concrete that you're absorbing. But it is much, much hotter. Tunnel Hill had near perfect weather, and right now I'm in the shade of this wonderful tent, and it is toasty. So if she, I think any win that she produces any win that she produces is a win. This is not a race that you try to race the clock, or race a particular time. You just gotta try to protect the win. And if you're in the middle of a larger training block, then hopefully not bury yourself in too big a hole and lose sight of the forest for the trees. Ultimately, Western States, I believe, is their goal this season. Beyond Western States, I don't know. Her partner said basically they're planning 6 months at a time right now. So, but I cannot imagine not losing a little bit of pace in the second half. We're not even in the haven't completed the first half of the race. So we will definitely be seeing some slowing in the coming hours.
Yeah, no, I definitely think we'll see some slowing. I think the question will be, how much does she slow down? Because, she said coming in that she felt like her fitness was ahead of where it was when she ran the world record at Tunnel Hill.
Right.
However, she also said she wanted to be conservative-ish effort-wise in terms of looking at about 75% heart rate effort. So still kind of perceiving that a little bit, but it'll be interesting to see how once things warm up a little bit or continue to warm up, and she's just out exposed in the sun a little bit longer, how much she does ultimately kind of start to slow down, because right now she is on fire.
Yeah, it's quite literally she's not doing anything drastic to really mitigate the heat. Pat from very early on was just dialed in, looked like anybody at Western States with his arm sleeves on and stuffing ice everywhere in his hat, and she just has seemed to really adjust to the heat very well. So yeah, we'll see. Some people are just peering beyond the camera to take a peek as people run by. Some people are starting to slowly manage the heat. The big thing is I don't think anybody expected it to be this hot. I looked at the weather, I guess even yesterday, it seemed to be that it would be much cooler. So we'll see. It's the race is still early, and we're still in the hours that nobody's winning the race at this stage, and plenty of people are going to sabotage their own races. Sounds a little, I think, harsher than I intended, but effectively that's kind of what happens. Small problems become big problems, and stay tuned.
Yeah, for sure. And I wonder, she was living in the Tucson area until just recently, so I wonder if, some of having a bulk of her training block in, in Arizona has maybe helped prepare her a little bit for, what she's facing today up to this point. Ultimately, it's still so early that a race like this, it's not going wrong until it's going wrong, right? And so it can change at any minute. So it'll be interesting to see.
So the truth is, her run at Javelina was encouraging, and aside from actually adjusting to the heat, you learn how to just training consistently in the heat. You learn to read your body much better, and with another kind of stress, and how to just react to it and process, and when to lean in, when to back off. And so right now she seems to be running very much within her comfort zone. So and there are a lot of unfamiliar faces to me. I think I guess some surprising debutantes. I don't know if they are chasing that it's a USATF Road National Championship. Whenever I say that, it's always a mouthful, and I say whatever that may and may not be worth. Certainly a golden ticket race is frequently a little more compelling, a little more depth. But you always have an interesting cast of characters, and every now and then you see someone kind of pop up and leave a interesting mark. Next week, I believe, actually, you have the Comset is the host of the 50K Road National Championships every year, and that 50K Road Championships is kind of this awkward space between, is it an ultra, is it not? Do people, want to use it as a long training run? You have some sub-elite marathoners dipping their toes into the ultra space, but when it doesn't really have much in common with a lot of the longer races. But you have a lot of familiar faces of people who are here who would otherwise be there next week. I know last year I was there. I believe the name is Preston Johnson, and is one of these. He's a Solomon athlete and does a lot of trails, and he popped up there. So, yeah, it seems that a few of these runners, one guy, I'm still trying to process everybody's names and face. So, I guess one improvement, for the race entry would be pairing faces and names. I guess that's an ultra sign up feature that's there in part, but one more bit to the Christmas wish list.
Yeah, and it's interesting that speaking of the Road 50K Championships, that's kind of where the name Callan Khan had kind of first come about, being the 50K Road Champion in 2020.
Right.
He has given it a fair crack today, and I know he's, going through a little bit of a rough patch right now, but as we know, the race is still fairly young, which could go either way, right? You could troubleshoot those problems and maybe be able to get back onto a good trajectory, or those problems could continue to spiral and your day could become more and more rough. But yeah, speaking of the 50K, that's kind of where his name kind of came into the ultra space.
Yeah, that was one races of any kind to take place before COVID. The day before was the Olympic trials in Atlanta, and so you had a lot of people just it's kind of curious. I, for the life of me, couldn't figure out why the 50K Road National Championships would take place the day after the Olympic trials, when typically a lot of 218, 219 guys and sub-elite women, let's say in the 240 range for the marathon, would show up to the 50K National Championship when they can run the Olympic trials, which for most people at that tier is a fairly unique opportunity. So Colin is just a step behind that. I'd say, I think, again, 222, 223 marathon talent. That's so a few people who might have otherwise raced him were there. He has, again, I don't know off the top of my head, raced a couple 50 milers and I think 100K, but this is still early on. And speaking to him, he said he had some muscle tightness and soreness. I pointed to someone offered him a banana, which the face he made seemed to me, the armchair critic that I am, the kind of reaction that you don't make when your muscles are tight. Something nutritionally has to be off, and you can easily fall into a bad cycle between the heat and food, that if you leave one thing unaddressed, you get too hot, you lose your appetite, you don't eat enough, then you can be a little more susceptible to the heat, and then ultimately you can get tightness and soreness in places that just aren't getting enough fuel. So it depends on how determined he is, to race this, and if it's not his day, to throw in the towel and save it for another day, or just to get the experience of running, having the experience of being on his feet for 100 miles. In my mind, anybody who's changed their shoes this early in the race is some kind of cause for concern. It might not be, but it's odd. It's a waste of time, to be frank. And if you need to change your shoes after 50K, then it was probably not the greatest set of shoes to start off with. In a few people's cases, they're starting off with the Alpha Fly, which is one of these Nike super shoes, perhaps the most aggressive super shoe. I heard one person say they had a hard time slowing themselves down. So it's just purely my thinking out loud, but in a race where you kind of need to pace yourself to some extent or another, starting off with your fastest shoe in the closet might not be the optimal footwear choice for when you're feeling most fresh, most energized, and it's cool. But what do I know? Again, I'm the armchair critic thinking out loud.
Yeah, the interesting thing about the Alpha Fly in particular on a course like this, there are a few instances on this course where you do have, some pretty sharp turns. And of all of the super shoes, that ZoomX midsole tends to be maybe like the most unstable in terms of turning, and so that paired with also the questions of having a carbon fiber plate underfoot for that long.
And the AirPod.
And the AirPod. So we had someone in the chat say that Paul was sighted walking on course reading a book Endure. I can't confirm whether this is actually true or not. This is from Lindsay McDonald, so she could be joking in the chat, which would be funny. But then the next person said it's because he can't wear his headphones to listen to the audiobook.
They gave a very stern warning to people enrolled in the USATF championship. It was interesting. You had one or two runners from Canada, and a USATF official was wondering whether the Canadian entrants were subject to the same rules and guidelines and protocol that USA or American entrants in a championship are subject to, and whether that concerns record qualification and what have you. But yeah, headphones are a no-go. Traditionally, that's true for any major road race. It's certainly true for this race when you have officials kind of looking over their shoulder. Ultimately, their main concern is not to be unnecessary pains in the neck, but anybody who puts out a run that is worthy of recognition, they don't want a pesky little detail to get in the way of someone getting their proper due. But yeah, Endure by Alex Hutchinson. I've only read part of it. It's a good read. Anything Alex Hutchinson puts out is always interesting. But
sure.
He used to have a column called Sweat Science for Runner's World, now with I think Outside, which is now part of Podium Runner and whatever else, that larger conglomerate. As far as I can tell, a lot of it hovers around the 1% of things that people tend to spend too much time thinking about. 99% of runners need to worry about 99% of the other things, which is getting out consistently, running mostly easy, occasionally harder than you think, and questions about, I guess, minutia in training, whether beet juice is good for you, that kind of thing, and some kinds of mindset. I think I know he's definitely wrote a bit about Giannis Kouros, and I'm not sure what specifically about trail ultras, but yeah, good plug for that if you're looking for any kind of good running related reading.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Lindsay in the chat is adamant that she has a photo confirming this story. So I'm gonna trust that this is accurate. And it's actually quite funny, but it also shows maybe Paul's day isn't going as swell as maybe the first 20 miles or so were. But hey, if you're going to be out at Jackpot Ultras and the USATF 100-mile road championships here, and the day's not going well, there are worse places to be. You can have yourself a good time still.
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah, but reading with no shade, bright sun. As a side note, I did see Colin Kahn run by, trot by, we'll say like that. A little forlorn, but a trot is not a walk, with a little pack on, hopefully stuffed to the gills with ice, and hopefully a bit of determination. I now see that, is that Bryce on the bike tracking Patrick Regan right now?
Yep, so Bryce is right behind Patrick Regan here, which our viewers are now seeing, and Jamil has a drone overhead, which our viewers are now seeing, of Arlen Glick, who is over kind of by the whatever courts, basketball courts over there. So we will go back. Here we have Patrick Regan here, who he has been doing what I think has been, and I know you said this moments ago, I think he's been doing a really good job at cooling. I feel like every few laps he's, tucking ice somewhere and taking all the steps necessary to cool himself down. And I mean, he's no stranger to hot races, so or the heat in general, being from Savannah or living in Savannah. So I'm not surprised that he's got his strategy pretty dialed.
But this is a dry heat, so it doesn't count.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
At least that's what us based on the East Coast are told. Yeah, Patrick, it was interesting to observe real time just his exchange of information with his crew. I told someone, I didn't know Patrick was really a triathlete. He is executing this, we'll see how his race progresses and ultimately ends. But he's executing this really with a level of precision that you kind of expect to see from triathletes who tend to be either very dialed in or neurotic or somewhere in between. Take up choosing, or both. But yeah, his attention to details really seems to have left no stone unturned for this. And he told me about a month ago that this year I forget the rest of his schedule for the year, but this is the year of the Rose, and I think he's leaning into where he is perhaps most competitive. And I think he does have his eyes set on Spartathlon ultimately come September. And I don't know if 24 hours is going to be in the mix at some point, but yeah, certainly 100 miles we know that he's fairly adept at. And yeah, this is, hope to see him have his day.
Yeah, and we've got Rajpal Panu in the chat saying that Pat Reagan's crew, very skilled, and will definitely hold him accountable. So, yeah, I think that also comes with experience, right? I mean, Pat's won Javelina 3 times. He was, I think, 11th at Western States recently, and so, you know, some fairly hot races, or traditionally hot races, where Pat has been pretty successful, and I think a part of that is his crew, you know, getting those reps to be very dialed in, you know?
Yeah, and chief among his crew people, there are a host of people I don't know, but you have Chris Brown is here, and the two of them have run together quite a bit. They know how to read each other, they know each other's needs, and they're both, I'll say, fairly similarly skilled. So, yeah, the two seem to really be able to read each other well and kind of anticipate needs before they come up. And yeah, it's cool just to watch it in action. It's moving like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, definitely. And we were talking about how important that efficiency would come into play at some point during the race. You know, some of the athletes who were maybe newer to the 100-mile distance, taking a little bit more time early on. For instance, Paul Young having to go through that shoe change early on. I think he gave up 6 or 7 minutes on a single lap to the field behind him.
Right. Not only that, there's you know, you go fast and then you take a break. I don't know how, you know, your mileage may vary. Some people prefer running fast, and if they're really unadjusted to running at slightly slower paces, then forcing that slower pace is a little mechanically uncomfortable when it's not well rehearsed. But he went out like a little bit of a bat out of hell here, and not like so aggressively fast, but more pronouncedly faster than kind of anyone else in the pack, and you're expending some kind of mental energy. There's a reason why in major road races, like marathon and shorter, or on the track, there are professional pacers. There's a mental cost at an ultimate, which manifests as a physical cost at some point at expending energy and leading the pack. So I don't know if he's trying to bank some time when it was cool or just running while it's comfortable. But yeah, and actually, as the camera was showing Patrick before, now you see Arlen Glick. All I keep thinking is, man, it's a lot of sun exposure. I know he's wearing short sleeves, which in this weather is generally better than a singlet or no shirt for that matter. You've seen of late, certainly in the last Western States, the more Western States Jim Walmsley has run, the more covered up he gets. In my own very
and there you actually are seeing him pass Pat Reagan there.
Oh, has he passed already on your camera?
Yeah, he just passed Pat.
Passing right. Oh, so he's a few seconds behind on my feed, but well, now I see him coming up on him. All right, well, the race is still young. We could easily
and
go
so
back
it's interesting that you point that out, because I believe that this is like the same type of attire that Arlen wore also for Javelina. So I don't remember him doing like a ton to alleviate sun exposure there either, which is still very interesting because it's only a matter of time before that catches up with you. And you never know what day that's going to be, you know?
Yeah, you can speak more intelligently from Javelina than I. My one time at Badwater in person and however many times observing from afar, the people, by and large, who tend to suffer more from the heat are the people who tend to be more exposed to the sun. And among other things, when you have any bit of compression gear, not heavily in compression gear, but just enough to, a little bit of a light sun sleeve and to be able to tuck in ice into some sensitive spots. My God, we have some Jackpot special right now, and I have an ice cream truck going on in the back of my head.
We have eyes on said ice cream truck. Is that that's also Ken, the race?
Yes, I can see something at the corner of my eye. But is that proper ice cream? Because I might need to take a break for some. Just sitting out here in the cool tent is a lot of hard work.
That's definitely Ken in what I believe is his second costume of the day.
Yes.
Handing them out.
Short sleeves.
My goodness.
Yeah, they're definitely doing what they can before they wheeled out a big tub of ice towels. But yeah, this race is I don't think enough can be done to cool people off, and people are just kind of slowly toasting out there. It's kind of gruesome and kind of marvelous to watch. And Yolanda Holder, the walker, is going by, and she is smiley as ever. Even when she hurts, she smiles, and she never really lets up in pace. And there we go, back to Glick. He's very
he just looks so smooth.
He looks hot in person when you see his face, but he still looks like he's running well without kind of suffering. And now he's running by, and he's passing on the ice cream.
Oh, man.
Wow.
He means business.
Wow. That is someone who's bringing some level of real intention. I don't know who in their right mind would turn down ice cream in this. I suspect if and when Camille runs by, she will grab one.
I mean, based on her interview yesterday, she was pushing everyone to join in on the ice cream and what was it, snow cones or slushies or something that they had, or some ices. Some ices. That's what Camille was pushing everyone towards.
And Patrick turned it down, but that was not a surprise. The joke
he said coming in.
Sorry, go ahead.
Patrick said coming in when we talked to him yesterday that he was gonna, be fairly smart with his pacing strategy. He felt like he maybe learned a little bit from last year, where obviously it was way hotter, but he got sucked into a little bit of a fast early pace with Raj Paul and Zach Bitter, and kind of paid the piper for that. And so he said if people wanted to take it out super fast, he was going to kind of stay more controlled within himself, but was also confident that he would kind of, be giving himself a chance at the end still.
All right, and it's phenomenal. We have a pair of Achilles runners that just ran by. I don't know if anybody's familiar. Achilles pairs challenge athletes with all sorts of different issues. Some it's physical mobility impaired. In this case, we have a visually impaired runner who's running tethered to a sighted runner the entire time, and hopefully they'll complete it. I don't know the name of the runner, but it's incredible to see. You don't see it too often at ultras. I've seen it a lot at some larger marathons. It's always kind of exciting and inspiring to see, and she's moving well. The comment you made before about runners getting sucked into other people's races, or where they kind of end up ratcheting up the speed, each off of each other a little bit more, they can potentially sabotage each other's race. That happens in the mid-pack too. You fall into running with a group of people that you're fairly similarly paced to, but not exactly. And of course, some people are more susceptible to the heat than others. And it can end up being this collaborative effort at all sorts of destruction. So, for the most part, though, people seem to be taking the heat in stride. But it's, I don't know, I keep saying it's getting hot, but it really is much hotter than I expected, and I'm doing nothing in perhaps the coolest space of this entire race.
Yeah, one of the athletes.
Of course, I'm speaking to guys in Phoenix, so can't really complain.
No, one of the athletes that we had questions how they were going to handle the heat out there is Alex Nichols, coming down from Colorado Springs. looks like he is now in third place behind Arlen Glick and Patrick Reagan, and still just about 30, let's say 50% of a lap ahead of Nick Iben, who's currently sitting in fourth for the men. So,
what are you looking right now for your tracking? The race website or the Nick Curry tool?
We've got the
All of the above.
The race website's timing.
Yes.
I gotta see if I can pull that up somewhere on the Steep Life computer over here.
And
if you send it to Jamil's work email, that link, I can pull it out.
Yeah, we'll get that sent over your way here. And while we're navigating email, I guess I'll also just catch everyone up on the women's race as well. So we have Camille Herron out in front, second overall, but first female on course. In second place, you've got Nicole Monet has moved up into second, passing Katrin Jones, has about a 2-minute lead on her at this point. Katrin Jones sitting in third. Julie Kafetz has now moved into fourth place, and Stephanie Flippen, last year's champion at this race, is now sitting in fifth place.
So I'm trying. There should be a way to toggle the Nick Curry tool for this. I now have the lead women popped up, and okay, I think the baseline was Camille's Tunnel Hill. Okay, I see that now. And now to decode this. My God, I know you said it multiple times, but seeing Camille just any bit ahead of that Tunnel Hill pace is just kind of jarring. It's hot, and Tunnel Hill was like 40 degrees and perfect. You said, right, Nicole is in second. She seems, relative to other people, reasonably evenly paced, but Camille has stayed fairly even throughout. And Katrin Jones, all right, so she seems to have ebbs and flows, as does Julie. And Stephanie, is she off course now? Oh, we are being offered Fireball in case I can do a long distance shot for you guys. Ice cold Fireball.
It's not exactly the bomb pops that we thought were going to be thrown out, but hey, it's if it's as hot as you say it is out there, Fireball can't make it worse, right?
My own claim to fame, I don't think I've encountered a drink in a run that I have turned down. If I have any distinction in running, that's it. But so it looks like from my end, Stephanie, is she off course?
It's still showing her in the race, but I have not gotten a lap time from her in a bit, so she might have taken a particularly long break at the crew stand right now.
Got it. And yeah, I don't expect a ton of movement to happen really among the top women. It goes without saying it's Camille's race to lose. The next three, Katrin, Nicole, and Stephanie, I think all, if they were to execute races optimally, would perform fairly near each other. The weather is a little bit of a curveball, but I expect that to unfold.
Absolutely. Yeah, and it's important to keep your individual goals in mind in an environment like this for sure. So good to have you in her corner, reminding her that yes, 16:29 is as good as 15:29. Just get there and knock it out. On the screen right now, we do have the sort of degradation graph, the often mentioned Nick Curry degradation graph. And so you can see that Camille in the red line has been quite consistent in terms of that positive slope compared to her Tunnel Hill world record run. At this point at Tunnel Hill, she had already began to slow down a bit, but as it currently stands, we haven't seen her graph from this race that's currently occurring flattened out just yet. We expect some slowing to come at some point, but if she can continue to put time in against that world record performance, then it'll be interesting to see what sort of decisions she makes to keep rolling and potentially aim for that world record, or just knock out a victory here. Also worth noting, since we are talking about Camille versus records, the current women's road record for the 40 to 44 age group at 100 miles is Pam Smith's 15:02 from World Championships in 2017. So Camille looks pretty handedly under the American record. So it's only fitting that a USATF event have at least one American record broken, and it looks like Camille's well on her way to ensuring that happens. We also have on the graph here, you can see Katrin Jones, Nicole Monette, and Julie Kafetz and Stephanie Flippen, the remainder of the top five here in the race. And you can see there has been some slowing as we were trying to figure out if Stephanie has completely stopped. Looks like she did continue to keep moving forward, just had a very long pit stop on one of those laps. So, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I think this. We've talked about how there is not much. There's really no sort of shade on this course at all. So I can't imagine it's going to even feel much hotter to the athletes out there. If anything, hopefully they might be able to get some shade coming sort of back across the course from the other residential side as we get closer to sunset, since it's now 2 p.m.
Skylar, can you pull up that mark? You said it's 15:04 from Pam Smith. That age group 40 to 44.
15:02, yes, for the 40 to 44 age group.
Was that from dawn to dusk to dawn? Does it say the race venue?
You know what? I can see that it's in Belfast, but let me double check.
Oh, Belfast. Okay, so no, that's good enough. Belfast, that was the world's 24-hour championship.
IAU,
so
right?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's the IAU World 24-Hour Championships. That's one of these things where you see records, you see marks, and some context goes a long way. Any number tied to Pam Smith is something noteworthy. Pam, so again, ran that age group record as a split in a 24-hour race.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly if Camille breaks that mark here, granted it's a 100-mile race, not a 24-hour race, but she's doing it in heat. Belfast had its own various challenges, among which was people losing all sense of pacing because the timing system blew at some point. So apparently they have subsequently recovered a bit of the data. But yeah, it's cool that 15:04 is no slouching run for anybody, but especially as a split in a longer race, and to see Camille break that in a race that's far from any kind of optimal conditions. And speaking of the little jackpot race, I finally got my ice cold fireball. So cheers.
Attaboy, cheers. Meanwhile, I will chug my third large mug of coffee for the day. So living the dream over here. It's worth noting that if Camille even just like perfectly tied Pam Smith's record, that would be the fourth fastest female time run on this jackpot course. We've only had 3 women Camille being one of them, to ever go under 15 hours. So no matter what.
Can I be
yeah, go for it.
Can I be difficult here?
Always.
How old is this race?
In fairness,
or how many years?
This course was launched in 2019. So.
Okay. I mean, well, the race itself. I mean, I think
the race itself has been around for quite some time, but
right.
This specific 1.1761616 mile loop that is only used for the USATF race has been in use since 2019.
The Big Dog Backyard Ultra 4.166666667
exactly.
So yeah, I mean, personally, I've one of my never-ending tasks that I never quite get around to is trying to produce some level of historic all-time rankings for 100 miles for men and women, of notable performances, and how to draw the line somewhere. Frustratingly, there are races like Comrades, which doesn't have a timing mat at 100 miles. If anyone has any kind of international sway with the greater Spartathlon race directors, and if you can convince them just to throw down a electronic timing mat at 100 miles, that would be phenomenal. Or at every major 24-hour race, I would love for there to be an official 100-mile split. But I think initially this was historically there hadn't been a ton of performances under 14 hours. Now I've kind of adjusted it to 13 hours and 15 hours, and this is kind of pure there's absolutely zero science or serious math behind this, but sub 15-hour performances for women and sub 13-hour performances for men is what really, not what attracts my attention, but what I'm trying to, I guess, slowly compile. So Pam Smith's 15:02, but as a split in a 24-hour race, if you're trying to figure out what that's worth, certainly something faster. Camille today is absolutely going to produce something faster, but yeah, a 15-hour result at a race like this, unless it's obscenely hot, if it's any race that's going to properly kind of call itself a championship race, 15 hours is it sounds fast when you're used to seeing trail times, but I was telling someone earlier that there was a 100-mile race at the I think the Sri Chinmoy folks who put on the 3100-mile race in Queens every year. I think they produced the race. I don't think that they were actually or they managed the race. They weren't producing it. Sorry, I have a drone in my back of my inner ear buzzing. But they were putting on a road race that was not an invitational. It was not for elites. It was kind of like the Boston Marathon in the 70s and early 80s. At some point, they just took down the finish line at 3.5 hours because it wasn't built to be an all-inclusive race, but it was also not built to be an elite race. Like if you were a sub 3-hour marathoner, you could run it, or a sub 3:30. But there had to be some benchmark to being included or invited to it. So there was a non-elite 100-mile race on a flat road loop, and granted more temperate conditions than this, but that had a cutoff at 18 hours.
Mm-hmm.
The whole finish line came down. So at a race that's a championship race, you'd hope to see some higher level competition, and it was refreshing just to see some people, even if they blow up or are kind of dealing with the heat, kind of make it a race that's kind of worthy of its name in my eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we, just to catch folks up who might have just been joining in as they are approaching happy hour, I suppose, on the East Coast. It's officially happy hour. Welcome to your holiday weekend.
It's always happy hour.
So right now, overall, we have Arlen Glick in first place. Camille Herron is sitting second overall and first female. Patrick Reagan is third overall, second male. Alex Nichols is the third male on course, followed by Nick Iben, rounding out that top five overall. Following Camille in the women's race, Nicole Monet is in second, ahead of Katrin Jones by a few minutes on course. And then Julie Kafetz is in fourth, and defending champion Stephanie Flippen is sitting in fifth place for the women. And we are sort of on Camille record watch as it stands. If you saw the graphs that we had just put up, we were comparing Camille's current pacing strategy and degradation rate against her performance, her world record performance at Tunnel Hill. And at Tunnel Hill, she had already started to slow down her pace a bit. Obviously, maintained it well enough to come away with a world record, but an equal distance in this race, the USATF 100-mile road championships at the Jackpot Ultras. She is still consistently pacing each lap faster than those splits that she hit back at Tunnel Hill. So we're going to see how long she can hold on to this current pace, as long as she chooses to sort of potentially eye a new world record. And then as we are approaching the halfway mark in this race, see where things may take us as the sun begins to go down. But again, it's only 2 o'clock in Henderson, Nevada. We are approaching the 6-hour mark. So there's a lot of racing to happen on both the men's and the women's side. And that men's race, we've seen a lot of folks move up throughout the day, a lot of early blow-ups. Now it's time for the vets, the Grizzly vets, to show up.
Something to note, we all know that we see many veteran, I think is how the British folks call it, veteran and name and experience runners do very well at ultra distances. The number that popped off the top of my head, we see Jeff Browning time and time again at some of these big trail races. Giannis Kouros ran his 188 miles at age 41. Camille is 40 and on the shy side of 40. So certainly as far as anything like this goes, she's very well within her prime, and I would expect her to be young and fresh enough that, if determined and conditions right, to actually improve on her world record. So she could theoretically collect both a world and masters world record. In a conversation I had with Andy Milroy, who is, I would say, perhaps the foremost road and track ultramarathon statistician and historian since the 70s, quite literally. And he said, I'm going to blocking on my history now, but she did as much, I think, in kind of bringing down the 100-mile world record closer to where it should be. I remember he was parsing whether, I think in my initial email to him, I wrote it 12:24, I think, instead of 12:42. I believe that's what the transcription error was. And he said, "Oh, well, that changes everything." But either way, it did a lot in bringing the women's world record a lot closer to where it should be, and it was akin to, I'm blocking on the name of the great British marathoner from the 60s, but who brought it down from, let's say, 2:30 to 2:20. And Camille has really, other than Ann Trayson, has been the one person who's really brought some, the U.S. marks and world marks into serious credibility. It had been that, the only people who do these road stuff, well, A, the serious competition is A, on the trails, and or B, only slow people do the roads. And with the likes of Ann Trayson and now Camille, and who have fairly comparable marathon PBs, a fairly similar leg speed, we think we have a fairly useful benchmark of what is a globally truly competitive world-class time. And there the race director goes, our chasing, on his scooter, you might see him in a minute, that Camille might be getting a 50-mile road, either world or national age group record right now. But he's hot on his tail in his short sleeve suit and his scooter. So hopefully whoever's following them on the Steep Life bike can go back to that, because if she's hitting record splits along the way, that just goes all the more so to attesting just how strong a run this is so far. And again, to be doing this, it's toasty.
Yeah, so
granted, you're dealing with a little bit of an East Coast city slicker here, who's used to the dark and the cold and the damp right now, but it's hot. There's no way around it.
So for context, the American record for the 50 mile for the 40 to 44 age group for the women's road is 6 hours, 9 minutes, and 4 seconds by Carolyn Bowler in Madison, Wisconsin in 2017, which I believe was road champs that year. Or that might have been a
Madison,
split.
Wisconsin. No. So Madison, if you can easily check up, that would either have been at the Fall 50, which would have been a 50-mile road national championship, which people may quibble. Camille would say that there was a headwind, although that's a point-to-point race, which ordinarily is disqualify something from record quality. Or more, there is Mad City, which is the 100K national championships.
That's the one,
So
Mad City.
So that was a split that Carolyn Bowler isn't a UK as of like 2 years ago, but she's an American citizen, and so she split that. It's very different setting a 50-mile record on a route to a 100K race as opposed to a 50-mile record en route to a 100-mile race.
Indeed.
And in much, I wouldn't. It's hard. This is where it gets a little devil's in the weeds. Mad City is not hilly, but for someone trying to truly race a road 100K, it's enough hills to more than keep you honest. If you're a proper trail racer, it's enough to kind of keep you engaged, but it'll wear you down. Little hills become big hills, and it can be windy. I don't know the specific conditions that year. This is very flat, but it's hot. So how do you compare the two? That's hard, but I guess again it remains to be seen that either one could run that kind of. I know Carolyn Bowler, I believe, the best short distance PB of hers is a 2:44 marathon. Camille has better natural leg speed. If you're judging off of, I don't know what either one of them might have run in high school or college. So if you were to speak of their genetic potential, but Camille has run a 2:37 or 2:39, one of those two. Either way, she's certainly a little bit faster at that distance, and I think fairly similarly aged to Caroline Bowler. Oh, well, obviously, if it's a master's mark. And they say one of the tricks to getting master's records is to get them when you're young. You have a 4 or 5 year window to get any kind of age group record. There's a very big difference between getting one when you're 80 and 84. Among the people on the course, I keep forgetting to mention, we have Fast Eddie Rousseau, or Ed Rousseau, is at the tender age of, I believe, 82. Oh, Stephanie Filippin just went whizzing by, and she looks in good form. So whatever break she had was clearly rejuvenating, and maybe it was a bit of the ice cream and fireball. But yeah, so Eddie Rousseau is I believe the sole 80 to 84 entrant. He could collect a national title for that. Again, your mileage may vary in how you value that, but it's inspiring to see someone like him. I met him years ago at a 6-day race, which was nearby, so figured, what the heck, check it out. And there were a few 80-year-olds in that race, and at the time it was 75 to 79. It was a few years ago. The man still snowshoe races, and he went out like a bat out of hell in that 6-day race in racing flats. I kid you not, the tender age of I think 77. And you had Don Winkley, who's probably familiar at people who've been to across the years. And the two just kind of duked it out, and I think it's 333 miles to about roughly 300. But anyway, so you have Eddie Rousseau, who's here, and he's here on business. He came with a support group. 6:08:24 is confirmed. 6:08:24. Connor.
6:08:24.
Connor has confirmed that she broke Carolyn Bowler's 40 to 44 age group mark by 40 seconds. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. 6:08:24. We'll put that in the chat for posterity.
6:08:24 at the 50-mile mark. A new age group national record.
Indeed.
One of, I'm going to call it now, won't be the only record she gets today.
Bold. I like it.
So, I mean, we have 100K coming up. So that's low hanging fruit. 100K. Yeah, that'll come up
And
in
age group
in
100
12
mile
miles.
potentially as well, right?
Correct. Yeah. So
Yeah.
the
I'm not a betting man. So.
The 100K age group record in the 40 to 44 women's bracket is a cool 7:33:58 by Cami Simic back in 2008 at
She's
what I'm
of
assuming is
England,
Worlds, Tarquinia, Italy.
Yeah, that sounds like it. And I just saw a familiar face running by who looks well. I think people, yeah, in the beginning, the heat, it's looking at, I have no idea what the real field temperature is. Looking at my phone, it looks a little cooler. Again, coming from the East Coast, my senses are skewed, but it is warm, and very notably, you're very exposed. So, but anybody who's running into trouble early, I think people who you still see on the course and still moving decently have kind of, you could easily see a second coming of those people in the coming hours. They're moving decently now, then they've learned to kind of manage it. I think the heat easily crept up on people unexpectedly. But yeah, 100K, certainly internationally, getting back to Cami Semic, that sounds like it's a world mark. Let's see if I can. What was the name? Cami Semic, but the name of the town?
It was set in Tarquinia, Italy.
And the year?
2008.
Oh, my. This is where my greenness really shows. I was not following ultras in 2008, so while seeing lists and learning information like this is very interesting, but I don't recall information like that off the top of my head, which is a skill I seem to possess for no other constructive purpose. Yes, that was the World Championship, and just a moment. Interestingly, fun fact, Tatiana Zhirkova of Russia was the first woman in that race. She ran 7:23. For any frame of reference, Camille's 100K personal best, I believe, was 7:08 with GI issues, and that was, either World Championship or National Championship. But she ran 7:08. She's certainly capable of besting Andreessen's, I believe, 7:01. But the World Championship, in the year that Cami Semic set that age group 40 to 44 mark, Cami Semic was bested by someone who ran 7:23. So right now, who was fairly close in age, and Cami Semic that year, right? Again, this is worth repeating. She ran 7:33:58. So in theory, that's the next target Camille is chasing. Again, ostensibly, I believe she is here purely to have a good run, stay within whatever heart rate zone she's designated as appropriate to race, and hopefully collect a win along the way. Any records, I believe, are a bonus, but as Connor, her partner, implicitly pointed out when he came over seconds after she broke the 50-mile national age group mark, they are acutely aware of whatever records she might collect along the way. So any carrots are free for the taking.
Absolutely.
And I left a hanging chat on my last comment. She broke. Do you have Caroline Bowler's mark?
Yes, that was.
Oh, I thought I had sent.
Caroline Bowler ran 6:09:04.
And that was a national or world age group, Mark?
National.
Uh-huh.
Working on getting the entire world list, so I reserve the right to update that statement as we move forward.
Yeah.
Speaking of
But I
national
don't know,
masters list, though, I do need to point out real quick, as we've been chatting, that on the men's side, we have definitely had some developments in the overall race, but it affects the masters race as well. So we've seen still have Arlen Glick out in first for the men. Alex Nichols is now in second for the men. Patrick Reagan sitting in third. Jonah Backstrom has moved into fourth place for the men, and Nick Ivan is in fifth place. Jonah Backstrom, Old Dirty Backstrom, the 48-year-old representing West Valley Track Club. It's worth pointing out that 45 to 49 American record for the 100-mile is the 13:50.09 that Olivier LeBlanc threw down in 2020. So another, now that Jonah has been moving up through the field, and it looks like he's got a little bit of a cushion based on his current sort of degradation rate. There's a chance that Jonah may also be eyeing an opportunity to break a national age group record here as we approach the back half of this race. So I just want to shout out on the men's side, also some activity happening in the Masters age group record watch.
Jonah, do you have a headshot of him? Because there are a couple of people that I have been able to identify his face. We have
oh, you don't need a headshot of him. Just look for all of the tattoos.
Occasionally slow moving. There are multiple individuals with all the tattoos.
Oh, you'll know.
And actually, some of them are moving really well. All right, noted. Olivier, can you pull up that when he set that mark?
Olivier set that mark in Akron in April.
Oh, so Akron must have been that must have been oh gosh.
Oh, July
2020. 24-hour race there, I think, maybe. Oh, July might oh gosh.
And in just a couple of moments here, we're going to be joined by another guest commentator. So we're going to give Paul a bit of a reprieve here as we will be joined by someone who needs, no introduction. We're going to be joined by the great Connie Gardner here in just a second. So Paul, thank you so much for giving us a lot of your time. We'd love to chat back or hop back in with you a little bit later. Awesome. Sounds good. And we are now going to bring in Connie Gardner. Connie, if you can unmute yourself on your end. That would be great. Connie, how are you doing today?
Fine, thanks. How are you?
Good. First and foremost, thank you so much for, taking a little bit of time out of your day to join us here on the broadcast. Connie, you're no stranger to the USATF 100-mile championships here at Jackpot. They're dealing with some pretty good weather. Obviously, it seems to be heating up a little bit for them now. How does the type of weather that the runners are experiencing today compare to the weather you faced in your past few runs at Jackpot in 2020 and 2019?
I think it's the same. I think it got pretty. It's full sun. It gets warm during the day, and the temperature drops as the sun sets. And that's a little bit of a trick for people. When the temperature drops, your muscles tighten up. But I will say one thing. Arlen Glick from Ohio, he runs very well in heat. I've seen him just hammer out 100-milers here in Ohio in crazy heat, and nothing seemed to affect him. The guy's pretty amazing. And then same with Camille. I don't think those two. I think they're probably happy to be out in the sun, and I think they both love running hundreds.
Yeah, and you mentioned Arlen's success in the heat. He also had a really strong run at Javelina earlier this year where he came away with the win. Not the hottest year at Javelina, but still definitely warm weather. And so as someone who has had a lot of success at Jackpot, when you're in that fully exposed sun amongst a myriad of other races, is there any sort of like go-to cooling strategy that you had that really seemed to work for you?
The best thing that I have that I will always say, Arlen's coming out he's training here in Ohio, and our temperatures have been 10 below to 10, like around 10 above 0 to 10 below 0. It's absolutely miserable, and your muscles are tight, and it's hard to train, and it's icy, and I can't tell you how miserable it is. When I run on days when it's 10 below 0 and I'm worried about frostbite, all I think is I will never, ever complain about the sun and the heat. When I was running Death Valley, I thought, at least it's not February in Ohio. So I hope Arlen is thinking the same thing. I think he really appreciates the desert. The desert is awesome. No humidity. It's sunny. It's bright. Everyone's happy. And that course, when you see the people coming around, I met some of my best friends on that course. It's a pretty fun event. Ken keeps it pretty upbeat, pretty fun. And I think that's what you have to do. I think you have to stay positive and happy and can't get negative. So I don't think those guys are even noticing the weather. I think they're loving it. It's like a day at the beach.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that makes it super interesting is I feel like this event in particular would be a tough event to like have a bad time at, right? Given the atmosphere that Ken, does a great job at creating. I feel like even when you're, maybe not feeling your best or things aren't going your way or you're in a little bit of a rough patch, you've got a live band or you've got an Elvis impersonator or you've got the showgirls and you have you've got Ken Elvis. In a dozen different goofy outfits.
Ken is amazing. It's very festive, very fun, and you need to be upbeat and happy, and it can't be. I would never be able to race so intense for 100 straight miles, So I think it's a blast. I think Jackpot is a blast. And I think the people on that course and what you're showing, Fast Eddie, man, he's a riot. And you've got Phil McCarthy out there and all the these guys have all been out there for 20 years. It's you've got some of the best runners you can have out there. And as you're running, you do strike up little conversations. Camille will say hello to people. She does talk to people. She's like, everyone is pretty chill. Arlen is the same way. He'll say hello. It's upbeat. And I think that's where they're going. If you watch Camille, I'm watching Camille run, and when she was running by, doesn't she seem happy?
Yeah, this event.
And I don't think I know she hit the 50-mile record, and she'll hit the 100K record. She's running a 100-mile race today, and she happens to be grabbing some records along the way. And along the way, she's having a good time.
Yeah, I think that's what I was going to say. This is a race that I think really fits Camille's personality in a lot of ways, right? She runs, very happy. Like we saw her finish Javelina where, I think she was in the top 5 overall. She was the first place female by quite a bit, and she finished with a lightsaber. Yep. And she cut the finish line tape with a lightsaber and was just having the greatest time. And I think that, a race like this it's very fitting that an athlete with Camille's personality comes out and puts on, assuming things continue to trend in the direction that they're going, puts on kind of a masterclass performance here.
And she also, I was surprised she didn't crack open a beer at mile 50. Maybe she's waiting for the 100K. But that's another thing. It just it takes the edge off. it helps you relax. You gotta run relaxed and happy. And I mean, 100 miles is a long way to go. And these Arlen and Camille, they know how to do it. I don't think it's gonna change. I think they're gonna both do phenomenal things today. It's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, Arlen is on maybe one of the best 100-mile race streaks in recent memory. I will put in the caveat, at these more runnable courses, right? He's not going to UTMB, but that doesn't matter. He's coming to Javelina and is, running away from what is a world-class field. And the run that he is putting together, having won, 9 of his last 10 hundreds or 8 of his last 9, only having lost 100-mile race, and it looks like today he's well on his way to another win and likely a big PR and a really stout time. As someone who who was born and raised in the Midwest, it's always nice to see Midwesterners doing really great things, and he's just on a tear right now. And he did say coming in that he felt like his training and his fitness was light years beyond what it was when he ran his PR at Tunnel Hill, which is terrifying, to be perfectly honest.
That's great. He's also one of the most humble guys you'll ever meet. He's a regular guy. He's coming out of Amish country, and when you say trails, around, I did see him. He was running Mohican. There are hills and mud and humidity and crazy heat, and he looked like he was racing a 10K the entire way. He was up on his toes, flying through the woods. He didn't notice any roots or rocks. I know he can do trails. I think he could crush Western States, but it's just a matter of getting there, I think.
Yeah, well, we'll get to see him there this summer after he grabbed his golden ticket at Javelina last fall, and I'm super excited about that because it's not that these other races that he has done aren't great races. They're all incredible races, and he's put up incredible times. But in terms of like global recognition, there are few races that get that kind of respect like Western States does. And I think that he, once he recovers from this and gets in his next training block, assuming he's healthy and everything like that, which those are a lot of what ifs, but if he comes into Western States like he came into Javelina or like he's come into the USATF 100-mile championships here at Jackpot, I think that he's going to be right up there with the best of them, and that's
he
super
definitely
exciting.
definitely will be. The other thing that I've noticed when I watch him race, he's not big on calories. He's not carrying a water bottle. He runs in and it's like his sister or somebody hands him a bottle, he chugs it and he goes on. He runs on the lighter side, which is great for states if it's like a hot year, in the canyons. He can run it. It's almost like he can run on nothing. He's like his fuel. He doesn't need a lot of calories the way some runners do. I'd love to see that guy run JFK too. He would crush that course.
Yeah, I think that would be a great.
That would be fun if he ended the year that way.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Connie, thank you so much for
it was nice talking to you
giving us a little bit of your time. We appreciate it. You are ultra running royalty. The 2019, I should have mentioned this earlier, the 2019 100-mile USATF 100-mile champion here at Jackpot. So thank you so much for gracing us with your presence and your knowledge and educating us all and just giving us a little bit of your time.
You guys are too nice. Thank you. You're doing a great job today.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your day, Connie.
Nice talking to you.
Appreciate you.
Bye.
And there we had it. Connie Gardner, incredible. She's amazing.
Stellar.
She's amazing.
Straight up stud.
And we're going to bring Paul back in. Let me find you. Let me unmute you. Paul, how are you doing?
I'm well. You should have tried to keep Connie on for longer.
I know. I always feel bad taking up people's time, and Connie's amazing. That was awesome.
Connie is as friendly as. Oh, we got Jamil on a bike with a gimbal in his happy place.
Here's what that setup looks like. There is Jamil on a bike with a gimbal for the viewers at home, right in front of our Staticam. You'd think he would know better. Classic.
Shocker.
Classic.
So you have people actually moving well. Everything Connie said was totally on point. It's as I made a few of these comments in the YouTube chat. As toasty as I'm feeling it in this tent, it is not nearly as hot as I believe it was last year, and it is entirely manageable. If you're not used to running fully exposed to the sun and whatever else, then it is more of a challenge. Arlen, he's raced in some less than favorable conditions. I mean, well, there's Umstead, so 13:20 in 2021 alone, he ran, began the year in Umstead, 13:22. I think Matt, you mentioned this before. Then he ran first at Mohican, which is, I believe, as significant a trail as Ohio has to offer. He won all of these, as you said. He was on a bit of a mean streak. So Umstead, Mohican, that was a 19.5-hour performance. Burning River, that's 14:15. Again, these times are do what you will with them. Javelina, he won, and as a golden ticket race, that was certainly his 13:14 stands to be more significant than that actually is, because that was not a properly certified course as a trail. So his Desert Solstice 13:27 is technically his 100-mile personal best, but he certainly stands to improve on that today. Oh, that's odd. I just realized a quirk on the DUV statistic. That's a German race results catalog website. He did run, I forgot about this, 12:57 at Tunnel Hill.
Yep.
So that is probably his personal best, but still, I think substantially slower than he should be able to run. We'll see how he runs today. Indeed, he's a very low maintenance runner. He has taken the occasional bottle. I know this because he dropped the bottle his sister tried to hand off to him, and I ran to him to drop it off.
That's
we saw
it. Sprinting down there.
We watched it happen.
We did see that. I wasn't sure who
Fame
who
and
that
fortune.
was, but
that
now
is
it all
me.
makes sense.
Yeah, so but more often than not, he's not carrying anything, and he seems fairly controlled, and just he knows what he's doing, but it's not to the level of obsession or neuroses or anything like that. And and his sisters, who don't seem like runners themselves, they're Mennonite or Amish, and they just very dialed into whatever he needs, and they just have this kind of unspoken communication, and it works, and it's just they operate seamlessly. It's very cool to see. It's stark contrast to Pat, and I wouldn't say he's needy. You can tell when people are needy. Pat is just very dialed in, and he knows specifically what he wants. And I think that's, it's just a level of kind of professionalism in execution. Some other runners come to mind. Oh, we got Chris here. Just a moment. Sounds like we have Colin Kahn, who's happy to hop on for an interview whenever you folks are ready.
Amazing.
So I'll hop on off if we have a second functioning headset. Otherwise, I will pepper him from questions from the side. Chris is going to test it out for just a moment.
Okay.
And it seems we're unplugged, so.
Meanwhile, while we're figuring out the tech in our finish line booth, you're also seeing the Henderson Strip right now, and Arlen Glick is about to run down. This is where all of the crew are stationed. As you can see, they are right up against the course, so we can do all of these quick transitions, including this one.
Oh my goodness, he hit it like mid-arm swing.
It was perfect.
Well.
If the American 4x1 on the men's side could do that, we would actually get some medals, but Arlen somehow does it more than halfway into a 100-mile race with precision. So shout out to his sister for that pass.
You know, like when you're hurdling or when you're steeplechasing, for instance, you know, you see the jump further, or you see the barrier further ahead, so that you can kind of get your timing right with your footsteps and everything like that. Do you think he lined that up so that he would hit? That he would hit it mid-stride, or
Well, I don't know, because she crossed over the course and like was in perfect position. I think they are just that's how you know you're having a good day, where your crew just know exactly where to hit their marks, like theatrical level precision. So he's out there crushing it. In first place right now. He is where we at 46 laps in or so. So we are well past the halfway mark for Arlen, cruising along. And then we have, just to catch folks up, do you even want to pull up the leaderboard real quick before we?
Yep, let's pull up the leaderboard just real quick, and then we will throw it back to the guest commentary team here.
Yeah, so we got Arlen on screen here, 54 miles in, still clicking right in that 8 mid lap split. And remember, these laps are a full 1.1761616 miles. So he is just cruising along right now. Camille Herron currently in second place overall, first female, is just a loop behind Arlen. Alex Nichols, Jonah Backstrom, our top Masters male. Patrick Reagan looks to have slid back another spot after a fairly lengthy last lap there. Brian Hannock, Nick Iben, Nicole Monette, the second female on course. Katrin Jones, the third female on course. And then Paul Young is rounding out our top 10 at the moment. We got somebody in the booth ready to chat with us, someone who was out in our top 3 very early, held the race lead for quite some time. And then, we're going to find out exactly how the race played out. Mr. Callan Khan, can you hear us? Oh, hold on. We have to unmute you on our end. Okay, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Perfect. Glad to have you. Thanks for joining us. How are you doing? Let's just broadly open it up. How are you holding up right now?
I'm feeling pretty good right now. I mean, of course, anytime you line up and you get all excited for a race and can't finish, it's a little bit of a disappointment. But this is my first time lining up for 100, first time lining up for an ultra in about 8 months. So I'm just happy to be here. It was a good learning experience.
Absolutely. Yeah, we talked about it frequently, that this was your first foray into the 100-mile distance, so we were very excited to see what you're able to pull off. Not your first USATF National Championship attempt. You are the 50K road champion from back in 2020. What led you to have this be your first go at 100 miles?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I mean, it lined up well with my schedule. Just that it was about 8 weeks out from my spring goal race, which is the Mad City 100K in April. So if everything went well and I ran really well today, I would have had just enough time to recover and get ready for Mad City. But I mean, I've been trying to run a 100-mile race for the last year and a half, and either I've had at least 3, maybe even 4 races where I couldn't make it, either from the race being canceled or from getting injured. And so I really wanted to try myself out at 100 miles. This race is relatively flat. The weather is usually pretty good. It ended up being on the hot side today for me. But yeah, just the way it fit in the schedule, I wanted to come out here and give it a go.
Yeah, and so being your first 100-mile race, can you talk us through, maybe how you felt early on in the race, and what was kind of going through your mind when you found yourself, out in the front, breaching or approaching this, or tackling this new distance? How were you feeling physically? How were you feeling mentally at that point?
I mean, I was feeling really good the whole time, but the issue was I was feeling a bit too good. So, I mean, I'm not sponsored by any shoe company, so take what I'm saying with some honest information. I was wearing the Nike Vaporfly Next%, and the shoe is very responsive. It's a very fast shoe, and I was struggling to slow down. Like I was telling myself, run slower, run slower. Like, I mean, of course, I was on American record pace for, I don't know, 30 plus miles in my debut, and I knew it was gonna be a hot day, and I could not slow myself down. I mean, I tried cutting my stride some, but I mean that makes more pressure on your quads if you're trying to actively slow yourself down. And so like I felt really good, but like I said, I was just going a bit too quick. Given that it's hot, I was overheating. I tried switching shoes into more of a ultra running shoe like the Hoka Carbon X2, and that definitely was helpful. But by that point, my legs were pretty much toast. So I mean, if I were to redo it, I wouldn't have started in the next percent. Maybe I'd switch into them towards the later stages of the race. But I mean, I felt incredible. I mean, I wasn't even looking at my watch, wasn't looking at the pace. I was just like telling myself, run as easy as possible, and that just ended up being too quick.
Amazing. And so, just based on some of the information that you sent us, before the race, I think it's you're a very interesting person. You've lived in a lot of places, but you have this one unique story about when you moved from Portland to Boulder. Can you just tell the people this story that, in my mind, makes you one of the more interesting human beings I've ever been able to chat with?
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, it was a feat of mental endurance. So my wife and I were in Boulder. We had been there for around a month, living in an Airbnb, trying to figure out if we wanted to move there. And once we decided we wanted to move there, then we had to get our stuff from our storage unit, which was located in Portland, Oregon, where we used to live. And so, I mean, flights were kind of a mess, and renting a moving truck was kind of a mess if we were going to fly there and then drive all our stuff back. And so it was a mess because it was really hard to plan that out, actually get a moving truck, and it was very expensive. And so we found out that you can actually rent a moving truck from Home Depot, $150 a day, no mileage limit or anything. And so that's what we did. But the caveat is you have to return it to where you picked it up. So what we ended up doing, we rented the Home Depot truck in Boulder, and we just drove it all the way to Portland. If you map it with a regular car, it's I think 19 or 20 hours one way. But in a moving truck is like you get blown by the wind a lot. You got to stop for gas fairly often, and so I mean we kept driving. We drove for about 19 hours before we stopped, which was like almost in Oregon. We almost made it to the border of Oregon. We were in Idaho. Slept for about an hour.
Oh, and looks like we lost our finish booth cam, so we will try and bring that back up. We were just getting to the good part, and we left everyone on a cliff there.
So many follow-up questions. I need to know what happened.
It looks like, is this Pat Reagan that we're seeing it? No. Right?
I believe so.
Is it?
It does look to be that familiar back of neck, full-on gator situation we have going on. Patrick had been rolling backwards in the standings. While we were talking to Callan, did see Nicole Monet pass Pat. So it looks like Patrick is now sort of getting his bearings back about him.
Yep, that's Pat. He's gonna grind it out, it looks like, which is for the time being anyway. So
so we'll see how this continues to play out for him. Maybe we can get some intel from on course, exactly what the issue is. Not sure if he was it looks like he's trying to explain it to, I believe Jamil's on the bike at the moment. So once we get the finish line booth back,
Felt very comfortable.
we might be able to get some
You look
intel
so
from that
good,
as
like
well.
a
But
metronome, man.
Patrick Reagan looking like
Okay.
he is in a bit of a rough patch at the moment. However, we do still have quite the battle up front on the men's side. Arlen Glick still out front. Alex Nichols in second. Jonah Backstrom up into third place on the men's side. Brian Hannick in fourth. Then Nick Iben in fifth. So we got a lot of good battle, a lot of close activity happening, especially between Jonah and Brian and Nick Iben, third, fourth, and fifth on the men's side, all separated by not more than about 7 minutes on course. So just under 1 full lap here, less than 1 mile separating those three, vying for the final spot on the podium as we currently are live on course.
And we've got Chris Warden standing by here. We're gonna check in with him for a quick update. Chris, what do you got for us?
Yeah, we had a bit of a power surge or power outage situation. I just want to give you a heads up. I'm trying to get it restored so we can have Colin back on with you to finish the interview. You guys, I know that he has some questions that you're just dying to hear the answers to. So I just wanted to give you a heads up that we're working on it. And so we're going to get him back on. Worst comes to worst, I will bring my laptop and rig it over so he can answer those questions that way. But we'll have him on here, back here very shortly.
Yeah, we just got to know the ending to his Boulder to Portland to Boulder story. That's all we need to know.
It's mayhem.
All
Thank
right.
you.
See
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Yeah, wild times. We talked about shoes early on in the broadcast, and for quite some time, the entire top four of the women's race were all Hoka-sponsored athletes. But it's interesting to hear Colin talk about this notion that the shoe might feel too fast and make it more difficult to control your pace as we're moving forward. Even yesterday we were talking to, I believe it was Stephanie, who said that she was opting specifically for the Hoka Clifton as her shoe of choice today because she was concerned about some of the similar issues, both from a comfort standpoint and also potentially not being able to feel as smooth and control that pace. So it's definitely a real topic of conversation and a real planning factor for these athletes out there as they continue into almost hour 7, or wrapping up our 7th hour, I suppose, here very shortly.
Yeah, and we have Colin Kahn back up here, so we're going to send it. We just need, if you can unmute. I'm not sure if someone can help Colin unmute over there, but yep, there we go. Awesome.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, thank you so much. We were left on a cliff there with the ending of the story. So the floor is yours once again, my friend.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, like I was saying, we were driving. We slept for like an hour at a rest stop inside our moving truck. At that point, we didn't have like any blankets or anything. I think we had one blanket, and we tried to sleep in the front area of the like in the cab, and it was horrible. So we ended up sleeping for like an hour. And then we made it to Portland. So we left Boulder at like 6 a.m. We made it to Portland at about 5 a.m. At which point, on 1 hour of sleep, we had to unload our storage unit, load our moving truck, and then we're like, all right, time to start heading back. And at that point, I was feeling great. I did the entire drive there. I was with my wife, and we actually had our dog with us too, because we didn't know anyone in Boulder to be able to watch our dog. So we're like, all right, I guess she's coming with. So we started to drive back, and by this point it was daylight again. So I was like, okay, we can keep driving. And at this point, we hadn't decided we were going to do it in 48 hours. But as the day went on, it was like, okay, well, if we end up stopping like somewhere at like a hotel or something, like then we'll probably get home in like 53 hours, which, I mean, that'll cost another $150 to keep the truck. So we're like, all right, that was just in the back of our mind, maybe we'll stay a place, like stay in a hotel or something. We drive all day because it's bright out. We're like, all right, we're awake, we can do this. Starting to feel awful because we're just eating out of gas stations the whole time, or like getting drive-through food. We've listened to all our favorite songs 1,000 times because that's all there is. Like, we're just on Spotify. So once it got dark out again, we're like, all right, maybe we should stop. I mean, we had at that point, like, I don't know, 9 hours left to drive. Once it got dark and we started to get tired, we're like, all right, maybe we'll just pull over and try and sleep another hour at the rest stop. By this point, we had all our stuff though. So my wife and our dog, they got the cab area, and then I slept in the back of the truck on our mattress, like with some blankets. And again, I mean, we were planning on sleeping for a bit, but it was just like, it was kind of cold, it was uncomfortable. We slept just 1 hour. And then we got up and started driving again. And I was driving most of the time, and then when there was about maybe an hour or two left, I was dead tired. So my wife and I switched. She started to drive. I passed out for maybe a half hour. Ended up waking up because we had to take some dark highway, the last stretch, and a guy in a truck in front of us literally hit a bear in the road. And we didn't know if we were hallucinating from lack of sleep. We didn't know if like we were okay to drive. It was just pitch black, and we see a guy in the middle of the road, like literally trying to tend to a bear. And so we're just like, at this point, it's probably like 4 a.m. We left Boulder at 6, so now we have like 2 hours to get the moving truck back, or else we'll be charged another $150. We make it to our brand new empty apartment in Boulder, unload all our stuff. It's just in boxes. We unload it, and then we go and drop off the moving truck back at Home Depot with about a half hour to spare. At which point we were dog tired. We didn't want to do any unpacking. We couldn't get to our mattress. We just went back to the Airbnb. We were like ready to move in and everything, but we were just too tired, so we just went back to the Airbnb, slept it off. So it ended up being a 47-hour trip with around 40 hours of driving. And I don't think anything is going to be much harder than that as far as traveling goes.
This is the most 20-something story I've heard in quite some time. Like, everything about the ability to operate on an hour's sleep a night, being able to survive off of gas station food, just like sleeping in any sort of condition, just like, because you were jammed up in that cab. You don't have a bad back yet. Just wait another 5 years when 30 hits and you'll join the club. Man, the bear. I don't even know what to say anymore. Yeah.
I mean, the way I think about it, I was like, this is just some early ultra training. Like, if I ever do a race where I gotta sleep an hour, like on the side of the trail, I'm set. I'm ready to go. I can do that. I mean, I know that. I mean, a few years ago when Courtney DeWalter did the Tahoe 200, she slept for 21 minutes the whole time. It was she ended up running like 50 hours, slept 20 minutes on the side of the trail, and then she did a 1 minute nap at one point. So I'm not quite at that level. I think you got to train to be able to sleep just 20 minutes and run 200 miles. But yeah, it was a stepping stone.
Amazing. I love it. Well, Callan, thank you so much for your time, and we're glad that you're coming out of the run today, healthy and in good spirits and everything like that. And we'll be following along for your upcoming races here in the next couple of months.
Yeah, totally. Sounds good. I'm so glad you guys are doing this live stream. I mean, it means a lot for the sport, for growing the sport, and getting the athletes out there. So thank you guys for doing all of this.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, thanks. You too.
All right, Iowa represent Callan Kahn.
I will say this, though. Ultra sign-up says Lyle, Illinois.
You and your homerism.
I'm going to stick to it.
So aggro. So aggro. Anyway, speaking of aggressive, we are in the aggressive part of the day in terms of temperatures. Earlier, we were talking about this course, relatively flat profile, only about 30 feet of gain throughout, but the course itself is really seated in this rock quarry, in this bowl, and so, it's easy to sort of have the real feel be a little bit warmer than the actual air temperatures of the greater Henderson area. And I think that's what we're really starting to see play out with these athletes, as it is now 3 o'clock local time, the heart of peak temperatures for the day. You have that body of water right there. You can see it to the right side of the shot, where you have the ability for the sun to reflect up, also sort of radiating a bit of extra heat. So all in all, this is survival season for these athletes. They got about 3 more hours until sunset officially has completely taken hold, and the freaks can come out at night. But as it stands, the race is as hot as the temperatures. We've got Arlen Glick still out in front. We've got Alex Nichols in second place. Jonah Backstrom in third. Nick Iben has moved up into fourth with about a 2-minute lead on Brian Hannock, who's sitting in fifth on the men's side. Patrick Reagan still in sixth, but we did see him walking in to the start-finish line about 10 minutes ago, so that may change upcoming. And on the women's side, we still got Camille Herron out in front, just 1 lap behind Arlen Glick, so second overall on course. Second female is Nicole Monette. Third, Katrin Jones. Fourth, Julie Kafitz. And fifth place, Stephanie Flippin. A bit more gaps on the women's side, at least 2 miles separating each of the women on course as they navigate 85 laps of this 1.17 mile loop. Things are happening out there. It's just a good old time.
Yep, and we have another guest joining us here remotely. We are going to be joined by the great Micah Morgan. Micah, if you can just unmute yourself on your end, we will bring you right in here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Micah, how
What's
are you
up?
doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. First and foremost, thank you so much for taking a few minutes out of your day to join us here on the USATF 100-mile broadcast at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival, a race that you're no stranger to. I believe you ran the USATF 100-mile last year, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you were the third place finisher. Obviously, this year not quite as hot, given that the race was in April last year, but is a bit warm for February. I think it goes without saying that your race last year was warmer, but in general, how hot does the course typically feel compared to even maybe some of the other hotter races you've done in the past, given how exposed the course typically is?
Yeah, you're exposed, 100% of the time here. It was hot last year. I love the desert though. I think it's great just being from the South. I'm used to the heat, but I love the dry heat. It's such a nice change of humidity, but it's a rough course. It's all day blazing.
Yeah, and so you obviously had, a good deal of success last year, finishing third. Did you have any kind of go-to cooling strategies that seemed to work for you?
I am a wuss when it comes to anything ice, cold water. So I had the great Pam Smith and then my husband Carrie Morgan crewing me last year. And I think they were threatening my life if I didn't use like the towels, the ice wraps around my neck. But that was a go-to. I didn't take them off. I think into the night, I didn't even take them off. It was so warm. So definitely the neck, the cooling elements around the neck, ice. And then I had a bottle the entire time though. It was unless it was like water, noon, what tailwind, whatever it was constant last year. So I think I ran through a couple. I might have dumped water on my head a few times, but I am your number one wuss when it comes to that. I can't stand it, but I did it out there.
Yeah, and obviously you've done other really hot races like Badwater, things like that. Obviously today's temperatures not anywhere even in the same category as some of those relatively hotter races, but was that a similar was what you did last year a similar cooling strategy to what you would use at Badwater? And then in addition, how did your nutrition hydration strategy play a role in ultimately getting you to the finish line in third place last year?
Yeah, definitely kind of the same strategy as Badwater. I mean, just keep, it's ice, keep yourself as cold as you can, stuff it, put it in the sports bra, put it in your, shorts if you have to, whatever it is, but definitely use some of the same strategies as Badwater. So we try to keep ice, once it melted, we just replaced again. Nutrition wise, I mean, definitely the heat of the day, it's rough to eat. So if we could get a bite of anything down, and at that point, it may be one potato chip, it may be a gel, it's whatever your stomach can take. Sometimes at that point, I just try to go up to a table and just whatever my eyes gravitate to, just go with it. Just let my body tell me what it needs. I feel like you go into any race with a nutrition strategy, and then by the, an hour in, you're like, well, that's not going to work. So you just kind of figure it out the whole time. But usually the drinks, I do end up with like soda here and there, water, a little bit of just regular Gatorade sometimes. I do a lot of noon. I do use Tailwind a good bit. I kind of go in and out with that. It just depends on the day and what my gut tells me, and I just kind of go with it. It's a ever evolving strategy, I think. And if you have the key idea, please tell me what it is, because I think every race I'm just like, what is the nutrition goals and why is this not working?
Yeah, I think it's hydration and nutrition is a constant test and learn for most people. And aside from the heat and obviously Jackpot, the USATF 100-mile championships, known for having a really strong fields. Are there any other key things about kind of the event weekend that really stuck out to you when you were there last year?
Hey, the Rubellis are no joke. They are very hospitable, kind. They reached out through email, and I think I told him several times, like, you guys are just very thoughtful in everything that they did. They kind of had the runner in mind, and that's special, and that makes such a huge difference. Just to the race director kind of notices everybody and just tries to make it really fun. They did a lot just to make, if you needed anything specific or, just the time that they hand make some of the medals that they send you, there's a lot of kindness in that. It means a lot. But he did a lot to make the race comfortable for everyone. And that's pretty high up on my end.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for, giving us a few minutes of your evening. We really appreciate it, and we hope you have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you. You guys too. Good to talk to you. Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate you.
And there was the great Micah Morgan, last year's third-place finisher. I believe she also has a podium finish at Badwater. No stranger to hot races and things like that. So, and Jamil is in the booth with the headset on. So we are going to check in with everybody's favorite half of the Mountain Outpost pod, Jamil Kurt. Oh, no, we're not, because we just lost the connection.
Yeah, you tried to diss on me, and then the connection got cut. So
you know what that's called?
Karma. Absolutely,
that's exactly
karma.
What it's called.
But no, Micah made an important point, and we had brought this up earlier in the broadcast. But when the temperatures go up, it actually does get significantly more difficult to digest nutrition, especially solid nutrition, you really do have to keep that core temperature down so that you can actually, take in calories and keep moving forward. So this is definitely the window of destruction for a lot of runners who maybe weren't as on top of their temperature strategy early, and now they're seeing the other side of the coin where they don't have that appetite, they don't have that ability to keep food down, and it could ultimately start hindering their performance. So we'll have to start looking at how these lap times are comparing lap over lap as we continue to move forward here into the 8th hour of the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival's USATF 100-mile road championships. You got the leaderboard on the screen. We'll run through it for you real quick. Arlen Glick is in first place overall. Pretty much has only slowed down about 10 seconds per lap compared to what he was running even 20 or so miles ago. Camille Herron sitting in second place, already with an age group record in her pocket at 50 miles, still grinding out quite the performance. And
she'll be approaching the 100K age group record here in about 4 or 5 laps?
Should be about 4 laps, yeah. If my snap math of this 1.17 mile loop is correct. So that'll be a topic to watch here in this hour. We've also got Alex Nichols sitting in third overall, followed by Jonah Backstrom and Brian Hannock. And it looks like we're starting to see a little bit more separation in terms of just the actual distance on course that these front runners are. The pack is sort of splitting up. Jonah and Brian are on the same lap, but you can tell Brian slowed down a little bit, and I think Jonah, through the last time we met, had about a 3.5-minute lead, most of which it looks like was gained. All of it looks like was gained on that last lap. You got Nicole Monette sitting in second for the women, just ahead of Nick Iben. Mark Hammond, a 2-time winner at this very race back in 2019 and in 2020, finally sneaking his way into the top 10 overall. And then in 10th place overall, third female, Katrin Jones. So it's a Hoka 1-2-3 on the women's side currently. On the men's side, you got the unsponsored Arlen, the Scott athlete, and Alex Nichols, the unsponsored Jonah. Yeah, the women's race just much more contract forward. The men's race, just no holds barred right now. Just a lot of unsponsored guys getting out there and tearing it up.
I'm gonna say this, and this may be a hot take. It might not be. Arlen Glick not being sponsored is a travesty. That's how strong I feel about that.
Yeah.
It's a travesty. I'm not going to go
well,
go any further.
On the plus side, this might be one of the first races that Arlen is doing that has significant prize money. This might be the first legitimate payday he gets in his ultra running career, given the, what is it? I want to say $12,000 prize purse.
Total purse.
So he's gonna be tapping into that. So I gotta be at least 3,000 then.
I can pull it up right here if you give me 1 second. Winners will receive $2,500 each.
And then
there's a bonus, $500 bonus for course records. $1,500 for American road record.
Well, as Arlen comes through the start-finish line right here, just grinding along, seems well on his way towards achieving both that victory and under current course record pace. He said yesterday when we talked to him that he was just looking to PR. That was his big goal. Obviously, a win would be great, but he felt confident he could take down his PR. His PR, 12:57, which he ran back at Tunnel Hill. the course record here set by Zach Bitter last year, 12:52. So a PR almost guarantees that $500 course record bonus, assuming he doesn't get caught up from behind by Alex, Jonah, and the others. A lot can happen in the last 40 miles of this race, but right now, based on how he's been moving on course and the interactions, or pretty much lack thereof, with his crew, just grabbing and running without any talking whatsoever, looks like he's in a good spot.
Yeah, and we do have Jamil back up here in our course side studio, so we are going to send it to the Jam Cam. Jamil, how are you doing?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Sound great.
All right, we're just doing a quick audio test. I'm going to check the other headset now.
Okay.
Can you hear me on this one?
I can.
Yay.
You've solved the world's problems, my friend. How are things going out there?
Good. I mean, we're seeing some more carnage, which is, I guess, not unsurprising in an event like this. So Patrick Reagan, as you saw, was walking when actually, I think you could see him in frame or just a second ago there. But I came up behind him and he said it was his knee, something with like the bursa. Around mile 35, he said it was bothering him. And yeah, now he's kind of walking it out. Not sure if he's going to be able to make it another 50 miles on that or not. So we'll just kind of have to see. He was unsure if it would be wise to continue to push through that.
Yeah, well, as you learn a little bit more, definitely keep us posted.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Jamil. And if you have anything else, like I said, feel free to just pop right back in. And I appreciate you getting the audio headsets ironed out. I know that our viewers at home also appreciate that. So you're the real MVP here.
Absolutely. We will have some more for you in a little bit.
There we go. Just solving audio issues.
Hey, listen, it takes an enterprise to pull it together. So you can see on course right now, we got many athletes cruising along. Camille looked to have been heading up this particular section. We're also getting a better sense as we watch. You can see on many of these athletes that they have their back bibs on. That's to help for these age group national championships determine who is in which group. So you know if the person in front of you is also in your 40 to 44, your 45 to 49 age group, so on and so forth. If you're under the age of 40, you've got a nice little open bib written across your back. But we have some pretty phenomenal athletes across the entire age spectrum out there on course. So really excited to see everyone towing the line, whether they are going for American and world records or they are just aiming for that age group podium.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be super exciting to, see how the race continues to unfold. There's been maybe a lot more carnage than I think I was expecting, but it was something that you had brought up in a lot of the pre-race interviews that we had last night was, how did a lot of these athletes prepare for the constant pounding that you're going to have, on the road? And, I think that this isn't to say, Pat Reagan was unprepared and that's why he's having knee problems by any means, but it just shows how fickle running this far on hard surfaces can be on your body,
Absolutely, yeah. We're talking about a course that is 95% asphalt, 5% gravel. So no matter what you are wearing underfoot, there's going to be some pounding, some overall load that you're going to have to roll with. And that was a planning consideration for a lot of the athletes, whether to go with a sort of carbon-plated type shoe or if they were going to go with something a little softer underfoot. And some people have made mid-race adjustments. We're looking at Camille here on screen, who may be wearing the Bondi. Kind of hard to tell from this distance, but You know, the one thing that we do know is under USATF rules, that shoe that anyone is wearing has to be, as we just saw Katrin Jones sort of walking along the side of the course there as Camille passed. The shoes can have a maximum stack height of 40 millimeters. So if it's bigger than that, then it is ineligible. But yes, if somebody is out there crushing it in this race, can't be any like super pillow shoe, but several of the super shoes from many brands were available. Looks as we pass Jonah Backstrom, who is currently sitting in 3rd overall for the men, and your first Masters male, the 48-year-old representing West Valley Track Club in San Francisco. And I got to talk about one of our favorite age group podiums to track today, the men's 75 to 79-year-olds division. Got to give everyone an update on that. Currently leading that division is Jim McGill, the 75-year-old out of Saratoga, California. He is through 27 laps and looks to have a pretty healthy lead on that podium. However, just as we were earlier, David Blaylock, Dennis Traficante, and Todd Lee, all age 79, all on lap 20, all separated by 10 minutes.
Oh, my gosh.
So
we're going to have a throwdown.
We are going to have a legitimate race for the men's 75 to 79 age group podium. Jim looks to handily be in that national championship position in the age group. But again, he's 23 laps in, 25 laps in. So still got 60 miles to go. So any number of things can happen in that distance. And hey, those other three aren't going to let him just walk away with it by any stretch.
Yeah, that's gonna be amazing. As we see Backstrom almost get hit by a porta potty door there, which was pretty epic. You got to stay to the right when you're running through the porta potty area, just to be safe.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be such a crappy way to go out.
It would bring us a lot of joy here, wouldn't it? Maybe not joy. It would be funny, I guess. Not joy. I would hope that they're okay.
It would be on brand for the Mountain Outpost pod, and we'd appreciate that content, but I would not like it to destroy somebody's race. So
yes,
let's just like Benny Hill comedy levels of it and call it square there.
And a good question from the great Dylan Harris in the chat. With more and more eyes on the sport, how do you guys see prize purses evolving over the next 10 years? Do you think more races will continue to implement prize purses? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, I think this is sort of the inherent battle of old school versus new school in the sport, right? We always see the old hats, let's keep it communities small, tight-knit versus folks who want to progress it. And I think that the prize purse type conversation feeds directly into that. There's going to be some races where they are trying to draw elites. They really are trying to focus on the sharp end of the spear, and I think prize purses may be necessary. There aren't many races I think you can add into the traditional race calendar now that you want prestige but aren't going to be able to offer prize purses. Western States, it's been there forever. Hard Rock has been there forever. I think you'd be hard-pressed to put together an epic race that really attracts the top end talent in that 50-mile to 100-mile distance that doesn't offer some sort of incentive, unless shoe contract changes occur, I suppose. But there's always going to be that homegrown side of the house as well, where it's like, hey, we are just here for Joe Everyman, your hobby joggers, the folks who are just weekend warriors grinding out and just trying to push themselves. And I think if you consider how large that market is versus the overall trail running space, I I think you'll see more prize purses coming down the pipeline, but the vast majority of races are going to be homegrown, just as they have been.
Yeah, no, I think that I agree for the most part. I think some of the more premier races you're going to see increased prize money as there's increased media coverage that's going to draw in more sponsors into the space, I think. And so I think that over the next 10 years, which is what the question was, which is a long time to forecast out in a space that is still relatively in its infancy, right? I think that there's going to be a huge boom on the professional side of the sport. I think that that's an inevitability in a lot of ways in terms of, footwear brands. Being in the trail running space is a big opportunity for a lot of brands, so there's a lot of reasons to invest in the space for people, and the additional media coverage, I think, helps amplify that, and hopefully, continuing to elevate the media coverage in premier events, like our Javelina Hundreds, our Black Canyons, our Western States, our UTMBs, our ultra distance national championship races. Hopefully that also maybe incentivizes, more people who are, to use Taggart Van Etten as an example, because I know that he won't take this in any sort of way, like to incentivize the people who are maybe right on the cusp of, qualifying for the trials, incentivizing them to come into the trail space a little bit more. Because there's a way to make maybe a more tenable living. I think that, I think it's an inevitability. I think it's just when more so than if.
I mean, yeah, when we were talking to Paul earlier, he noted when the 50K road championships in 2020 were the week after or the day after the Olympic trials. And, there's a whole host of road marathoners who running an extra 6 miles really shouldn't be a terribly difficult mental leap for them. It's just a matter of seeing the incentive structure because, if you're a 218 or 217 high marathoner on the men's side, you're not necessarily going to be able to achieve lucrative contracts, a lot of invites into elite fields at road marathons. But if you stretch that out another 10K, you might be able to be a 50K champion like Callan Kahn was back in 2020. So it's just a matter of aligning the incentives and showing the value and being able to do media events like we're currently doing, being able to show faces and names and brands. It allows for more folks to see a real value proposition to take that extra leap.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that, again, media coverage of these types of races is a huge step forward for the sport. And a huge shout out to USATF for, allowing this to happen for helping this come to fruition, I guess would be the best way to put it. So huge shout out to them. And obviously, I think there's room for a lot of growth in the space, right? But this is the first step forward, is producing premier coverage of events that should mean a lot. Events that should mean a lot. Like, we're crowning a national champion at the 100-mile distance. Wherever you feel about that, that is what we're doing, and that should be important.
Absolutely.
And hopefully over the next few years, we'll continue to help make that a more and more important part of the space.
Most definitely, and we're excited to be a part of that journey with you all. So if you're watching live with us, we appreciate you tagging on in as we do that, as we work to crown national champions here at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival in Henderson, Nevada, as folks traverse around this 100-mile race.
Yeah, and a huge shout out to, some of the partners who were helping make this live stream possible. Salt Stick and Gooder, and obviously our good friends over at Koros, but also, all three of those brands were integral in this live stream coming to fruition. But also a huge shout out to the city of Henderson for, helping make this event what it is. And a huge shout out to Ken Rubley for putting on this race and having ambitious goals, and for even inviting us out. I think that's huge, and for us to be able to come together to help move the sport forward is super important. So huge shout out to all of those entities involved. You are appreciated.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you see us going through the start-finish line here from the drone shot and heading down the Henderson Strip, the crew access point here at the Jackpot Ultras. And you see that those crew tents are right up against the trail. Again, we are at a point where it is crucial to keep those crew interactions as quick and efficient as possible. When you have mere minutes separating a lot of the folks on course right now, really adds up. We have 4 minutes between Brian Hannock and Nick Iben, currently 4th and 5th male. And if you hang out and talk to your crew for 2 minutes versus yelling at them, hey, on the next loop I need this, and keep it moving, that's going to really come into play.
Well, that adds up, right?
It all adds up.
And it looks like we've got Chris Warden on the at the course side commentary desk with the headset on. So I assume that means Chris is ready to talk to us. So we're going to send it over to the beautiful voice of Chris Warden. Chris, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing all right. I did have some things, some notes that I had made earlier, and I don't know if you caught my note in the chat that I spoke with Ken Rubley, and they verified that this might be old news, so stop me, but Camille Herron's 6:08:24 pending verification actually is a world age group record, not just an American age group record.
Perfect.
And that's breaking Caroline Bowler's previous record of 6:09:04. And some notes for some runners that are on the course, but not having a great go of it at the moment. Pat Regan is he's walking right now. He had been moving very well through the first 35 miles. He had some knee pain, some issues there that were beginning to affect him negatively. And he's still moving, but he's definitely down to a walk at this point and trying to keep it moving at this moment. And Katrin Jones as well. I talked to her as she was rolling out some leg pain, and she said that she was dealing with some stomach issues, possibly attributing it to food poisoning or something to that effect. But she said, actually, as I spoke to her as she was going by, she said she was going to go and do or walk and do a lap for fun. I don't know if that means that she's just trying to make a joke and try and get herself back into a rhythm, or if she really legitimately is just going out for a stroll. But we are getting to the point where we saw so many people moving so well earlier in this race, and that's what happens at these events. The attrition eventually starts to happen when you're talking about a 100-mile race, and we're actually to the point where runners are hitting that halfway mark or a little bit beyond the halfway mark, and we're going to see some attrition that we didn't expect. And to that point, I mean, it's been a given for practically every race that we've seen Pat Regan in that he's either at or near the top of the standings. But unless he can right the ship, it might not be. It might not continue for him. So just a thought that everybody. It's as I say about my own races that go bad. It's going great until it doesn't. And hopefully with some of these runners who are experiencing some issues, hopefully they're able to right the ship, because that can happen as well. We've seen plenty of runners, resurrect their race days after having some issues earlier on. And I'm hoping that's the case with some of these runners that are experiencing difficulties right now. So just wanted to pop in on that.
Awesome, Chris. Well, thank you so much for hopping in and giving us some updates, and definitely check in with any information as soon as you have it.
Absolutely. I know that we're going to try and corral Ken Rubley and Jamil in here together. Ken is the man about town right now, so just trying to get him, cornered and corralled. He's aware that we'd love to have a chat with him, and we'll see if we can get that to happen here shortly.
Yeah, awesome. Sounds good, Chris. Thank you so much.
Yep.
And for our viewing audience out there, we will actually be ending this stream in about 25 minutes or so, and we'll be starting up a new stream that'll take us maybe 2 or 3 minutes. But in order to broadcast the whole 15 hours, we're going to need 2 streams. Otherwise, YouTube won't, auto-upload or auto-save the stream. So we will be starting a new stream at about 5 Mountain Time, which would be 4 p.m. Pacific time there. So right around then, we will be closing out this stream. I just wanted to make everyone aware of that now so that you know that you will have, a few minutes to hit the bathroom, grab some food, any of those things before joining us back for the final stream. So we'll have one last stream that will take us seeing our men's and women's champions and all of our men's and women's podium finishers.
Absolutely, absolutely. So best way to make sure you get that link directly is when you hit that subscribe button below this video, there's a little bell icon next to it. Click that bell, and then it'll give you a push notification when the new stream goes live. You can just click that little text box that pops up, and you'll go right into stream number 2. Warden was talking about attrition, and this is sort of that time of day. So I actually wanted to throw up a bit of a pace chart look at how our top 3 overall have looked and how that's been relatively consistent throughout the day. So
we're going to go ahead and throw up the old iPad scene here.
And I believe sounds like the audio looks like the audio's still good. Okay, yeah. So you can see here 4 lines. You've got Arlen Glick's current pace in red, Camille Herron's current pace per lap in blue, Alex Nichols, who was 3rd place overall on course, in green, and then in the orange line, you have Zach Bitter's course record run from last year. So you can see as the hours went on, there was a bit more variability within Zach Bitter's individual pace, and it definitely slowed down in the waning hours of the race. As it currently stands, both Arlen and Camille look to be pretty much bang on or just under Zach's pace from last year, which overall ended up in a 12:52 on this course. So if they can maintain their current splits, or broadly speaking, just not slow down as much as Zach did, and they can maintain this for a little while longer, we are in a situation where A, we'll see course records and bonuses on both sides, but B, in Camille's case specifically, really still puts her in position to knock on the door of that overall world record that she ran at Tunnel Hill of 12:42. So that's what we're watching right now as we are 8 hours in, or in our 8th hour. Time is a flat circle, as is this course. Don't tell them that, because there's 30 feet of gain and loss on each lap, and when you look at the Strava and this is done and it says 2,500 feet, they're going to tell you that it wasn't flat. So that's where we're at from a pacing standpoint, but we can head back out on course and see some of that action happening in real time.
Well, there we just see Camille there.
Coming through.
Still looking very strong as well.
I'd be interested if we pull up the leaderboard overall at this point. I know we just talked about our top 3 on course and how they're doing compared to Zach Bitter's 12:52 record from last year. But looking at the actual lap times, all 3 of them, Arlen, Camille, and Alex, all running just at or over 9-minute pace for the full 1.1761616 mile loop, as Nicole Monet also rolling through our screen right there. And so looking at last year's splits at roughly this point in the race, Arlen also about to go through 100K, which
and we
is
also
sweet.
need to be mindful. Camille will be going through 100K shortly as
Absolutely.
well, right?
Exactly. So this time last year, Camille was having a rough go by this point of the race. So in the 40s, sort of like lap 44 through lap 53, her average time per lap was actually in the 10 to 12 minute range. So the fact that she's still cruising along in the low 9s is a good sign for her. At this point, even Zach Bitter on his course record had started to slip into that same exact 9 to 9:10 pace per lap groove. So they are running exactly similar to what Zach did, but they have a little bit more time in the bank compared to that 12:52 as Arlen Glick crosses just again. So that should officially put him over the 100K mark with a quick refresh. But yeah, that's where we're at for the data nerds out there. You are all caught up on what is happening on course, record watch, and all of the like. And yes, that 100K record that we were eyeing for Camille as she comes through her next loop, it stands at, let me make sure I'm looking at the women's record for the 40 to 44 age group, which, yes, that is correct. Camille is a master's athlete now. For the 40 to 44 age group, it sits at 7 hours, 33 minutes, and 58 seconds.
So it's past then, correct? Looks like we're at 7:38.
Yes, so it'll be a function of if she already went through on course, because it's not going to be an exact split at the timing match.
Yep.
So we'll have to wait for confirmation from out on course to see if in the middle of the loop she did go through that 100K mark and secure that age group record.
Sorry for the pause there, everyone. I just accidentally hit a button in studio and almost ruined everything. So I'm glad that I didn't. But that was a very nerving moment there where we both just stared at the screen.
What is going on? Yeah. So we'll have to await confirmation as to exactly where Camille came through that 100K mark. It's going to be relatively close, but either way, this is a 100-mile race. The fact that she already took down the 50-mile record en route was pretty impressive. So we shall see. I think that 100K record was actually just a 100K race. We did this research like an hour and a half ago, so it's escaping my mind exactly at this moment. But yeah, to break 100K, break a 50-mile record en route to 100 miles, already pretty absurd. If she'd also taken out the 100K record, then we would be on a pretty wild adventure.
And there is a question in the chat here. Is there a way to look at the runner's splits history?
So not as the race is currently occurring, but what is possible, so the live tracking link, which if you're watching this on YouTube right now in the live chat, should still be linked at the very top of the live chat window. When the race is complete, you'll be able to, or I guess actually when each runner finishes, you'll be able to click on their name and it'll give you a lap-by-lap breakdown as they ran all 85 laps. So you'll be able to see any variations that might have occurred therein.
Amazing.
It's all right. We'll let you know what's happening. That's what we're here for. You can enjoy your happy hour of choice if you're on the East Coast. If you're on the West Coast, you've already stopped paying attention at work. You probably started doing that about 6 hours ago. So just listen to us and our dulcet tones in your ear as we guide you through the rest of this USATF 100-mile road championship down at the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival in Henderson, Nevada, where it is still blazing hot, both in the air and on the course. Currently about 60, mid-60s, upper 60s down there on course with relatively low humidity, 11% humidity. They've been in these conditions, or very similar conditions, and completely exposed course for the last 3.5, 4 hours. Honestly, the shade that you're seeing right here on course is the first real shade that they've had in the last 4 hours. Once high noon hit, there was no tree coverage around that course. So officially, this is it. This is where they're getting their reprieve from the sun.
We've got some breaking news in the chat. I don't know. Chris is sitting at the courtside commentary booth, and could have broke the news live on air, but instead he Twitter fingered it into the live chat. But Pat Reagan has officially dropped. I also saw a photo of him where he was sitting on the ground on the phone, so I assumed that was the case. But again, we heard earlier that he was having some knee issues. So hopefully he's able to get healthy and have a smooth recovery. And again, Chris, I'm just joking with you. Thank you so much for popping that into the chat there and keeping everyone up to date.
Absolutely. So worth noting, currently on course, a lot's happening with this overall leaderboard. So we walked through what was going down with Arlen, Camille, and Alex Nichols, your top three on course. Jonah Backstrom, 4th overall. 5th overall now, Nicole Monet. So she's sliding her way on up. And then in 6th place, a man who should never be discounted, a 2-time champion at this race. Mark Hammond continues his climb up the leaderboard. He is just a couple of laps back from Jonah, who's sitting in 4th. Jonah is a couple of laps back from Alex. But we award national championships by gender, so that puts Jonah Backstrom in 3rd place on the men's side. Mark Hammond lying in wait in 4th. Brian Hannock in 5th, and Nick Iben in 6th. So a lot still going down as these runners eclipse the 100K mark. It's a long way from 100K to 100 miles, though, so looking forward to seeing what occurs here as we see Camille rolling through.
That was a solid handoff.
That was a solid handoff.
I wouldn't say it was as good as Arlen, where he hit it, in stride, just.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
In fairness to Camille, she doesn't have the largest arm swing, so it's a little bit more difficult for her to knock that out. But she does come from a very long and extensive road marathon background, so I would fully expect her to be able to grab cups and bottles off of tables in quick fashion. So glad to see that she is still out there absolutely crushing it in 2nd overall, first Masters female. So much is happening. Yeah, Katrin Jones is our second Masters female, currently sitting in fourth female overall, just about 11 minutes back from Stephanie Flippin.
And it looks like we've got Chris back up here. So let's go ahead and let's send it to the wonderful Chris Warden here. Chris, how are you doing, buddy, and what do you got for us?
I've got some juicy numbers here for you. I spoke with Connor Holt, and he said that Camille's 100K split was 7:41, so 8 minutes off of the age group world record. Then he also said that he believes she's about 20 minutes ahead of the world record for the 100-mile. So obviously that is, now we know what she's gunning for, and she's probably going to be on, full send the rest of the way to try and get there. So it's going to be pretty interesting to watch.
And Nicole Monette come across your screen there. They're both having great races as well. But yeah, it's interesting that Camille was able to nab the 50-mile record, not able to get the 100K record, both of which are fairly meaningless if you ultimately crush the 100-mile world record, which is likely what you're set out to do.
And I felt like that was what she was going to set out to do from an early point in the day, just from the way that, having spoken to Connor extensively over the last couple months, I've kind of gotten to know like when he is, being a little bit coy, a little bit evasive. I mean, he's a straight shooter, but you kind of have to ask him outright if you want to hear something, because it is a bold, thing to say that, well, we think that she could break the world record. And some people might take that as being a little bit overconfident, but at the same time, she knows what it takes. He knows what it takes. So, we're going to be obviously paying close attention to that to see if she's able to do it. I mean, if anybody knows how to crush a 100-mile world record, it's Camille Herron.
Yeah, most definitely. So, how is the temperature starting to feel out there? Obviously, we're starting to see a little bit more shade now that the sun is starting to dip off to the west. How is the temperature feeling out there?
It feels a lot cooler than it did. Somewhere about 3:15, 3:30, the sun kind of came off of its high point, and just in terms of the angle of what we were feeling, it's gotten a lot cooler now. And I wouldn't go so far as to say it's gotten chilly or anything like that. It's gotten really comfortable. It feels really nice out right now, and I'm sure that these runners are glad because there's no longer a need for some of those ice towels that some of the runners were needing to take on earlier. So we're going to see hopefully the runners that have saved something to this point in the race be able to possibly drop some hammers. I would love to see it, and I think that we've got a few runners that still have some excellent miles and are creeping up the standings. I mean, we've mentioned Alex Nichols and Mark Hammond. These guys are not strangers to this game. They know how to play it, and they know how to win it. So, they might have not been at the tip of our tongues, over the first 30 miles. We knew their names going in, but now we're going to see, it's a game of experience. And the more experience that you have in this format, the more you know how to roll through it. We've seen runners who are obviously very fast that maybe went out a little bit ahead, were kind of out over their skis for the first 35, 40 miles. And, now they've slowed down or their day is drawn to a close. Now we're going to see what the quote wily veterans are able to do on this scene. And I enjoy it. It's a strategery is what it is. It's there's definitely, a mentality that they wait for it. Nick Curry mentioned it earlier when he was on. He talked about how he was in 12th, 13th, place at Desert Solstice and came away doing something that, we couldn't believe that we saw. So hopefully these runners that have saved something in the tank are able to put out some great performances. I also would like to see if I can get get Pat Regan in over here to, maybe talk about his day as well, because he was moving really well. And, for it to just go sideways, once he's got himself composed, maybe I'll see if I can get him over here. So.
Yeah, that sounds great. We're going to have a new stream coming up here at the top of the hour, so we're just about 5 or 6 minutes away from, getting a new stream going, and yeah, then we'll have another 7-ish hours of ultra fun.
And I'm going to see if I can chase down one of our other our guests here, a multi-time podium finisher here that is hanging out and having a good time. And we're going to open something up and maybe check out some swag.
Awesome.
Sweet.
Thanks so much, Chris. We appreciate you. And as always, feel free to hop on anytime you have something fun to say.
You got it.
There he is, the people's favorite, Chris Warden. Fun thing, Chris came in to the studio after his Black Canyon 100K attempt.
Yeah, that was absurd.
What a champion.
Hey, the people's champion.
You know? And so in just a few minutes here, we are going to be restarting our stream, so you'll be able to find the next stream live on the Steep Life Media YouTube channel. That stream is already pre-scheduled, so as soon as we exit this stream, you will be able to go straight over there and start hopping in the chat. So, yeah, we will be excited to see you over there. We'll head that way in the next few minutes here. Skylar, you got something for the people here or what?
Yeah, I just wanted to see how this is shaking out. So this is our top
Let me pull this up
8 on course right now. Arlen Glick in first place overall, Camille Herron in second, Alex Nichols in third, Jonah Backstrom in fourth, Nicole Monet in fifth, Brian Hannick Mark Hammond's now in sixth, Brian Hannick, and then Nick Ivan. This is that same pace chart we were talking about, the top 3 against Zach Bitter's overall course record here last year. As the line gets higher and higher, that means the athlete is going slower and slower. As you can see, we're starting to see things break apart a little bit more, but that top 3 has been locked in very near each other the entire day. 4, 5, 6 running very similar paces right now, that being Jonah Backstrom, Nicole Monette, and Mark Hammond right in the mix. So listen, if somebody starts to fall apart, there are going to be people right behind them that are going to snap up their position on this leaderboard quickly. So just wanted to really talk about the fact that we're 100K in, and this is where the fun is really going to begin for folks. So super excited to bring the coverage through the rest of the evening with you all here from the Jackpot Ultra Running Festival down in Henderson, Nevada, your USATF 100-mile road championships. I think we got to shout out the sponsors who also help bring this to bear. We've got Koros, who's been phenomenal in supporting us, much like the energy that we need to keep going, to keep hosting, to keep bringing you guys the entertainment. They got that battery life to keep you going, make sure that all of your runs are tracked throughout your entire activity. So make sure you hop over to Koros.com, you type in the code Jackpot, and with your purchase, you can snag an extra wristband of your choice so you can stay fashion forward, Sin City style, as you get out on your run. Also got to shout out Salt Stick, the electrolyte representative of choice on course. They've been absolutely crushing the game. If you use the code USATF100, you can save 20% off your first order. So head over to Salt Stick and make sure you're getting the most out of yourself by putting the best into your system. And then lastly, Gooder, because if you look good, you feel good. And so Gooder always bringing the flair, always bringing the fun, all sorts of different sunglass choices, from the fun to the absolutely practical, no matter which ones you choose, they're going to get the job done, protecting your eyes and making sure you're having a good time out there on course. So head over to gooder.com and snap up a very inexpensive but high-quality pair of sunglasses so you can look as fashion-forward as Warden did right there on camera. And our race director, Ken, he's been in all sorts of crazy suits today, and I know he's a big fan of Gooders because you got to have some crazy eyewear to go with your crazy suits. So check all of our sponsors out who've been helping us bring this live stream to you and really making sure that it's a success on the ground. Also got to shout out Henderson, Nevada, the city there that this race is happening in. Great stewards of the community out there, and really appreciate them allowing us to take over this public park. You've seen some people walking dogs, walking babies, sort of intermix with the races that are happening. So shout out to Henderson, Nevada. If you are looking to avoid Sin City, maybe take a family vacation to Southern Nevada, but you don't want to stay on the Strip, a little less neon. You might still see some showgirls and Elvis. We might see that happen here.
Pink Caddy.
And the pink Cadillac when we get on this next stream. But Henderson, Nevada, take care of you. So shout out to them. Thanks for being such great hosts of this event.
And it looks like Jamil is in the booth, the court side, or the course side cam. He's got the headset on, so we're gonna send it to him and see if he has anything fun to say here. Hey Jamil, how are you doing, buddy?
Doing great. The live music just started back up here on course, and the sun has, I think, definitely peaked for the day in terms of heat and temperature. So I think it's looking better and better for these athletes out here as we head into the evening. And hopefully we see some records fall and some fast times from our two leaders.
Yeah,
Exciting
it's
stuff.
gonna be amazing to watch, and we're gonna kick all of that off on a new stream. So we will end this stream, and we will see you all over on the next stream in just a matter of moments. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.